T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
The sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. When mountains crumble to the sea, there will still be you and me. Kind of woman, I give you my of rain, whisper of the pain, tears of love lost in the days gone by. My love is strong, here there is no wrong. Together we shall go until we die. My inspiration's what you are to me. So today my world, it smiles. Your hand in mine, we walk the miles. Thanks to you, it will be done. For you to me are the only one. All right, yeah. Happiness, no more to sad. Happiness on ground. If the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. Mountains crumble to the sea, there will still be you and me.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, And we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Oh man, I guess I didn't wait till the very end of that Led Zeppelin song there. It came in a little bit at the end there. There was some more. I missed it. Good morning to you guys. Good to see you again. What are you thankful for? I hope you guys are ready. I went out and did my last minute Thanksgiving shopping and got it all ready. And I hope you guys are thinking or getting in the mood for that. What you're thankful for. I want to show you this morning a little bit about what we were talking about yesterday in regards to the SPY. The quick bull run that we got out of the numbers from breaking 451.46 got it up to a high of about 455.13. You can see here there's been a very long level of support that we've been bouncing off of several times as we've been moving up to break through that 451.46. Today is a very, very, very crucial day for the market. Let me show you why. If we pull up the Ichimoto cloud, there's something specifically happening here. The lagging line, in order for today to end well, has to stay above 455 before the end of trading today. If it doesn't, lagging line by tomorrow is going to be running into price line. Conversion price has already fallen through conversion in the early morning market hours. If at market open price falls through this level of support and retests the base, which is going to be at 452.60, it could start falling back down towards retesting 451.46. When it breaks through that 451.46, it will more than likely definitely fall through this cloud here. Whether it be in the aftermarket hour trading and fall through it sideways, I don't know whether or not it's going to happen during the trading day or not, or if it'll be through the aftermarket hours. Who knows? But it's not looking good unless the market can stay above that 455.13, because this lagging line has to get back up and over the price line. Usually when you see multiple tests of the conversion line like this, the next line that it's going to test is going to be that baseline, and when it touches that baseline, that's going to be a big, huge sell signal. So watch for that, mainly that 452.60 on the SPY. Now remember, over the last couple of days, I had Keto come in yesterday, and he wanted to see the difference between AMC, the SPY, and actually wanted to see AMC and VIX thrown up on the page. And then I ended up throwing in the SPY in there just so you guys could see it. The VIX is inverse the SPY, so the VIX is in gold. VIX is in gold. SPY is in whatever you want to call this, with ocean sea blue. I don't know whatever this is, baby blue. I don't know. And then AMC's price is in the bars, right? Very, very similar movement in AMC to the VIX, which means that AMC is currently running inverse to the market. So, if the market's going to take a large tumble in price movement, we should see things like the VIX starting to boost up. There will have to be extraordinary measures taken today to make sure that the SPY does not fall through these levels of support. And when I say extraordinary measures, I mean you will have to see the blue chips pumped like you've never seen them pumped before. I mean, just massively, massively pumped to keep this going. So we'll watch and see. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I've always said that. Whenever you see, an ocean receding massively back into back off the shoreline, what's going to happen? What's the resulting effect? And the resulting effect is huge amounts of water coming rushing back in, a tsunami. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. In order for the market to be able to keep this up, they've got to make sure that this SPY is over 455 by the end of today, and it's at in pre-market 453.77. So there's gonna be some crazy stuff going on today. Watch for it. I don't know if it's for sure gonna break through this level of support or not, but I'm kind of anticipating it. This green cloud here is pretty dang thin on a 1 hour chart. On a 4 hour chart, the cloud's starting to thin out. If price were to start moving back down towards breaking through that 451 number or 450, I could see the SPY maybe breaking through, going into. Do we trade? We don't trade. I don't know why it's got the 23rd up on the page here, because we don't trade on the 23rd, but it's showing the 23rd on here. But that we trade today, tomorrow, and a partial day on Friday. I will probably start the live stream on tomorrow and then finish early. I probably won't do a whole day. I know Melissa's probably going to sleep a little bit, but I promised her I'd help her out with preparing for family for Thanksgiving. So probably we'll do a very, very short stream for Wednesday. But more importantly than anything, what I want you guys to remember is what you're thankful for, and not focused on the markets, because Thanksgiving is here. It's arrived. And being thankful is very, very important. Let's see here. AMC 1 says he's thankful for Cool Whip. Hayden's thankful for Honey Baked Ham. How long does it take to smoke the turkey, Casey? It depends on. I'm smoking turkey breast. I'm not smoking a whole turkey, so it depends on the size of the bird, right? Like that's always the key factor. The size of the bird. You can look that stuff up online. The turkey breast that I'm doing, I'm guessing, is going to probably take me less than 6 hours, but it's just straight up turkey breast, and it'll probably it might even take less than 6 hours. It'll probably take me like five at the most. Daxter says thankful for a community that still believes. Me too, Daxter. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for that. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea, because you never know when something's going to happen that's to your primary. Let me clean off my glasses here real quick. I'm thankful for a lot of things, but I think one of the things that I'm probably most thankful for right now is my wife. She has been such a trooper through this entire thing. That's it. I feel like I could go on and on and on, but I usually trip over my words and say stupid things, so it's better to just say I'm thankful for my wife. Let's just stop right there. It's good enough. Don't say anything else. She's great. I'm so tempted to. I want to say more, but it's like, no, just stop, Casey. Less is more. All right, I think these glasses are clean. Let's do these numbers. Yep, that'll do. Alrighty. Starting the top left-hand side, price predictions. We'll give one last congratulations to Apex on his price prediction for the week. He was just absolutely nailing price predictions last week and doing an excellent job at his price predictions. I don't think anybody nailed price prediction. Let me see here. 716 is what we closed at. Yeah, nobody nailed price predictions yesterday. The closest would have been TB. He was 2 cents underneath Apex. He had 590 to 890. Let's see here. Nobody didn't get any points. So we're starting off this week here. A point apiece. Short exempt volume. With low volume, short exempt volume should be pretty low, right? Like I would expect to see. I mean, we had less volume than we had on Friday. Friday's volume was 13.1 million shares. We ended up having. Let's see here if this will ever refresh. We ended up having 13.3 million. I told you guys it would be probably very, very similar volume to what we had on Friday, maybe a little bit less. It ended up being just slightly more at 13.3 versus 13.1, so it was right on the money there. Let's see. Short exempt volume as a result was just slightly up, 136.4. Day-over-day price increase. Yesterday we were down 3.63%. Utilization is slightly up today. Not much. It's just a fraction of a hair. 30.83% from 30.73. So, I mean, it's just like, it's barely anything more. Max pain, we started off this week at $8 with a continuous push like this to get us below 7. If they get us below 7 today for a close, I can imagine that the max pain might drop to 750, but I'm going to guess that it stayed at $8. $8 it is, didn't change. But if they do drive us under $7 for a close today, then very likely you'll see that max pain probably dropping to 750. Taking a look at, let's see what's next here. Taking a look at off exchange. By the end of a day, I would expect to see about 64% between off exchange and EDGX. Exchanges, we had 53.64% going through off exchange, EDGX 8.73, the combined total 62.37%. So it was a little bit low, but not too much, 1.63% less than I would expect to see. CHX volume was 12.2 thousand, so it was elevated, but not very much. GME CHX volume was 1,763, not very much. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Yesterday it was reported at 43 million shares owned by institutions. Today it is being reported as 43. It was 43,017 yesterday. It's 43.033 today. So let me change my numbers slightly up. Options. Yesterday, the highest amount of open interest for calls was sitting at around $8. We had 11.5 thousand contracts at $8. Today, it's 17.5 thousand contracts at $8. We do have a runner-up at $9 with 15.7 thousand contracts. The only way that's going to, start beating out. The only way the $9 contracts are going to start beating out the $8 contracts is if we start seeing price rocketing up a little bit. Highest amount of puts is coming in at a $7 strike. There was 9.2 thousand contracts yesterday. There's now 12.5. So market's still suggesting a closing price this week, but between $7 and $8. Taking a look at Ortex. Utilization, like I said, coming in at 30.83, which is 0.1% higher than it was yesterday. That increase should mean that there's more loaned shares than returned, but that may not necessarily be the case, but we'll check it out here. Very, very, very small increase day over day, though, just 0.1. On loan amount, as a result, actually was a decrease by 0.02, or essentially 20,000 shares returned yesterday. Very small number. I don't even think that's going to be able to register on returned shares and short interest. It'll probably be the same number carried over. Estimated short share interest of the free float 9.1 to 9.1. Yeah, it didn't even register. So no change in estimated short interest. And then security lending volume day over day was extremely low. We went from 7.7 million in security lending volume down to about 1.78 million. Let's see if we got failure to deliver data for the first half of last month. Nope, still missing. Not there. MMRI yesterday was down to about 284.1 when we woke up. It is now 282.71. Or I said when we woke up. When we were ending the day, rather. It's 282.71. This is still dropping. One of the first things that we were looking for was either a normalization of the 2-year, 10-year yield or a drop, and either one of those would have constituted, perhaps maybe seeing something breaking in the market. And you could see this is where I labeled I'm about to break. Something was breaking back here on October 31st, and I could see it in the market several different places, and I pointed it out to you guys on October 31st. Look at what's happened to the yield inversion since. Something did break October 31st, and it broke big time because now the 2-year, 10-year yield spread is pretty massive. Yesterday it was at 0.433% difference between the 2-year, 10-year yields, and I'll bet you it's even more today. Let's see here. We got 2-year yields at 4.902. And 10-year yields at 4.406. The combined difference of that is 0.496 from 0.433. So it definitely yields widening even further apart as they drop. Something's broken. There's something major broke back here on October 31st. You could see that the yields wanted to normalize, and on that October 31st date, they just something went and died. I don't know what. I don't know how to explain it, but something up and went and died on October 31st. Let's see here. VIX futures are showing up 0.03 for 1480 or 1478, maybe open somewhere around there. And then most of the future market quotes right now are down anywhere from 0.11 to 0.33. A little bit more than I would expect based off of the VIX numbers. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME were not on the list yesterday. I'm going to slowly scroll through this. I want you to pay attention to what retail is doing. Remember, this is what retail is. These are orders placed by retail according to Fidelity, and these are the top 30 most heavily traded stocks in the market. And I want you to look and see what is retail doing as I scroll through this. I don't expect to see AMC or GME on this list. There might be four stocks that have more than 50% buying ratio. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. SSR trigger price for the day today is $6.44. Shares available to borrow is at 75,000. One thing that I noticed earlier this morning is that we do not have as many shares as usual showing up available to borrow. We didn't even get back above 1 million shares as of last night, which means fees are going to start rising as there's less and less shares available to be borrowed. By the end of the day yesterday, there was a total that I counted yesterday was about 3.05 million shares borrowed. You can see the most amount of shares that were here. I don't know where I should start at. Let's start at 600,000. There was about 50,000 shares borrowed there, and then 100,000 returned. Another 50 there, and then now all but 75,000 shares have been borrowed. So 6.25 plus 50. So let's just call it an even. Let's just call it an even 700,000 shares borrowed so far. And the reason I say that is because I don't usually do increments of 25,000, so we're just going to round up on this one. 6.75 is the actual number, but I'm just going to round up. 700,000 shares borrowed so far, so they pretty much have already borrowed every share that was available and have returned some cents. Fees are currently at 1.3%. We should start seeing fees starting to rise again here due to the fact that there's so little shares available to borrow. We may see multiple returns and borrows all on the same day going on. Calls, we have 77.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 3.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 20.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 19.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Biggest bank movers this morning in the pre-market. I'm just going to shout out anything above plus or minus 2.5% of a change. Probably not anything showing up right now based off of what I'm seeing here. Yeah, nothing's within that range. Ethereum Classic is down 0.53 and consolidating with maybe a slight trend down. The US dollar is down 0.14 and consolidating with a slight trend upwards. Overall, the trend is up. It looks like it's trying to break that trend as of right now, but not quite there yet. Oil is not traded yet this morning. SPY is down 0.12. It did gap down slightly and is trending down. Maybe a little bit of consolidation currently. Watch the blue chips today, guys. Watch the big the Magnificent 7 is probably what you really want to be watching today. Tesla is up 0.45 as of right now and currently trending up. Amazon in the pre-market is breaking even, but it did open up a little bit down and is starting to trend back up again since market open earlier. Pre-market open. Cinemark is not traded yet. Doge is down 0.09 and trending slightly up. Bitcoin is down 0.66 and trending down at 37.1k a coin. GME is up 0.55 and is trending up. Only 877 shares traded so far this morning. HYMC is not traded yet this morning. NCMI is looking weird. It's showing 6 shares traded so far this morning. It doesn't show a pre-market number. I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's saying closed, but it's also saying volume 6. I'm not sure. Hold on 1 second here. What's going on with this bad boy? I'm not sure what's going on here. I might have to look this up here in a little bit. Statement of changes in beneficial ownership of securities. We'll have to look this up and see what's going on with it. Hood is up 0.12 in the pre-market, and pretty much it's consolidating right now. And AMC is up 0.14. I would also call it consolidating. Inflow versus outflow last night, or yesterday I should say, we had approximately $750,000 more outflow than inflow. 5,610 shares traded so far this morning on AMC. It's pretty low volume. We got our pokey stick of volume yet to go. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.63, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.4, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.99, which is signaling almost oversold. And I'm actually going to go back to the 4-hour, and I want to pull up TTM squeeze on each one of these. So the 4-hour chart's still showing signs of weakness. The 1-hour chart, actually, let me go back to 4-hour again. So the 4-hour chart is showing signs of weakness here in the TTM squeeze. Do note that there's more buying pressure right now than there is selling pressure, marginally. If this were to change, like if in the next 4 hours of trading we start seeing price going up, we could see the reversal getting set in. And since it is oversold right now, it may be on the verge of seeing that reversal starting to occur. On a 1-hour time interval, again, the reversals appearing to be in as we were oversold, and now it's moving out of that, and also the buying pressure is greater than the selling pressure. The TTM squeeze is not showing the reversal as of yet, but again, another hour of trading with upwards momentum could potentially change that. Down to a 30-minute interval, you can see that RSI has definitely already come out of the oversold territory. You can see that the pinching the vortex indicator is occurring, and it's about ready to cross over, signaling a reversal, and TTM squeeze is saying that there's definitely signs of strength showing here. And then on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 43.65, which is slightly below average, and you can see that there is definitely a potential reversal in. It's not showing up on TTM squeeze just yet. But a lot of these, the very first signs that you might be seeing for a reversal on both the 5, 1 hour, and 4 hours that's going to change the TTM squeeze numbers is going to be that buying versus selling pressure. And it does appear that in each one of those instances, the buying pressure is greater than the selling pressure, which means it's going to close the gap and have that crossover on the vortex indicator. Taking a look at the 1-hour Ichimoto cloud for AMC. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion has crossed below base, In order for AMC to turn into a buy signal for the day-to-day, we're going to have to see a price breaking above this red cloud here. This cloud is getting a little bit thicker, but it does thin back out again tomorrow. It's a little bit, this would be the thicker portion of the cloud for the day. At that 1 hour time interval, seeing price moving above the cloud here would definitely get the conversion back above the base, and it would also get the lagging line above price line, which would turn this into a pretty strong buy signal. So $7.80 is the key magic number for us to be able to see more buying pressure kicking in. So $7.80 is the magic number. That's not too far off from where we're at right now. On a 4 hour time interval, there is currently lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base, and price is obviously well below both the conversion base and the cloud. Moving up into that 780 range would put us above the base. It would also get the lagging line almost above price line, not quite. Over the next 2 days of trading, price is going to have to get up to around $8.30 before the lagging line would be over price line. And at $8.30 here, that would be putting us just underneath the cloud. We are in a setup here for a potential break through the cloud, but we're going to have to see some exceptional movement to get there. We would technically see a buy signal if the conversion would cross over the base, moving up into that $8.50 range. But I'm really only going to call off what I see in regards to where the cloud's at, and say that basically we would need to see like 955 in order to, on a 4 hour chart, for this to really be a big buy signal. So there's what I'm saying here is that there may be a little bit of a buy signal between 780 and 850, but that's when it starts to slow down. There'll be like a little bit of a lull. And I think that's all I got for you guys. Let's see here. I'm going to head back over to the back of the Big Tramp. I'm licking some wounds this morning. I'm licking some wounds this morning because Kansas City lost. And I can feel the Eagles fans absolutely just ready to rip me this morning. And but you know what? You can't win every game. It's about winning the most games so that you can get to the Super Bowl. It's not the end of the line. So that's a good thing. A lot of people suggested that this was like maybe a Super Bowl a pre-look at the Super Bowl and what it might have to offer. I'll say this: both the offense line for Kansas City and defensive line absolutely dominated the night, and the Kansas City offensive line and defensive line are just monsters. If it hadn't been for those guys, Kansas City would probably not had nearly as much of a chance as they had, and I really do think that Kansas City, it was their game to lose, and they made a few key mistakes, and they end up losing. You make those mistakes and you lose. Apex says Super Bowl preview, calling it 100%. It's possible. Pro Jeweler says FTDs yet? Nope. Still have not received the first half of that month. Apex, good morning to you. At what price would we need to drop to see the algos flip? I don't know if that's how I would state it, but I mean, in regards to synthetic price failures, usually the point at which we would see price maybe starting to rise is at a 40% turnaround point, which is around $6.86. So our most current low being at $7.13, which is 37.6% down from 11.43, which was our last high. So could we see, something less than 686? Sure. I mean, it doesn't have to be right on 40%. 38% is pretty dang close. I would imagine that if the market is going to get down to 713, they'll more than likely want to break 7 to be able to close out as many positions before the end of this week is over. And remember, this is a short week this week, so there's a little less trading going on, and so there may be a good chance that they want to just break below 7 briefly to close out as many positions as possible and then allow it to run again. So a very good chance at seeing something slightly below 7. Where are support lines is probably a good question in regards to that for today. There's a lot of support at 701, 695, 691, 686 is our synthetic price failure reset. Yeah. Those are going to be our classic turnaround points right there. We got a couple different points. 695, 691, 686, 682, and 678 are all levels of support that the market would have to deal with in order to get past those levels of support in there. To drive it lower. Let's see here. Yeah, Grant says, morning KCR, sudden increase in options volume. I saw somebody else come in earlier this morning and mention it, 6 billion and volume this. Who mentioned that? Let's see who that was. I'm scrolling back here to see. I know first thing this morning somebody put in Patrick Keith was who it was. He says, was there really 2 billion in options yesterday for AMC? I don't know. I'm not looking at those numbers on a daily basis to see. But I mean, it sounds like to me like a lot of you guys are monitoring some of that. The sudden increase in options volume, billions in one day, up to full float levels. Is that a sign of anything odd? An increase. So you'd have to see where the options are being traded at, and like are options being created for future calls, long calls out of money, or what are we looking at? I mean, it's really something you kind of have to analyze and see where the positions were created at. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure since I don't watch into the futures very closely. I'm really just looking at open interest for the current week, and that's about it. So in regards to, I'll tell you what, if we did see a swing in options, and I can go back over to Max Payne and take a look at this, if we did see a big swing in options, and as you're suggesting, especially if they were calls out of the money long, then we should see an increase in Max Payne over the next few weeks. So this week's Max Payne is still $8. Next week's Max Payne is $8. So I don't see any change there. The week after that's $8. That's 12.8. Ending 12.15 is $6. That's about where it was. I don't see much of a change. 12.22 is $8.50. And 12.29 is $7.50. Most of these numbers look really unchanged, so there may have been some good hedging. 119 ending 119. There's a $4 Max Payne, so there might be some hedging that's going on here. Large quantities of hedging that's happening because I don't see too big of a change in Max Payne going to the end of the year. I don't see much, but of a change. which typically happens when institutions start buying long shares, right? Hedging is always a popular institutional investment plan. So perhaps maybe if a lot of institutions are planning on buying, they may be hedging. TV says 726 was support, but it is now a resistance. I think early there will be a push towards a new low at 705, then a retest of 727 later in the day. That's what I see. That's TB right there. Andrew says, clearly, Casey, you don't understand how this YouTube thing works. We see something and we want you to tell us what it means. I'm not. I mean, nothing jumped out at me. I don't. I don't know. Just Real says, super chats get the answers. Trust me, bro. Go ahead and try. I dare you. Give me a super chat. I dare you. You're not going to find the button. It's not there. Watch a super chat come through. I'll be like, what the hell? How did that happen? That would be really funny if like a super chat just showed up all of a sudden. I'd be like, wait a minute. I'm so confused. Tactical Review says we may see a pullback in the markets today. Everything looking quite extended. Tactical Reviews, if you go back to the intro in the morning part of today, that's exactly. In fact, I wanted my title for the day. This is what my title originally started out as for today. Yesterday's title was all about. Let me go back to the SPY real quick here. Yesterday, my title was all about if the SPY breaks 451.46, could it'll be on a bull run, right? 451.46 was the magic number. You're not wrong. There is some massive resistance to upwards momentum coming in right now, and you can see it. So lots of different indicators, right? So right now I'm looking at a 1 hour time interval. On a 1 hour time interval, this is pretty significant too. Remember, we had yesterday's from yesterday's price movement upwards. You can see it's touching all over my Bollinger Band here, which means that usually price is gonna come back down and meet back up with the simple moving average, which the simple moving average will continue to move upwards as the price comes down and meet. So they may meet somewhere around 452. But do notice there's this level of support that we've got here that we've tested off of multiple times here. If it breaks through that support, it could drop down and very easily touch that simple moving average. If there's a retest of 451.46 and a break through that, this is where it's going to get interesting, because when you pull up an Ichimoto cloud, this has got the classic signs of price moving down and retesting the baseline. Baseline sitting at 452.60. That's just beyond breaking past this level of support. If it breaks that baseline, this thing's going to drop, man. It's going to drop hard. It's going to retest 451.46, and if it breaks through that, it could be before the end of today that we see 450 or lower, where it breaks through the cloud. I'm kind of envisioning something more along the lines of like a hard break through this level of support, a retest of the base where it breaks through that, comes down and retests like the simple moving average somewhere right around like 451, and then slowly kind of ekes its way down, retests 451.46, and maybe trades sideways through the night and opens up the market tomorrow just underneath the cloud, which in that case, that would be the point at where I would expect it to really start tanking. underneath that 451.46. That 451.46 46 is a magic number. It's gonna mean everything in regards as to whether or not this is going to be able to maintain or stabilize above. Again, keeping this lagging line above price line is going to be massively important for the market today. If it can't maintain 455.13 by closing today, this lagging line touches the price line, and that means a sell-off is here. That's going to cause all kinds of selling signals. So today needs to be a massive day for the SPY. It needs to close above 455.13. I think you're going to see a pumping of large cap stock like the Magnificent Seven. I think you're going to see a pumping in the Magnificent Seven that you've never seen before. It's going to take extraordinary measures to keep this from failing. And which is going to mean that there's probably going to just be like tons of institutions pumping up the Magnificent Seven to try and get the SPY numbers to rise back up above 455. It's going to take something extraordinary, very, very, very extraordinary to get that to happen. And I mean, short of market manipulation, I can't even imagine the amount of pressure that there's going to be to try and drive this up. Hector says that the NVIDIA earnings are important for the SPY. Absolutely, they are. Absolutely, 100%. You're totally right on that. And those numbers are not sounding like they're going to be very good. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. But that's on Wednesday night, right? Is that Wednesday night or tonight? Let me see here. Actually, I can just look up here. $11:21. That's tonight. Oh yeah. All right. That makes tons of sense. I can totally see that happening. Yep. That makes a lot of sense right there. Imagine if you will, the market closing today like just above that 451 level that I was suggesting, right? Like seeing a retest of that 451, right? And then trading, and then going into the aftermarket hours, getting that NVIDIA earnings report in, and then just tanking in the aftermarket hours when nobody can make any kind of positional changes in their options. That makes all kinds of sense. That makes like just that. I can't even like that's the perfect case scenario, like where it would make sense why this would be like a thinning portion right here. A retest of 451.46 and then getting the NVIDIA numbers and then just gone. Quapow. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I guess we'll have to see. We'll see what the numbers end up yielding, but let me check something out here. We should be inverse to the market. We have been for a little bit now. Let me check out something real quick here. That's not what I want. Let's see what we got going on here. If I'm, let me go back to that again. Estimated EPS is at 3. That's gonna be down. The numbers are not looking good. I'm seeing Earnings Whisperer saying 3.47 was the numbers from last quarter, and the consensus is 3.18. So they're definitely not looking like they're doing better, at least from what I'm seeing right here. Let me try and pull up another report. I'm trying to decide where I want to go with this. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's go with this one. Have a good day at work. Let's see here. Our Pokestick volume came in a little while ago when I wasn't really paying attention, or I was monologuing about SPY. But anyways, volume coming in at 25,000 shares for Pokestick volume this morning. We had about like 5,000 or 6,000 shares going into it. Since then, we've had a few more shares having been traded. That's kind of inflating the number. But we could be very well looking at numbers that are lower than what we had from yesterday for volume. So I am going to put in I don't normally go lower than 5 to 25 million for a volume prediction, but that's going to be my prediction for the day today. Also, TB came in earlier this morning and sent me a message and said what his price prediction was going to be for the day today. 577 to 877 was his prediction. He's also going 10 to 30 million in volume. I have a weird feeling that we'll be lucky to see 10 million, or maybe right around 10 million. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to find a particular website. Let's see here. Man, some of these websites are just like loaded with junk. It's insane. In the pre-market, Nvidia is down currently. Trying to find something specific and I can't find it. It's really kind of interesting. They don't have key expected earnings data on this is I'm on the Zacks website right now. Period for the third quarter. Zacks consensus estimate is 336. Let me go back over here. So they are estimating a positive earnings report, earnings ESP at 1.84%. This will be interesting to see. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of differences in reported amounts. I'm trying to look through a couple different websites here to see earnings estimates for. I wish there was like one specific. If any of y'all know of a website that has like multiple different estimates, all compiled in one location, I would love to know about it. All right, here we go. So according to Nvidia, this is the Nasdaq.com. Nvidia Corporation common stock is expected to report earnings on 11/21/2023 after market close. The report will be for the fiscal quarter ending October 2023. According to Zacks Investment Research, which is the site I was just on, based on 13 analyst forecasts, the consensus EPS forecast for the quarter is 3.03. The number I just saw was higher than that, so they must have downgraded since or upgraded, I'm not sure which. The reported EPS for the same quarter last year was 0.34, so they're actually expected to report much higher numbers according to this. Nvidia has a high earnings quality ranking for the 24th consecutive week. Earnings quality refers to the extent to which the current earnings predicted future earnings. High quality earnings are expected to persist, while low quality earnings do not. Let's see here. Q3 estimated EPS is showing 1.8, and they're actually showing a reported EPS of 2.5, which I'm not sure how that's possible. Because it's not supposed to be out until aftermarket close. But yeah, it's kind of weird. That's what it was last time. I don't know why they're showing. It's really weird. They're showing Q2 numbers under Q3 on their chart here. It's really kind of odd. Consensus EPS forecast was 1.8. They ended up hitting 2.5. This time, the estimated amount is supposed to be 3.03. So 3.03 is the magic number that needs to be hit. The highest EPS forecast is 3.24. That's what I thought I saw just now or a little bit ago on Zach's. The low EPS forecast is 2.92. So whoever it is that's reporting, somebody is reporting an estimate that's not going to beat the estimates here. That's based off of 13 estimates over the last 4 weeks. The number of revisions up are 3, and over the last 4 weeks, the number of revisions down are 0. So we've only seen revisions to the upside of this. That is 13 number of estimates that are recorded, most of which are all suggesting that it's going to beat the expectations of 3.03 on the consensus. Anyways, that's what I'm seeing here. But Donkey Kong says this week is going to be huge for the box office. I hope so. I'd like to get a movie in. A lot of people are asking about what's up with large quantities of volume in options for AMC. I have no idea. I'm not seeing any. I mean, if there is large quantities of volume rolling in on the options, I'm not seeing it change max pain too much. So it sounds to me like a lot of hedging. What I would say is that if there are long institutions that are planning on buying in, they would likely hedge as they're buying. So it's a possibility that there may be some large orders that are either incoming or have already been made. Twisty's saying 532 to 832. Twisty, I'm putting you down. Oh, 562. Never mind. Got you down for 562. I still have not decided on my price prediction for the day-to-day. I'm probably going to go with... I really need to see what the SPY is going to do just before market open. I'm going to guesstimate on a close for the day today around, as of right now, I'll probably guesstimate somewhere around, most options are still saying 7. I'm going to go with, probably 555 to 855 for now. But I have a strong feeling that I'll be changing that number when I get back from break. And the only reason I'm going to probably change it is it really, everything today depends upon what's going to happen with the SPY for the day. If I see SPY dropping and we're looking like we're going to be inverse to the SPY, then I may raise that number a bit. So that's probably the lowest that I'll be going for the day today for prediction, but I could be raising it before market open. I just need to see that. I need that final number from that the SPY is going to spit out for us. I keep hearing about, I guess, one buy was worth 400 million in $8 strike this Friday. Well, that would certainly help the calls or the max pain to stay at an $8 strike before the end of the week. Good morning, Pirate. But yeah, I think oh, look at this pump on the SPY here already. Look at these candles. They know they need to pump this. This is gonna be a very, very fun. I mean, today is gonna be one of those kind of days where I'd almost rather just watch the SPY and see what it's gonna do all day long. I mean, the pumping that's gonna have to happen here on SPY is gonna be just insane. They're gonna need some extraordinary pumpage. Hold on a second. What is the day over day volume looking like? That's a falling volume. Rising price, falling volume. That's bearish. Ever since the start of the rise from 1027 to now to current, there's been nothing but basically falling volume since. So rising price, falling volume, that's bearish. I just don't see how. I don't know where the volume's going to come from that's going to push this higher. There is none. So yesterday in volume we had 70 million in volume. SPY is going to have to see probably at least 90 plus million in volume for the day in order to see that green that it needs to see to legitimize the move upwards. That's insane. This is gonna be one of those days. I am really invested on what's gonna happen here on the SPY. This is for me. This is like watching the Super Bowl right here. Everything is hinging on today, on the SPY movement. Our entire market is like the futures on this market right now, and whether or not this thing is going to be able to continue to run bullish, or where it's going to be bearish, moving into even more bearish markets, is going to be hinging on today. And it's like, I don't know where the volume's going to come from to push this higher, but if it comes from someplace, it's at all, it'll be impressive to watch. Rally Vermont says, I'd assume if SPY falls, altcoins like Doge will run with AMC. Potentially. Maybe. Yeah, ABC Pediatrics, Hector already answered, but we haven't gotten any numbers yet. No responses, no answers, no numbers. Radio silence. Mia, good morning, says, but it's falling price and falling volume. Well, it's actually rising price, right? The price of over the last, I don't know how many days it's been, but the SPY has been moving upwards uh, consistently here for quite a while. But this is rising price, not falling price. It's currently falling, but it's rising price right now. If you see large quantities of volume today and the price dropping, like let's say for example that we see 90 plus million shares traded today. If you see 90 plus million shares traded today and price suddenly starts dropping, that's a real sell-off. It's a real sell-off, and it's rising volume and falling price, which is also bearish. It's only when the price and volume are moving in the same direction that it's bullish, right? So if we get rising volume with falling price today, you're out. In regards to that, you're right. That's bearish. That's not good. But this volume ever since 1027 has been nothing but falling volume. It's been in a pretty large decline. I mean, 52 million shares traded on 113, and that's one of the day just before we have a big gap up. Yeah, it's like this is not good. This is not a good sign. The question is will AMC be inverse? Should we do SPY closing predictions today, Casey? I don't know. I'm gonna guess just over 451, and then in the aftermarket hours we get some kind of numbers from Nvidia, and it just tanks through 451. I say SPY closes at like just above that 451.46 number, and then absolutely just takes a dump in the aftermarket hours. Attendees, enjoy the movies, man. Oh yeah, no, me. I was talking about SPY. Sorry. Caesar, good morning. Alrighty, guys, it's break time for me. So let me put up the message on the screen for you guys, and I will see you in a little bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
3, 2, 1, 0, 0.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
It's pepperoni. Hello, Casey.
Am I in the right channel? I heard people throwing meat around here.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and I'm just trying to. I'm looking at the SPY this morning. It is. It's already starting to break that level of support right now in the pre-market here, and it's the chances of this breaking through are pretty strong. Futures are looking down as much as anywhere between 0.14 to 0.57% down for the morning. So VIX futures are looking up even further, 0.7 up, 1488 for an open on the VIX. This is going to drop through. So the question is if AMC is truly reverse to the SPY right now, inverse to the SPY right now, then we should start moving in price. But I would imagine initially we'll probably see a little bit of a downwards momentum swing with the market. We'll probably retest something in the I say retest. This wouldn't actually be a retest because this is 705 is the lowest we've seen. We will be seeing a test of something around probably 686 or very close to it. And then probably a sharp reversal afterwards. So I think I'm going to stick with my prediction of a 705 close for the day today, and stay with a 555 to 855 number. That's going to be my final prediction here. Apex is saying 545 to 845, so we're canceling each other out on a point. Let's see here, 545 to 845. And we got all the predictions in here. 544 to 844. Okay, you want the you're gonna make the change this time, huh? All right. We won't cancel each other out then. All right, 544 to 844. TB's going 577 to 877. So we do have predictions in here that don't cancel each other out. A 10-cent close to within 10 cents would yield somebody an extra bonus point. Brian says this holiday is great because you get to see a lot of people you don't want to see anymore, and you get to act like you like them. I mean, that's every year though, right? Is that what you're saying? You're saying every year it's like that. Okay. Twisty says, Casey, long question made short. Could a board and or CEO be prevented from buying stock in their own company? There are certain periods of time where they could not purchase, yes. Could they create charter rules that would prevent them from buying shares? I'm sure something like that could probably be drafted as a rule in their charter amendments, but I don't think that exists for AMC that I know of. But there are periods of time where if an insider knows something specifically that they would, they usually have to discuss with legal. And then during those periods of time, and usually you'll see this with a lot of companies, you'll see the either the buying or the selling going on all at the same time with all of the different C-suite staff, where they either sell or buy at the same times, and a lot of that, the reason for that being is that they'll refer to legal before they can make their position. So whether it's based off of insider knowledge or if it's just a period of time where they're making a trade. So there are defined sets of times where they do that. Due to an investigation, maybe. Again, they would probably have to discuss that with their legal team to find out whether or not they were inside or outside of a perhaps like an insider knowledge of something that that they would or would not be able to purchase through. So it's not a question that I can really specifically answer for you because obviously I don't have all the insider knowledge. So if I knew what was going on the inside, I would be able to tell you, yeah, now would not be a period of time where they could buy shares, but I don't have that access to that information. So no way for me to be able to tell you for sure. There's an order in here. There's an order on the sell side of the ask on the ask side of the order book for 199,999 shares at 400 shares for that price. Or $199,999 for 400 shares. Those are always very interesting orders to see. You always see it on the order book over here on the bottom side. It's kind of fun to watch those pop up. Joe says, that's me, guys. Just rolling the dice. Well, good luck to you. That would be one hell of an order, though, if those shares sold. Alrighty, it's time to get this day started. Do you think we'll see a sharp bounce finally? I know it's hard to say. I mean, we should be inverse the market. That's how we've been for the last couple days. Wow. Weeks. We should be inverse the market, but whether or not we trend that direction today or not, it's hard to say. We'll see. All right, let's get this day started. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
If the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. When mountains crumble to the sea, there will still be you and me. Kind of woman, I give you my all. Kind of woman, nothing more. Little drops of rain, whisper of the pain, tears of love lost in the days gone by. My love is strong, here there is no wrong. Together we shall go until we die. My, inspiration's what you are to me. Inspiration, look, see. And so today my world, it smiles. Your hand in mine, we walk the miles. Thanks to you, it will be done. For you to me I'm the only one. All right, yeah. Happiness, no more be sad. Happiness, I'm glad. If the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. Mountains crumble to the sea. There will still be you and me.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. The title for the day today, guys, is What Are You Thankful For? Hopefully you guys are prepared for your Thanksgiving meals, pulling out those turkeys already, getting them thawed out or ready to brine or whatever it is that you're going to do. Hopefully you guys are getting it done and ready and prepared. Or maybe you're just going to travel. Maybe you're going to have some travel time ahead of you. Safe travels to all of you guys. And I will come on tomorrow morning and do maybe a half day show tomorrow. But just a portion of the day. We'll open up the market and maybe do some stuff. My wife's going to be sleeping, so I'll spend some time here with you guys for the market open in some portion of the day, and then I'll sign off early tomorrow. Then we have Thursday off. There is no trading on Thursday, and then there is a partial day on Friday. I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be enjoying time with my family. We actually are just talking about going. We were scheduling out, and the reason I came back late a little bit, we're scheduling out time to go see the Hunger Games. So one of the kids definitely wanted to see that movie, and so we're going to all go out as a family, I think, on Friday and go see that movie. So hopefully you guys have what you are thankful for in your mind. And that's definitely a good thing, or the thing to do in this time of the year, is be mindful of what it is that you're thankful for. For me, it's my wife. I'm extremely thankful for her and all the things that she does for this family. So, and I'm going to keep it short because I know, I'm going to mess it up with words if I go any further than that. But I am thankful very much for my wife, and who makes it all possible. All of this, she makes it all possible. So. Thank you. If she's listening, I don't know if she's listening. She's probably not listening right now, but thank you, hon. I appreciate it. I want to take you guys over to the SPY real quick here and show you the SPY. Hold on a second here. I just got a notice. Oh, in observance of Thanksgiving Day, all major U.S. stock exchanges will be closed on Thursday, in case you didn't know. SPY, taking a look at the SPY. What do we got going on with it right now? So, really interesting things going on here. Look at the fight right now going on with the SPY here. There is going to be a big push here to try and keep this green. I can only imagine they want to, the perception is here to keep that bull run going. And in order to do so, one of the first things they're going to need to do is hold this level of support here. This has been a level of support that's been seen held for quite a while now. There's been several points in time here where we've seen this this level of support hold, and it's not quite holding up right at this second. The first fall through on this could lead towards a failure that's going to cause us to test the base on the 1 hour time interval. On a 1 hour time interval on this, you can see here that price has moved down through the conversion on the Ichimoku indicator, and retesting the base is going to be at 452.60. If we see SPY drop down to 452.60, you could see a very quick sell-off and maybe a close for the day around that 451.46, and we have NVIDIA numbers coming out in the aftermarket hours. We'll see what ends up happening. If the market breaks past 451.46, if it goes down below that, there's going to be all kinds of hell that's going to break loose in the market. If the lagging line, if they don't close the market above 455.13 today, the lagging line is going to be touching this price line. Again, another signal for this as a continuation for drop in the SPY, and then potential drop through 451.46 by tomorrow. So there is all kinds of booby traps just waiting to drop this market right now. There is going to be a massive fight to try and prop up this the Magnificent Seven today. I can only imagine. So you know, those will be probably the stocks to be watching to see what's going to happen today. But I can only imagine there's going to be quite the fight today in trying to support or keep this market alive from seeing it fall underneath these numbers here. So big numbers, right? 452.60 and 451.46. Those are both very, very big numbers for the SPY today. Currently, the SPY is down 0.27% at 453.03. AMC had the fallout down to around breaking $7. We do have a level support at 695 that does seem to be holding pretty well for us. The number that I kind of told you guys, the normal synthetic price failure turnaround point is going to be at $6.86. That's the 40% dip in price since our last high that we had. So our last high was $11.43. 686 marks that 40%. That's very oftentimes where the market likes to try and turn around, is around that 40% number. So being down at 690 gets pretty close. That's a 39.6% drop in price. That's damn close enough to 40% to call it 40%. So we could see a potential turnaround here. It could go further down. It's not like a set in stone, like it will turn around at this point. It's more or less just like a suggestive, like this, historically speaking, 40% turnaround points are very, very common. If the market deems that there's shares that are enough shares are being sold into the marketplace that would constitute a continuation on moving price down as shares are being found, then that's what you'll see end up happening is you'll see it drop below 686. So it all really just depends on whether or not the market's finding shares or not as the price is being dropped. So that's what's to watch out for. I would imagine that if the SPY is going to be falling, we will fall with it temporarily. I don't know. We've been inverse to the market for quite a while. Oh, this is the wrong screen. Hold on one second. Let me take you guys. I had Keto come in yesterday, and he asked me to throw up an image of AMC's current share price movement in regards to the VIX, which is in gold. Gold is VIX. Bar trades are actually AMC, and we were following very similarly to where the VIX is moving to as of kind of around the time when we had the announcement for the dilution that occurred that came out on the 9th of November. And you can see obviously the SPY is in this baby blue color here, or sea ocean foam green, or whatever color you want to call it. I don't know what color this is. Baby blue. Looks like baby blue to me. You can see that the SPY is inverse to the VIX like it should be, and you can see them crossing over here, and you can see that AMC has been inverse to the market, to the SPY. If the SPY does start dropping, we should see AMC starting to rise in price. Initially, I would expect us to follow the market, but there should be some separation that occurs at some point. Also, I want to mention earlier this morning, we were looking at MMRI. There's been more of a separation in the difference between the 2-year and 10-year yields, as well as the yields dropping. They're on a pretty good rate down here. I mean, you can see the path, or the level of. You can see this like trend down here. It's pretty consistently going down, but the spread really between the 2-year and 10-year yield continues to grow. Yesterday, I think it was like 0.43, I think was what the percentage spread was. It's now 0.496. It's nearing 0.5% spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields. And MMRI is dropping as well. Yesterday we finished out the day around like 285, I think it was, or 284, somewhere around there. Now it's down to 282. So this continues to drop. And there's our 686 number driving in right there. We'll find out if we get support here or not. It does not appear like it's going to hold some support there at 686. We got the Bollinger Bands nice and wide and open right now. We did test the Bollinger Bands on the way down here, which typically means there's going to be a turnaround point to where we should see price moving back up to meet up with the simple moving average. We got to wait and see when that support's going to kick in. Market wide right now, it seems like there's big sell-offs going on right now. The only thing green on my page out of the list of 10 stocks or so that I've got up here is Tesla right now. That is one of the Magnificent Seven. Obviously, Amazon down 2.28%. I'm sure it'll be interesting to see what the 7 are. I should put those up on a page somewhere so we can see those. But VIX is currently up 1.49% at 13.61. And what are the futures looking like right now? Futures are showing markets down anywhere from 0.3 to 0.92, depending on what it is you're looking at. VIX futures are showing up 0.03 from our current point. This is it's definitely going to be, like I said, this is going to be the day here where it's do or die for the market. I mean, it's it. It's there. It's 8:49. I'm going to head back to the back of the big tramp here. If anybody wants to join up in there, they are more than welcome to. I know, apparently I'd forgotten to leave the back of the big tramp earlier, and Doug came in talking about his sweaty meats or something about slinging meat or something. I don't know what it was. Chris says, do I buy the cranberry sauce or another share of stock? Pepperoni. That's pepperoni. What's going on?
Well, we are reaching $4.99 today, okay?
That's what you're thinking?
This is what I think.
Nah.
Yep.
I don't know. We'll go that low. That's pretty low.
Well, it's SSR triggers that in 45 cents, right?
644 is where it triggers.
So, it's just a fart away.
It's a fart away, he says. I'm gonna actually use this opportunity here. I think I'm gonna average down a little bit. This is a good point, I think, for me to average down. Just give me just a second here while I create an order. How you doing today, Pepperoni?
No, good. I just got back from work. Gonna make me a cup of coffee and get ready to go back to work.
And
Working double shifts.
how's work these days? Is it treating you well?
Oh man, I make pizzas. What can go wrong?
I guess not. I mean, somebody forgot to make the dough last night. I don't know. You tell me, what could go wrong?
No. Let's not think about things that can go wrong. No, Casey, at the moment, I am the one that has to make sure the dough is made, so it's literally, it cannot happen. When the moon hits your eyes.
There we go. Order placed. Who makes the dough the day before? Do you guys let it sit overnight in the fridge, right? Or no?
No, it's not in the fridge. It's outside of the fridge.
Oh, you have it. Okay.
Yeah, mac and beans. We really don't fuck around with the pizza.
Yeah.
Here in Italy, pizza it has to be very good. Otherwise, you won't sell it.
We used to. So way back in the day when I used to work for a pizza business here, not a very good one. I'm not even going to mention the name, but way back in the day when I worked for a pizza joint, they would actually make their dough and then prep it and everything and have the balls ready to go, and then they would put them in the refrigerator overnight to rise. So, and they're obviously overnight in a fridge is not going to really cause a whole lot of rise, but yeah.
Well, it depends, Casey. It's not as simple as it sounds, but it can do a lot of good work if you leave it in the fridge, based on the temperature.
Dario, I don't mind saying the pizza company that I worked for. It's just it's embarrassing in front of Pepperoni because it's a fast food chain and he's got the real deal. But I worked for Little Caesars. Back in the day when it was like really, this is like 1995, 96-ish. Would have been the time frame. But I was working at Little Caesars. Pizza. Somewhere, I'm pretty sure somewhere I have a Little Caesars hat still. Maybe even I don't know. I may have kept a shirt. I don't know. Bring back they didn't have pretzel crust when I was there, but we used to make one of the pizzas that we used to make and that wasn't in the store. We would go to the local grocery store and we would pick up a rotisserie chicken. We would pick off all the meat off the chicken and throw it on a pizza. And for the sauce, instead of using a red sauce, we would use Casey Masterpiece for a barbecue sauce. And then we made it with that rotisserie chicken, cheese. I'm trying to remember. There might have been one other ingredient that we put on there that was special, like tomatoes or something like that, like real tomato, like real sliced tomatoes. I think maybe it was super good. Oh my gosh. Sometimes crust makes a big difference in pizza. Other times, if the toppings are just the right toppings, the crust can be okay. It can be okay crust and get away with it, you know. And boy, let me tell you,
Real tomato, like real sliced tomatoes. I think maybe.
Pepperoni's got a hot mic. Somebody's got a hot mic. It's had a hot mic. Hayden, good morning. Pirate, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, people.
Good morning. I apologize for the hot mic. Sometimes when I switch to my desktop PC, I forget to mute the iPad, get a little feedback there. So my bad.
Yeah. No problem. Not a big deal. Also, you got to make sure you get the. Way back in the day, they didn't actually have this. We used to brush the garlic butter sauce on the crust of the Little Caesars pizzas, but I don't recall that this was a thing back in the day when I worked there. But for the cheesy breadsticks, you brush the garlic butter on the breadsticks and then you sprinkle the Parmesan cheese over the top of it. And they didn't have, I don't recall that was an option for your pizza, but I always did it to mine. I made sure that the crust on the pizza always got that garlic butter sauce and the Parmesan cheese over the top of it. Oh my gosh, it was so good. So good. Now I think they just do it on the regular, so.
The local chain by my place in Atlanta, Bellow Mushroom, they will give you fresh cups of crushed garlic. And the real Hayden and I just spread that stuff on like butter. Oh, I love crushed garlic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So good. The wife can't stand it. Apparently garlic doesn't react well in my body, but I don't care. Oh, I love that crushed garlic. Says, your breath smells like garlic. I said, it should. I just ate a pound of it. And they kind of leave it out for a while, so it kind of tones down. It's not as sharp as when you first crush it.
Yeah.
Man, it is so good though on pepperoni and mushroom.
Yeah. I don't know about the whole mushroom part, but you know, I'm down with the rest of it.
We either go double mushroom.
Double mushroom. Oh my gosh. Ugh. That's too far.
We're into the funky.
That is too far, sir.
Wait, from the person who puts fruit on his pizza. I want to go into that debate again.
Look,
pineapple or no?
I really like Pepperoni's answer though. His answer is a really good answer as to whether or not you should have pineapple on it. It's really about each individual, like what they. Just as I shouldn't be talking crap about your mushrooms on pizza, you shouldn't be talking crap about pineapple. It's about what you like. Whatever. No, it's true though. I mean, if that's the way you like it, pizza is it's a comfort food. It really is truly, honestly, a comfort food. And if you find comfort in mushrooms, then so be it. Mushroom up your pizza. If you find comfort in pineapple, pineapple up your pizza.
Don't get it twisted, Casey. We agreed that he is the Supreme Court on all legal issues concerning pizza. Pepperoni made it really clear. I think his exact words were, and I think it was, if left up to him, I ain't putting no fucking pepperoni on a pizza. Or no.
That does not sound like. That doesn't sound like something he would say.
That's what I heard.
That's not.
I heard him say, "I ain't putting no fucking pepperoni or no pineapple." I keep swapping out pepperoni. I'm not putting any fucking pineapple on a pizza. Now I'm certain he'll do like any good chef. He'll put a shovel load of dog shit on it if you want. But I think left to his own devices, he's not going to make a pizza and say, "Yeah, let's dump some pineapple on it."
No fruit.
But he's here. We can let him speak for himself. I'll mute myself again.
he probably is so frustrated that we even debate the pineapple that he can't take it.
I know.
You can put whatever you want on it.
Oh,
No. That means I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
My football team may have lost, but I just won the pizza.
But I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Everybody's entitled to their wants, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michelangelo says, yeah, I wouldn't use finger paint, but you do it if you want.
I mean, we have we had pizza last night actually here at my house. Pepperoni, did you happen to see the pizza that my kids made?
Nope.
Oh, you didn't?
I don't even know how to look at all the things, how to use this Discord in the messaging. So.
Okay. Well.
Let me just try.
Let me
just school him on how to at least look at the general section.
Yeah.
The general section, it has to be there, right?
Yeah, it's actually under under the Food Network is what it's under that section. So my kids made the pizza last night. So this before they managed to throw it in the oven, I took a picture real quickly of this square. They made a square pizza. I was really impressed. I was like, man, you guys made a good square pizza there. This one was just a simple bacon pizza that they had made. I prefer bacon and pepperoni, and so of course. When the bacon and pepperoni came out, I snapped a shot of that one, and this is the done version.
No, what happened to it?
And that's the done version of. Nice. This is the done version of the pepperoni and bacon
what the fuck
pizza.
Happened to it?
This is the done version.
That's not exactly the accolades you were hoping for.
I think they did a really good job. I think they did. They made it from scratch, and so I think they did a really good job.
It's the shape.
Yeah.
I mean, the first feature. It looks amazing.
They need more practice.
But yeah, now I want to do a pizza at home someday, but I'm not allowed to because it takes me like 2 days to make a pizza at home, and my wife always says no. We'll eat in town.
PC, why draw the line at pineapple? Why not put peaches on it and sliced grapes? I mean, hell, just dump a whole can of fruit cocktail on it. I mean, if you're going to do it, go.
I don't really like peaches. Number one, I'm not a huge peach fan. There's very few fruits that I do like. I don't think bananas would be very good on a pizza. Pineapple just happens. So one of the things is that I mean even during Thanksgiving time, if you're doing a ham right, you probably put some pineapple in there to season the meat properly and give it that nice little extra sweetness that ham is so known for. And so the combination between pineapple and ham is a very long known tradition. It's not like it's anything brand new. So whenever you throw ham onto a pizza, it's like, well, ham normally has pineapple, so why not just throw some pineapple and see what it tastes like? It's a very common. It's a very common pairing. So trying to throw in like apples or pears or something like that, and there is apricot. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Grapes. It doesn't make any sense, right?
Cocktail.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense because that's not
the fruit cocktail and just shake the whole thing on top.
Yeah, that's not normally the things that people typically eat together with like meats that go together, right? Like, so what do you eat with your sausage? Your Italian sausage. What do you eat with your Italian sausage?
Yeah, really. That's what they're called. No, I wanted to add something, Pirate, to the fruit stuff. I believe that's called Macedonia. You don't have to put it on the pizza. You can eat it from the bowl.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed.
You guys trying to make pizza look bad, you know? You want to put all sorts of stuff on it. I mean...
I heard it. He said, don't put pineapple. I heard it right there.
Can you imagine... Can you imagine the Chinese, if they will have a talk about how to make pizza, what they will end up putting on the pizza? From dogs and cats and rats and raccoons and everything they eat?
Exactly. That's just like a pineapple, a raccoon.
Man, you're salty today, Hayden. I'm just saying.
Why don't we just go back to saying, is a taco a sandwich or not? Let's just go back to that one.
I mean, what's a burrito?
Exactly. Here we go again. Because I'm at work. Because I'm at work.
All right. Well, people are crying for numbers right now because they can't stand this the debate of pineapple or no pineapple. So let's go ahead and do that then. What's that?
Oh, I forgot. You know why I'm salty?
I still didn't hear you. You got interrupted.
I'm salty because I don't get to pick a song.
Oh, you didn't get to pick a... Why not? Why didn't you get to pick a song?
Well, it's my birthday, the 25th.
Did you pick one? Did you try to pick one?
No, I can't. Because everybody wants to have Adam Sandler tomorrow.
Well, what do you want for Monday? There's always Monday.
Ooh.
I mean, we're not trading. We're not trading on the 25th, but there is the 27th. So there's that.
Well, you know it's going to be hair metal.
Oh,
I don't know if that fits with the show, though.
I can't wait. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, starting the top left-hand side, price predictions for the day today. I've got 555 to 855. I'm going to actually use Twisty's numbers for Eric's numbers because I didn't hear. I don't think I heard from Eric today. Yeah, no Eric today. So I'm going to actually use Twisty's numbers for Eric's numbers of 562. Am I going to do that? Yeah, that's going to ruin me, but oh well. I'm going to use Eric's numbers of Twisty's numbers of 562 to 862 for Eric. I'm going 544, or Apex is going 544 to 844. TB's going 577 to 877. Twisty's numbers kind of messed me up for an extra bonus point for the week, but so be it. Oh well, who cares? Short exempt volume day over day was slightly higher, as well as our volume. We had 13.1 million volume on Friday. Yesterday we had 13.3, which is almost identical in volume. I'm kind of expecting a little bit less volume today. We'll see if that ends up being the case or not. But short exempt, the pre-market volume was pretty low. But short exempt volume as a result was slightly higher at 136.4 thousand shares in short exempt volume. Utilization was up by 0.1% from 30.73 to 30.83%. And yesterday we were down 3.63%. Max paying for the day today is still $8. By this time of the day on off exchange, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and EDGX be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Right now we're at 52.25% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.99. The combined total on that's 62.24%, or about 8.24% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 541 shares, nothing unusually large there. GME CHX volume for this morning is sitting at 1,080 shares. Both of those numbers are pretty low. Taking a look at institutional ownership earlier this morning, it was at 43.033 million shares owned by institutions. Now showing up at 43.017. That's actually what the numbers were yesterday. So that number has went up and then back down to what it was. So it's returned to 43,017 million. 43,017,108 shares to be exact. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far this morning, coming in at a strike price of $7.50. That is down from $9 yesterday. There's approximately 3,000 contracts at 7.5, and on puts, highest amount of puts is at a $7 strike. That's the same value as it was yesterday, and there's 3.7 thousand contracts so far in puts at 7. Likely a lot of puts being closed out, more than likely at a $7 strike. Otherwise, they would be buying in the money puts. So at this point, we're looking. The market's suggesting a closing price by the end of the day today, somewhere between $7 and $7.50, based off of those options. Taking a look at Ortex. Let me give it a quick refresh here. So far this morning, Ortex is reporting a return of about 77,000 shares. That's not a whole lot. Day over day, we'll take a look at the numbers here and see what they look like. Utilization, again, like I said, increasing, but very, very marginally. It went up from 30.73% to 30.83%, which is a 0.1 increase in utilization. However, the on-loan amount was actually returned shares. We went from 13.4 million shares on loan to 13.38, so about 20,000 shares returned yesterday. That's not enough for Ortex to be able to estimate any kind of change in short interest, so they left it right the same number, 9.1% to 9.1%. Short share interest of the free float, which means no shares returned in short interest as of yesterday. And then taking a look at security lending volume, it dropped quite a bit from 7.7 million shares down to 1.78 million in security lending volume. And our failure to delivers for the beginning portion of October still empty and nothing showing. Not being reported yet. Still. Did I say still yet? Still. It's still not being reported. MMRI earlier this morning was at 282.71, is now 282.24, is still dropping. 282.24. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield yesterday was like 0.43 or something like that of a percentage points. Is now up to almost 0.5. It's at 0.496 was what I looked at it earlier this morning. The spread seems to be widening further and further between the 2-year and 10-year yields. When I called out something's about to break back here, I think it's pretty evident based off of these 2-year, 10-year yields that are continuing to separate further and further apart from each other, that something is broken. Oops, give me 1 second. There we go. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list here. As I scroll down, you can see here that there's actually some buying going on by retail today. AMC did make the top most 30 heavily traded stocks. We have a 76.53% buy to 23.47% sell ratio. GME is not on the list. That is a great buy-sell ratio. The dip is being bought by retail. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $6.44. Shares available to borrow showing back up at 2.5 million shares. The only reason that I would suggest that these shares showed up as available to be borrowed is more than likely, well, it looks like they got returned around 748, which would have been before market open. So it's kind of odd. But anyways, mainly returned shares. So far for the day today, so far we've seen about 700,000 shares borrowed in the pre-market. As of right now, just returns. Fees are dropping from 1.3% down to 1% as these shares become available to be borrowed. Currently, there's 80,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 1.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 8.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 31.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. There is quite the spread here to where it seems like mainly puts are in the money and calls are out of the money. NASDAQ is currently down 0.53. Dow Jones, actually, let me refresh this real quick here. Okay, yeah, NASDAQ is down 0.53. Dow Jones is down 0.21. SP 500 is down 0.26. We have 3,835 decliners to 1,982 advancers. The market is on fire. Look out below. It'll burn your feet off if you touch the floor. Hot lava. Taking a look at big bank movers for the day today, we have, let's see here, the biggest movers. I'm just going to read off anything that's plus or minus 2.5% or greater. We'll get a shout out. Coinbase is down 3.75. FRC is up 4.17. Zion Bank is down 3.94. And that's it. There are some green ones in here, but not very many. It's more red than green for the banks right now. Ethereum Classic is down 3.22 and trending down. It did have a little bit of a droppage, falling out right there after seeing some consolidation, and then it's starting into a downtrend right around like maybe 8:30 this morning. 8:30. I don't think that's our time. That's what time is this showing up here? 10. Yeah, I guess it is my time. 8:30 my time, which would have been around market open. The US dollar is down 0.13 and trending down. Wait, is it? No, hold on a second. It's consolidating. My bad. Oil is currently down 3.07% and falling. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.23 to 0.24 and trending up. SPY is down 0.29. There is a lot going on here. There's a real struggle, but it is trending down right now. VIX is currently up 0.97, and at market open it trended up and then started to come down and is currently consolidating with maybe a slight trend down. VBR is down 0.47 and starting to trend up. It did hit the Bollinger Bands on the way down and is starting to return back to that simple moving average. VB is down 0.54 and again trended down and then came back up and is starting to consolidate. Tesla is up 2.66 and trending up. Amazon is down 2.81 and trending down. Cinemark is down 0.88 and consolidating after an initial trend down and then meeting back up with where it kind of opened up at. Doge is down 3.96 and falling. Bitcoin is down 2.89 and falling. 36.3K a coin. GME is down 3.44 and trending down. HYMC is down 0.93 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.24 and consolidating. HUD is down 1.41 and trending down, and AMC is down 3.98 and starting to consolidate after an initial downtrend early this morning. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately, let's see, 3, 4, 7, almost $800,000 more inflow than outflow. Not quite. 7.59 million shares traded so far. That is extremely large quantities of volume considering what we saw in pre-market this morning. I'm quite surprised by this. 7.6 million shares traded after 49 minutes worth of trading puts us on a pace for about 60.48 million shares traded. Like this morning's pre-market volume suggested that we wouldn't see anything more than 5 to 25 million, and I would have guessed that we would have lower volume today than we had Monday or Friday. Not being the case right now. Right now we are definitely on pace for a much larger finish in volume. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more. It's a hard one. That looks like more buying pressure than selling pressure, but I'm going to go with even amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 20.8 signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 16.47 signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 15.64, which is signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.33, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval for AMC, on the Ichimoto, lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. The thinning there's going to be a thinning portion of cloud. Today's more of a thicker portion, a thinning portion starting tomorrow. We are at 678, which is pushing us below being able to see like a push to the $7.80 range, which would take us to get to to break above the cloud today. So it's really this push down here in the beginning portion of the morning is really preventing us from being able to see that 780 price range that we needed to see in order to get additional buying pressure coming in. That does close up the backside of this red cloud here and does suggest that there's going to be upwards momentum going into or after Thanksgiving. On a 4-hour cloud, the same thing on this one. Lagging lines below price line, conversion below base. We would have needed to see to get above the cloud today would have been 955, which is obviously out of the question. It doesn't really close up the cloud very much here for the backside, but does, which means it will probably see a little bit slower of a pace upwards once we do start that momentum swing in the other direction, as we'll need to see this cloud starting to close off a little bit. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. I yield my time back to the back of the big tramp. Thank you, thank you. Let's see here. Congratulations on your extra share there, Chris. 10 shares, your first 10 shares. James of Arizona. So market cap's going to be jacked up right now because if AMC has sold any shares into the marketplace whatsoever, that's going to be reflected. That's not going to be reflected on until we get our announcement, right, on how many shares were sold. So until we get that announcement, market cap's going to be jacked up. I'm guesstimating they're probably going to be selling somewhere around 235 million shares, or not 235 million, I'm sorry, 35 million shares, which is going to put us at around 235 million shares in total, right? So if you were to multiply our current price right now by that amount, 685 times the 235 million outstanding shares, would put your market cap at about 1.6 billion. The answer to your question is we were about 2 billion before the announcement and around the same time that we had the quarterly numbers. So this would certainly be about 400 million less in market cap than where we were at previously. So it is definitely lower. Dr. Zaya says, tentative deal reached on release of hostages held by Hamas, sources tell NBC News.
Oh man, that was so important, the Hamas situation. Now we're pumping.
They needed some kind of good news, right? Brian says Bradshaw. Not sure where that came from. It was like random. Like Terry Bradshaw? Also, I'm so surprised that Doug has not come in this morning rubbing in about how well his team did yesterday. So I had a prediction that Kansas City would win, especially if they were up in how many time of possession at the halftime. They were up on time of possession and up on points at the halftime. And I sent out a couple different messages and I said, man, it's Kansas City's game to lose. And boy, let me tell you, they did try to. The refs tried to help them out a little bit on a couple different plays, but they definitely lost it. It was their game to lose, and they did. So the Eagles pulling through with a big win yesterday. I have to say though, if this is going to be a preview of the Super Bowl, the Eagles are going to have to figure out what to do with the offensive and defensive line for Kansas City, because Kansas City's offensive and defensive line were just absolutely dominating the night last night.
Brian Carpenter was asking. Nana said that Tuffy had picked up a few shares this morning, her dog. Brian Carpenter wanted to know what Tuffy's last name was, and I think he said that Bradshaw perhaps was his last name, Tuffy Bradshaw.
Because Brad, and then I see Nana saying that because he's teasing her because Bradshaw was flirting with her back in 1975.
There you go. I couldn't help but read the messages between you and Mellow Doug yesterday. Both you guys need to step up your game on shit talking, because
I was trying to be very respectful.
Your team's playing very good. Well, yeah, your team's playing very nice too. I'm like, where did these guys learn how to shit talk? This is not how you do it.
I was trying to be very polite, and but you got to remember, I used to be an Eagles fan, so there was no loser in my opinion, because I do like the Eagles. So
your team would score, and then you'd be like, well, don't worry, I'm sure you guys will catch up soon. You're playing very nice today too. I'm like, where the fuck did these guys learn how to shit talk at?
That is not true. That's grossly over exaggerated.
We just have a mutual respect for one another. I got respect for KC, and he's got respect for me.
Okay.
But I had to come in and chime in real quick. I was lurking in the background because I just don't want y'all to hear her teething. It's annoying. So, it was a good game. I'm glad we pulled through.
Yeah, the pivotal moment in my mind was Kelsey getting that ball punched out of his grasp. When that happened, that was a game changer for you guys. I mean, you guys capitalizing on the change of possession and scoring on that changed the whole momentum of that entire game. Because let me tell you, it was not looking good for the Eagles up until that point.
Well, I'll just tell you this. The history of the Eagles this season is we like to shut out people on the second half. So the first half, we're kind of, a little clumsy here and there. But the second half, we kind of get strong. So if we're playing another team that is the opposite of that, we get them every time.
Yeah.
But you're right. Key word, KC. We knocked the ball out of somebody's paper hands.
So first off, you guys were getting trounced. I mean, our offensive and defensive line was trouncing all over your team and making it just.
Don't start now, Casey.
It was horrible.
It's way too late for all that.
It was horrible.
The time for that was yesterday. So don't try to come out all hard and go hard on him now in some effort to redeem yourself. If anybody doubts me, just go back to Discord and read the little love notes these two guys were passing back and forth about their team.
It wasn't love notes. We were just trying to be nice.
We were being very honest about what was happening. I mean, I think it was very.
It's out there. Do your DD, people. Read for yourself, and I'll let you decide.
Here, I'm gonna read. I'm gonna let the people be the judge on this. So my first post came in at around halftime, and I said Kansas City looking like they will have the best time of possession for first half, but honestly, watching the Kansas City offense on Eagles defense, they could rush all night long and win this game. And I said to D-Mel, this game is for Kansas City to lose. Doug came back and said it is not their best tonight, but we will see. 7-17. Chiefs are playing good. I must say, Eagles need to tighten up. And then I came back and said, looks like they did just that. Not looking good for Kansas City now that Travis Kelce fumbled was a key turning point. I mean, it was literally like we were just calling it out like we were seeing it. And then I said, only chance now is a passing game, and I don't like those odds in a wet field. And then I said, good work, Eagles, nice win. That was the extent of what was said. There was no butt kissing.
Did you finish out with X's and O's? Did you put like the kissy emojis on the end?
No, there was no kissing emojis.
X's and O's.
Yeah, no, there was none of that happening at all. No.
You know what I call pirate, Casey? Instigator.
Yeah, for sure, an instigator. Y'all are mentioning the spies dropping, and you can see it broke that level of support that was in here. That level of support was the level that I mentioned to you guys, where If it broke that, and it should be hitting the Bollinger Bands here, should be meeting back up to meet the simple moving average somewhere around that 52 range. If it breaks past the simple moving average, it's going to be that 451.46 number that we're going to be looking for. And if it continues to fall through that, I'm kind of expecting 451.46 to hold up at the end of the day. And I think what's going to end up happening is I think there's going to be a lot of options, perhaps maybe that I think there's going to be some kind of surprise movement in the aftermarket hours of the SPY. I think you're going to see something crazy happen, and it's either going to bounce off 451.46 and head way up, or you're going to see it just break through 451.46 and just start pummeling itself downwards.
Well, I have to agree with you, KC, but I do want to chime in, if I may, real quick. NVIDIA's earnings is after hours today.
Yeah.
Depending on if it's a hit or a miss is what SPY is going to do. It did reach a 455, and the only thing I don't like about it is 459. I'm not going to give the change, but 459 level is the 52-week high. If we retest that and break that 52-week high and make a new 52-week high, then it could cause the sectors to start taking off, which AMC sector now is not, I think it's large cap, isn't it? Yeah, because of the billion. Large cap. So the shorts start losing control when they over leverage in the tech stocks, Bitcoin, and SPY, so to speak. So everyone's betting against SPY right now. There are more puts in SPY to keep price down because they believe it's going to knife down, like me and you are saying. And so if it reverses and goes against everybody, the market maker or whatever, to gain liquidity or collateral and break through and make a new 52-week high, you could see a reversal coming very soon for the big caps, which is AMC, all the tech stocks.
We're not a large cap anymore, unfortunately. We don't fit that category.
So then it'll trickle to the mid cap, but it'll be a little bit. Large caps will get liquidated first, then it comes down to the mid cap and then the small cap. But that's what I see. I'm hoping I'm wrong, because I don't want to see this knife that's about to happen, because it's going to hurt a lot of people, but not AMC people. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it's going to hurt a lot of people, because Bitcoin is going to do the opposite of what SPY is going to do.
Well, right now it's following it. So.
Yeah, the divergence hasn't showed up yet.
So at some point you would expect to see the. So here's my theory, right? My theory is that a lot of held collateral is held up by institutions in cryptocurrencies. So part of the reason why you're seeing those the dropouts in crypto is because they're pulling collateral out to try and pump the market. So because you can't hold collateral, you can't count any collateral held inside cryptocurrencies right now for margin. You just can't.
That's right.
If they pull the money out of the cryptocurrency in order to stabilize the market, then that's why you're seeing the hot mic pepperoni. No problem. That's why you're seeing the cryptocurrencies moving with the market. When would you potentially see a reversal in that? More than likely. So you know how we always say retail doesn't move the market.
Needle.
Retail doesn't move the markets. Institutions do, right? I would say the same thing in regards to crypto as well. I really think that retail is probably the last source of movement that causes price to change on those different currencies. So if that's the case, then even if retail decides that they want to get out of markets and move into, maybe everything gets so toxic that they just want out and they want to move into some cryptocurrency, right? whatever it may be that they decide to move into, probably will not be enough money to move those markets up. And not only that, but that's kind of where institutions are drawing their funds from, right? Like if somebody's coming in and pumping up with real money, your slush fund, then that's where you're getting your money from to withdraw against those positions. So
yes, sir.
In general, retail is screwed. Retail is really, really screwed because they've leveraged a lot of these different cryptocurrencies against the market, right? So if the market decides, if retail in the market decides to escape that by trying to go to crypto, everywhere they run is literally just going to be like the slush funds for financing the failures in the markets. Period.
Yes, sir.
The only way out here is cash, and that's it. That's the only way. And even then, the price of the dollar's falling, right? So there really is no place to. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, there really is no place to run to. Everything's
right. I mean, I'm not just saying this because we're all in AMC. Believe me, I want AMC to squeeze yesterday. But we're still looking real good, and our time is coming closer than you think. I mean, granted, it's been 2.5 years, almost 3. Eventually, the bears will get out of the way, and the bulls will go. And eventually, some of the shorts, the small shorts, I'm not talking about the big wigs, Citadel, BlackRock, Vanguard. I'm talking about the small ones, Casey. They will eventually cover their positions and go long as well, when they start to see the market kind of turning because they don't have any liquidity or collateral to keep it down. Mm-hmm. And so I love the fact that I'm in AMC for 2.5 years, almost 3 now, and this community is because we haven't been shook out of the tree. We're still standing firm, and we've seen this price action before, so this is no alarm to us, regardless of pre-split or after split. This is just them getting at a low before the run-up. And so that's what I'm looking at. Now, as far as what you said with crypto and all that, we do know that crypto has a halving moment every 3 or 4 years, give or take, and that's coming up next year. Well, when crypto runs and does the divergence, then the stock market's going to come down, of course, because all the money is being switched into crypto. And then vice versa. So what you see now with NVIDIA, Tesla, all the tech stocks, and then you see SPY, well, I do believe what you're saying is correct, and I think it's going to hold around 451, 450 level, and then it's going to reverse. But we're going to see something major. It's a breaking point today. We're going to see something major after hours, and then it's going to trickle to AMC regardless of what the news is of either good earnings for NVIDIA or bad earnings because they've been inflating NVIDIA. It passed over 500 yesterday, and that was a breaking point for it. I mean, I believe it's way inflated. And look at our dollar, it's inflated. But long story short, and then I'm going to shut up. I want you to find the article. I need to find it too.
Oh, you find it. No, I don't. Why am I finding it? Why do I got to find this article?
Sorry. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry about that. My wife chimed in, and I told her I'll call her back.
Well, I'm saying you got to find the article. I don't. Why I got to find the article?
Well, I've been trying to find it, but something about Saudi Arabia, $7 billion worth. They're going to swap out of the dollar bill. I need to find that. But I'm on the phone. Remember, I don't have a computer or nothing, so I'm on the phone, and if I switch over, I won't be able to talk. But if that's true, then that's the beginning of the dominoes falling, what me and you talked about almost 2 years ago.
You say Saudi Arabia swapping over to what?
That's what I need to find out.
So you remembered everything about that article except for what they were swapping into. Jesus Christ.
I know, right? Hey, I am not claiming the smartest man in the room. I know my niches, and that's numbers. That's it.
So for anybody who's wondering what I just did there, I just created a Magnificent Seven. So I put up the Magnificent Seven stocks: Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft, or Facebook, whatever you want to call it, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Tesla, all on the list here, so we could kind of watch those to see what's going to happen. But the only one that's really getting the strong pump today right now is Tesla. So Google is the only other one that's green right now. Everything else is down.
Yes, sir. Didn't they used to call it FANG or something like that? FAANG or I forgot, but they used to call it FANG or something like that when you want to look at all of them.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Like the initials.
Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. It was an acronym for FANG. They've got several of them depending upon which stocks you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Catchphrase they use on Jim Cramer shows and some of these other talk shows to try to sound trendy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another thing, Casey. If Jim Cramer comes out and says we're going down, we're going up. No, I'm just playing.
Let's see here.
It's great. I like it. I'm looking forward to after hours. And no, I don't hold any stock in NVIDIA or SPY, but I really pay attention to it because it's detrimental for the stock market, basically.
Dirty just came in and said Bloomberg article: Saudi to swap $7 billion with China.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. So it was China?
Yeah. That's what he put. I don't know. I didn't look it up.
Yes, sir.
Ariel says, didn't somebody start a reverse Kramer ETF? Yes. That is true.
Well, let's see. I want to get it accurate. Okay,
Accurate?
if you pull up... Yeah, I can't even talk right. I'm sorry. I wanted to get the percentage accurate in the SPY fund.
Uh-huh.
NVIDIA holds 3.21% on the top 10 holdings. Microsoft is the whammy at 7.25, and Apple holds about.
Ollie says, hi, Shaw. Why the sudden movement in price? You need to open up the bigger picture and look at everything.
Yeah.
Ollie,
I was just wanting to see NVIDIA.
Stop just looking at AMC only and look at the whole big picture right now.
Mm-hmm. But if you remember, take it way back. I wish we could do it on live. 2008. I wish we could do it live. You know what I mean?
But, live through 2008 all over? you
well,
kind of,
all over.
In a roundabout way, you kind of are.
Not yet. I don't think we will either. I think we're replaying the year that 2000. I can't remember what it was, but we're not doing the 2008 crash. It just doesn't. It doesn't match.
Now, this is everything that's happening to us right now is all unique and different than any other period of time in the past. And there's going to be things that happen this time that have never happened before. So there's all kinds of new things to expect or watch out for. Expect the unexpected is what I like to say.
One of the latest examples of Jim Cramer's trend of being completely wrong on every major topic was him on record saying that the election of the new president for Argentina, that guy would never win. It was just another glaring example of how far out of tune he can be with reality, where they've pretty much overthrown their socialist government and went with the new guy in Argentina. Big news down there.
Yeah.
KC, were you able to record the synthetic price failure breaker on 40%?
Yeah, I mean, I got 686 listed up here. We obviously broke past that.
Yes, sir. So you think they're going for 42.3 or?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, it's never an exact number. It's just a kind of like an in general kind of generalized turning point, right? So 675 is 40.9% down from 1143. It's, you know, there's never an exact number where it does. I mean, the last time we hit 40s percentages, the very last time that we hit a 40 percenter, it ended up being 45.3%. So it's, you know, it's close, right?
Yes, sir.
You never know. The time before that was a 42.9. So
okay,
it's going to be in the ballpark.
Yes, sir. So we're in for a reversal soon, and not financial advice.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because there is 60% failures are always a thing too. It's 20, 40, 60,
Man,
right there. 60 percenters are always a possibility. You know, that's usually the last one is a 60% one, and usually the bigger the swing in the downside, the bigger the swing in the upside. So if you're going to end up seeing a 60% down, to give you an example of the last time that we saw a 60% down, the upside swing on it was 931.6%.
Yes, sir. Right at that 1,000 mark. I love it.
So, I mean, it just depends. It really depends on. There's a lot of different factors that go into whether or not. I mean, if there's shares that are being sold, that's typically one of the reasons why you tend to see like a 60% is that there was shares that were available to be bought. Meaning that somebody is selling. It doesn't necessarily always mean retail, and today is a great example of how retail is buying the dip. But if there are institutions that are selling shares and they can be purchased, then that would be a case where you end up seeing one of those 60% down movements, in which case usually that's going to provide a big rubber band swing the other direction. So it's just more of the game.
I just hope not. That pops it to 458. I hope not.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, KC.
Medro.
Hey, guys. How are y'all doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. News just popped up from Zach's.
Okay.
I didn't know if you guys saw that. AMC Entertainment loses 21.83% in 4 weeks. Here's why a trend reversal may be around the corner. They had a good little article write up trend RSI, and also they restated the fact that they have a Zacks rate of number 2, which means it's in the top 20 of more than 4,000 stocks. So look, it's a good article.
Yeah. I think we read that one last week, actually.
Well, this is actually the follow up to that.
Okay.
The one last week was to state that they had a Zacks ranking of number 2.
Yeah.
Today's is the fact that it's going to be a reversal. Basically a reversal after being down 21% plus in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a good little read. It's encouraging, but I was going to tell you the turkey story before Thanksgiving. If you guys
yeah.
You get ready to see numbers?
Let's hear. No. I got 10 more minutes. You got 10 minutes.
I'll make it quick. Okay. I love to. I don't hunt as much as I used to, but I like to hunt and I like to fish too. But if you guys have never heard of turkey fishing, well, let me fill you in. Anyway, the Mississippi River will flood, and it'll create oxbows, which are these lakes that are created by the flooding. The water recedes, and you have these oxbow lakes. So anyway, me and a buddy, we go turkey fishing. So we take a boat, and a trolling motor, and we'll park the truck, we'll drag it through the woods and get in, and we'll start crappie fishing. All right, so while we're crappie fishing these oxbow lakes, and we're killing, you can kill them. I mean, catch 100 in a day is not a problem. But anyway, this was my first time going turkey fishing, so I brought my turkey gun. So I said, well, fill me in on how to do this. She said, you don't have to do anything, Jeff. Just fish, and every once in a while you make a call. Just make a call and try to get one to gobble. Well, the first time I do it, I let out a couple of yelps, and I heard this gobble, and I like to have freaked out. I'm sitting here fishing, and I'm calling the turkey from the boat. Don't even have the gun in my hands. I'm fishing, and this turkey gobbles. So my buddy, I said, man, troll closer to the bank. Now, around these oxbows, there's nothing but, it's hard to really get on the land where you're at because of the cypress trees and etc. And there was a little hill, so I couldn't see the turkey. So in order to see the turkey, I was going to have to get out of the boat and get on that little hill. Well, I couldn't get out of the boat. So I got close to the shore and I stood up, which is, now I'm big time on gun safety, but I was stupid. And I stood up and I could just barely see the turkey, over the little hill, even standing up in the boat. Anyway, my buddy, trolling motors are funny. And as he was trolling me over, it was a real slow pace, and he forgot which one was stop, and he threw it in full reverse.
Oh no!
I'm standing up. I had my shotgun. I was thinking, I was thinking about taking a shot. So anyway, he throws it in reverse by accident. I fall out of the boat, and of course, the gun's loaded. It's racked. I actually had to toss it in the water because I didn't know which way I was going to fall, and I didn't want it to fall in the boat, and discharge. So anyway, that's my turkey. That's what happened to me turkey fishing.
What ended up happening to the gun?
The gun I retrieved fairly easy.
Okay.
Because it was in shallow water.
Kind of. Yeah,
but
shallow.
I took a good dive in the water. It was cold. It was, March. March. Water was freezing.
I'm like,
but anyway,
how was the gun? How did you fare?
And actually it was my 1897 Winchester pump. It was my grandfather's.
Oh no!
And so I was gonna find that thing no matter what. So it took me a while to get it cleaned up. But anyway, if y'all have never been turkey fishing, that's what it is. So, but we went a few times after, and actually was able to get to the shore and set up and call the turkey and bag it. But it was kind of a neat experience. But I landed in the water. It was funny. It was one of those you had to be there. But that's my turkey story. I was trying to tell you the other day. Not real funny, but it was pretty bad on me.
Shooting boating and shooting sounds.
Yeah,
like
and
good mix.
Of course, we had that. We broke a few rules, had a few drinks, of course, when you.
Oh yeah, that's not good.
You're ignorant and stupid, but anyway, it was a good time. We still plan on coming up there around Christmas, and I'll let you know about the schedule when I get a good idea. So hopefully we can all meet at Green, there at the little village, with all the shops and that, and the saloon or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, sounds
Dance
good.
hall, I think it's. So anyway, we just wanted to holler at you guys, and you guys have a good Thanksgiving if I don't talk to you, but I'll be here on the channel being quiet.
Midro, have a happy Thanksgiving to you too as well.
And you guys too, and be safe.
Midro.
Yeah, man.
That turkey that you sighted on before he went reverse and you took a dive, the turkey that you had sighted, he probably was doing this at you.
Listen, turkeys have unbelievable eyesight. So when I stuck my head up, he saw me. He just didn't know what to think. Because all I could see was just the very top of my eyes up. Because I saw just his head. And they have great eyesight. But anyway.
Papa Max says the moral. Papa Max says the moral of your story is to hunt with smarter boat drivers.
Papa Mac probably knows what I'm talking about. If you ever been with a friend that didn't quite know how to use a trolling motor by hand, it's not foot controlled, it's hand controlled. And when you turn it, and you forget, you can throw that thing, and it had a lot of thrust on it too. So when it went reverse, it took me off my feet quick. So if he would have went slow, I could have handled it, but I wasn't prepared for that. So anyway, well, you guys have a great Thanksgiving, and I'll be hollering at you guys.
All right,
Yes, sir.
take care, man.
All right, bye.
Bye. Real quickly here, we had a very significant spike on the VIX. We were running at around 13. The VIX had this sudden spike up to 1431, and then it returned right back down to around 1360. There was a that spike happened as soon as that spike happened. That was 1038, and then you can see over here on Bitcoin almost immediately thereafter started rocketing upwards right after that happened. So there was a big something that happened here. I pulled up the Magnificent Seven over here real fast just to see if there was any changes going on. I didn't see anything specifically happening. The SPY during that period of time really didn't seem to be impacted too much. Let's see, 1038. Yeah, it kind of started running a little bit maybe after that, but certainly just basically was touching the Bollinger Bands on the way down, meaning it's going to return back up to that simple moving average, and it's still not been able to break past that. So may see that retest of 451.46 after all here today.
Yes, sir. What's mortgage-backed securities?
Up 19%. They're starting to kind of level off a little bit, consolidated after an uptrend.
Got it.
And we're moving into what almost looks like barcoding again here.
Yeah. Go figure. They can't make up their mind. Do we want to go long or do we want to go short? Come on, let's see.
Medro left, but Medro, thank you for the story. I do appreciate it. Also, that was a good story. I've never, yeah, I just don't hunt too much, or at all. I do fish, but I don't really hunt too much.
You got the goatee, you got the face for it, but you just ain't got the hands-on knowledge. We're gonna have to take you out snap hunting, KC.
It's more that I just I can't carve up an animal, man. It's just not my thing.
Oh, all you do is hold your nose, put a clothespin on it.
Yeah. I could do surgery on a person if I needed to, but for some reason or another, I just can't do it to animals.
So you're an animal lover?
No. I do love animals, but I don't. It's not that. It's just I don't know, man. I don't know what it is.
You would soon have to do a surgery on Ken Griffin. You have to change his face.
I'm not a tree hugger. I eat meat plenty. I love meat. So it's not like I have problems with meat or anything like that. I can't dress. It all comes down to a really bad experience the very first time I've ever had to fillet a fish, and it was a really bad experience. And I guess I just can't. I couldn't get past. I can't get past it now. It's stuck in my head.
You cut yourself with the fillet knife?
No, not at all.
He wasn't prepared. He wasn't prepared to see the entrails.
No, I wasn't prepared to have to smash its head in with. No, I wasn't prepared that I had to smash its head in with a brick. My buddy showed me how to cut the gills to before you fillet it, and I kept cutting and nothing was happening. And then my mom says you got to take a brick to its head, and I just kept on smashing, and the thing kept on flopping, and it was horrific. And then my mom was like, "We'll just throw the rest of the fish in the freezer." And I was like, I'm not doing that ever again.
What you have a case here is a case of the blind leading the blind, because I have an immense amount of respect and affection for your mother, as we all know, but mashing the fish in the head with a brick isn't the go-to. It's not the preferred method
Cutting the gills wasn't working either, so there wasn't.
And well, I wasn't going to pile on, but there's no need to cut the gills either. So all of that was, I don't even know where all that came from, but it's interesting. It might have added an element of fun for some people, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to do any of that.
Yeah, so it's no wonder that you have traumatized by the whole experience. I'm surprised that.
Yeah, just get you a chopping knife and.
I just don't ever want to go through any of that again. It's not a good time for me.
You chop the head off. You don't crush the head. Just chop it off.
Yeah. I don't know.
How old were you?
Maybe a sophomore or junior in high school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't even chop the head off of a fish when you fillet it. It takes 2 swipes of a knife to take the fillet off of one side of a fish. You lay it down, swipe your knife 2 times, flip the fish over, swipe the knife 2 times.
He had a live tank, so this fish was not. There's no way you would have been able to do that when he was acting like he was fresh out of the water.
Yeah, that knife that you had in your head, all you got to do is pierce him in the scalp with it one time. Just a quick in and out, and you'll be done.
Yeah.
Casey, do you think you?
But hey, if you want to get a brick, go for it.
What's that? Pepperoni?
Wasn't that Nemo you were trying to kill back in the day?
What's that?
Nemo. Finding Nemo.
Nemo, the fish.
What about him?
Wasn't he the fish you were trying to kill?
No. They were largemouth bass. We had caught so many largemouth bass, and the guy that I went out with was semi-professional. So he knew exactly what bait to use, and he knew exactly where to go. Now he was a catch and release kind of guy, but in my family, we always catch and eat our fish, and so I caught probably 7 or 8 largemouth bass that were really good size. And he had a live tank in his boat, and so when we got back to my house, we were pulling them all out, and I was real proud to show my mom the catch that I had, but it was becoming dusk at the time. We were out really late fishing, and so it was low light. But he showed me how to fillet the first fish, and then he took off. And it was my turn. And it wasn't working. But that's why I don't want to never do it again. It was just too traumatic for me. I didn't like it. Just avoid it. I don't need to do that. I'll just buy my food. I don't need to hunt it.
Well, I didn't want to get into it, but what if you come up a day where there's no food on the shelves and you got to fend for yourself, and you gotta learn how to hunt, man.
No, you don't. You really don't. There's plenty of supermarkets that sell meat. There's no need to learn how to hunt, and plus, there's so many people out there that do know how to hunt, especially in the state that I'm living in. That my next door neighbors will definitely know what to do with. I can shoot an animal, no problem. And if my neighbors have to do the filleting of it, it's not a big deal. So I know how to hunt. That's not the problem. The problem is the after part. And I'm a pretty firm believer that you eat what it is you kill. So I don't hunt for the sport of it. So there's just no sense in me hunting.
It's not for everyone. That's why being a butcher was a career path, a lifetime skill set for many, many years until we got into factory food production.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it still is. It's just not a career path. It's in demand because we no longer do our butchering locally. It's understandable.
I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the back of the Big Tramp back on the screen again. It is time for the numbers, so let's take a look at what we got going on here. Let's see here. I forgot to put up one of these pages here. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time in the morning, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now, we got about 55.4% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 11.29. That is definitely elevated. We're seeing a lot of, for those of you who don't know, the CBOE EDGX is an exchange for options. So that means we're seeing elevated amounts of option action going on right now. In total, the combined numbers between those two is 66.69%, or about 6.69% higher than it should be by this time of the day. Nice. CHX volume is 942 shares, not a whole lot of volume going on there. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume is 1,080 shares, also not very much going on there as well. Taking a look at the total amount of short share interest of the free float on AMC, early an hour ago, there was about 77,000 shares having been returned for the day. That's now showing up as, if this will update, 422,000 shares having been returned so far for the day. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float. Oh, wow. Kind of weird. It should have caused the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop. It didn't. It's at 9.04%, which I find that to be... I think it was 9.1 earlier this morning. That is a little bit of a drop. So it's at 9.04%. The cost to borrow mends at 0.95. Average is 1.7 and max is 6.91%. Shares on loan reported today is at 13.38 million shares. It's about 20,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex didn't estimate that there was any change in short interest due to that. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume that we had so far for the day today is sitting at a $7.50 strike. As of an hour ago, there was 3,000 contracts at 7.5. There's now 5.8 thousand contracts at 7. So the call options strike price has moved down to 7. Highest amount of put volume is at a $7 strike as well. There's 3.7 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 4.2. Market is targeting a $7 close by the end of the day today based off these options. This will more than likely lower that max pain from 8 to 750. Very likely. Taking a look at MMRI, an hour ago it was 282.24. It's now 282.53, so it's slightly increasing. Real quickly, I will note that the spread between the on the 2-year, 10-year yields, the 2 years dropping, and the 10 years are actually still trending upwards here. So it does look like there is a narrowing of the 2-year, 10-year trends or yields currently. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was on this list an hour ago. Let's see if it still is. AMC is still on the list here. I do not see GME on the list here, but AMC has an 80.14% buy to 19.86% sell ratio. Retail is definitely buying this this dip right now. SSR triggers at $6.44. Shares available to borrow is sitting at 2.6 million shares. Let's see. Since the return shares earlier this morning, we've seen another 100,000 shares borrowed for the day. That's about 800,000 shares borrowed for the day. We are actually seeing way less borrowing today than we have seen recently. Fees are at 1% still. NASDAQ is down 0.81, Dow Jones is down 0.2, and the S&P 500 is down 0.35. We have 3,735 decliners to 2,127 advancers. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago and is not on fire like it was earlier. Biggest of the bank movers for the day today. I'm only going to read off the ones that are up up or down 2.5% or more of a change. Let's see here. FRC is up 4%. Silvergate's up 3.33. Zion Bank is down 3.27. And that's about it. Of the Mag 7, only one is green right now. There was two earlier. Ethereum Classic is currently down 1.78, and after the initial drop, it did have a boost back up here, and is starting to stabilize a little bit from where it was at. I'm not willing to say consolidation currently, but it definitely broke the downtrend it was in earlier, and is currently in an uptrend. The DXY, or the US dollar, is coming in at negative 0.08% and trending up. Oil is down 2.21 and is starting a little bit of an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.24 to 0.25 and consolidating. And SPY is down 0.42 and consolidating. VIX is up 0.3 and starting to trend down. VBR is down 0.46 and starting to trend upwards after its initial trend down this morning at market open. VB is up, or down rather, 0.7 and consolidating. Tesla is up 2.24 and consolidating. Amazon is down 2.58 consolidating. Cinemark is down 1.41 consolidating. Doge is down 1.26, and again, same thing as Ethereum Classic had that downtrend and broke the downtrend and is now trending up. Bitcoin is down 0.96, also again broke the downtrend and is currently trending up. GME is down 3.12 and consolidating. HYMC is down 3.15 and trending down. NCMI is up 0.24 and trending up. But the overall analysis of it is suggesting consolidation. Really, the reason it's saying that is because after market open, price dropped significantly down to 4.03 and then trended up afterwards. So, but it's currently in an uptrend. Hood is down 1.29 and consolidating, and AMC is down 6.63 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately $1.5 million more inflow than outflow. 11.85 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. We are in a much, we're almost, in the next hour, we'll probably be beating our volume numbers from both Friday and Monday. We have 11.85 million shares traded so far after, let's see here, 104 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for about 44.43 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. So very good chances at this point that we will not be within that prediction, and we'll actually see volume a little bit higher. Somebody was at ABC, I think Pediatrics, was asking if Adam Aaron was selling shares today or not. I can't speak, until we get a filing stating that the shares that are being sold, or the offering has been completed. There's no absolute way to know whether or not that's the case or not. Although I would suggest that whenever you do see higher quantities of volume, it is a potential possibility that there were shares sold during that period of time. As of right now, some of our momentum downwards, I think, could be attributed to what the rest of the market is experiencing. So, the whole market's down. Everything's trash right now. So part of our movement would be attributed to probably some of that. Whether or not shares are being sold off, it's hard to say. Other than the fact that we do have high volume. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Thank you, thank you. Tammy's back here. Tammy, good morning. Big Show's back here. Good morning, Big Show. Brian says he's going long on cranberries. Roberto says Binance Crypto is talking today about the settlement about lawsuit or investigation from the DOJ. Let me see if I can find that. I wonder if they announced it. Let's see here. I'm looking for perhaps maybe a tweet from Gary Gensler on this, because I know that there was a lawsuit that came out. So November 15th, is this the one?
There's one against Kraken.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, but I was curious as to whether or not he had posted this, and this does not appear to be. Let me try something else here. That's old information. So this is posted 15 hours ago by Senator Cynthia Loomis. She said the SEC cannot continue ruling by enforcement my statement on the Kraken lawsuit below, to which she said the SEC cannot continue ruling by enforcement. Crypto asset companies have repeatedly tried to get guidance from the SEC only to be hit with enforcement actions causing unnecessary harm to consumers. It is time for Congress to pass a regulatory framework to provide clear rules to the SEC on what is a security and what is a commodity. The Loomis-Gillibrand Responsible Financial Innovation Act will rein in the SEC and allow financial innovation to thrive in the United States. And then Boss Blunts posted this out yesterday or 11 hours ago, saying the Securities Exchange Commission names the following crypto as securities in the lawsuit against Kraken. And then the different ones here were Solana, Cardano, Polygon, Internet Computer, Cosmos, Algorand, Sandbox, Decentraland, and Chiliz? I'm not sure how to say it. And then there was something actually I wanted to play earlier this morning. I completely forgot about it, and it just dawned on me that I had this. This is actually. I feel like this is like just somebody saying something that we want to hear, but I'd also like to believe that this is something that should be kind of the general attitude of our politicians, and how they're kind of looking at what's going on. And how they're dealing with the financial markets. But listen to Chip Roy coming in here, speaking on the House floor. I'm not sure how long ago this was. I think initially when I saw this, I looked it up and it was like a couple days old or so. But I thought this was. I like what he's saying, but again, I feel like it's just a lot of lip service. But let me play this for you guys.
And to thwart and stop the reckless spending that is bankrupting a country that can no longer issue debt.
Actually, you know what? I think I started too late here. Hold on.
Thank the Speaker. Thank my friend from Wisconsin for making those really important points. I think the commentary by one of the Republican candidates for president, former governor of South Carolina, I think it was a mistake. As another candidate, the governor of Florida, pointed out, anonymous individuals were key to the founding of the United States. the authors of the Federalist Papers, many of our key founding members wrote anonymously to put out ideas into the public domain and have the government think that they should step in and to censor free speech because they think it might be something that is expedient to achieve other aims which I share, about trying to ensure that we don't have vitriol being shared in the domain and social media, and making sure that we do not pollute the minds of our young. We can achieve focusing on protecting our young and protecting the world against the scourge of these electronic devices and social media without trampling the very free speech that helped found this country. It's a mistake to do that. It's a mistake to empower government over the minds of man, as founder Thomas Jefferson pointed out in saying that he would swear eternal hostility over the mind of men. The fact of the matter is, the republic is in trouble. This country is in trouble, and the time for excuses is over. No more excuses. No more excuses from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but most importantly of all, no more excuses from my colleagues on this side of the aisle. We have had a tumultuous year of sorts, but in the eyes of the American people, they've been watching from afar, wondering when this body, the People's House, will stand up in defense of the people who send us here. When are we going to do what we said we would do? When are we going to stand athwart and stop the reckless spending that is bankrupting a country that can no longer issue debt without having Moody's downgrade our rating, without having a treasury auction that is a borderline failure just last week because the people around the world no longer believe in American debt? Because we are now spending so much money and we have so much debt. We have more debt than we've ever had in the history of mankind. We have more debt than we had at the end of World War II after we exercised wars in 2 theaters to free this world of tyranny. And if we have to exercise our defense against foreign enemies today, and we have to ratchet up more spending to defend not just our country, but to defend the very freedoms under which we operate, we don't have the resources to do it. We don't have the supply chains to do it, because we're sitting around here twiddling, talking about setting up offices of equity. That's what we're doing. And my colleagues on this side of the aisle utterly refuse to actually do what they say they do when they're going to go campaign against critical race theory and diversity, equity, inclusion, and campaign against Mayorkas, and campaign against open borders. And what do? They come into this chamber and they vote down amendment after amendment after amendment to cut spending and to stop funding the very bureaucrats that are undermining the freedom of this country. We have an administration that is at war with the people of the United States, nothing less. The current administration is undermining the prosperity of the American people, and they're doing it on a daily basis. The current administration, the Biden administration, is undermining our ability to defend ourselves under the Second Amendment, undermining our ability to carry out our free speech rights and our First Amendment rights, undermining our ability to live free from crime and free from the danger of dangerous cartels and dangerous gangs flooding across the southern border of the United States. Every single day, another Texan dies from fentanyl poisoning. Every single day, another Texan dies, like last week, 2 Texans, 2 Hispanic Texans who died tragically in a car accident when you had an illegal immigrant moving people across our border into Texas. And you had somebody who was human smuggling, who was speeding and killed these 2 American citizens. When is this going to stop? When are my Republican...
So, first off, like, if you're going to get up and talk in front of everybody and you know, say stuff that is supposed to be meaningful...
We have bills trying to cut spending, and we have games being played in position, and in 17 days... I
don't know if I can get back to it again here, but she was literally smiling as he's talking about people dying, you know, because she's on her phone. Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, there's some lip service in here. I don't know if I can find that spot again. I moved the mouse in just a tiny bit, and it moved like a bunch. But here it is right here. So, like, he's literally talking, and she's like smiling in the background.
To keep spending money to set up funds in slush funds. That's the way this town operates. slush funds.
She must be
backdoor
awoke.
deals,
No,
continuing
I'm
to
just
spend money
playing.
we don't have. I'm sick and tired of it. I didn't come here for second place. I didn't come here.
Yeah, she's trying hard not to smile now, but it's just, I don't know. Anyways, like, but some of the stuff that he's saying there, and I'm not into this whole like playing sides with, blaming administrations or anything like that. And our whole government's crap right now. And he started off good with talking about both sides, but everything sucks, man. It sucks everywhere. So until we start actually seeing them doing their jobs, it's just lip service. You can sit there and cry and moan about how we need to do better, but until you actually do better, you're just saying what people want to hear.
And on that note, KC, Trump 24. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's just. And I wasn't satisfied with anything that happened during that period of time last time he was in. I think we need to move on to people who are just fresh and brand new, and people who are willing to see things different. I think we need to put in a lot of like term limits that get people out that aren't are just in there way too long and shouldn't be there anymore. And it doesn't. They're not doing anything to help change anything. Maybe we consider age limits. I don't know. But there's definitely some things that need to be done, and I don't think moving backwards any direction we've been before is an area where we need to go again. I think we need to move forward onto different things, because everything that we've tried so far has failed epically.
Well, if you study the history, look back at what the stock market as a whole, I mean, every level imaginable, was new world records when Trump was president. That's the only reason why I want him back. He'll change the market again. He's a businessman, not a president.
It takes, if there's any one thing you should have learned over his presidency, it was that while he had every single legislative branch on his side, including the judicial branch,
yes,
he didn't get shit done. When there's a time when you can make things happen is the time when you have everybody on your side, and when everybody is supposed to be on your side and you didn't get nothing done, then you're epically failing, right? It doesn't matter how well the markets are doing. It matters about what changes you're making that are going to help the future. Market movements are things that will change over time. That changes.
Yeah.
It always has cycles where it goes up and goes down. What we need to move towards is making effective changes that are gonna help our future and not just go backwards or into more and more bad decisions being made.
Yes, sir. I do believe, though. How should I say this? I don't want to get my tongue tied. I agree with you. Just let me think about how I'm going to word this.
Why do you think, if he had everybody on his side before, why do you think he's going to be able to accomplish anything different with everybody who's not on his side?
No, it's not about that. It's about
I have an answer for that, KC, if I could weigh in just briefly.
Go for it.
Yeah.
He was a little naive, and his kindness, he was punished for his kindness. He should have cleaned house when he went to Washington. He should have fired every single one of those bureaucrats that held any of those appointed positions and put people in that would follow his orders.
Yes,
he was continually hamstrung, and his authority was undercut. His policies were not implemented because people who said, well, he's the president, he'll be gone in a few years, but I'll still be here.
Right.
I promise you he won't make that mistake again. And a second thought on the matter,
the problem
make no
is,
mistake about
the problem
it.
is what you're saying, though, Pirate, is that he doesn't have the tools that he had before, so he's going in handicapped with his arms tied behind his back this time.
I'm saying is he won't make the same mistake twice.
Everything that he had in order to do the things that you're saying that he should have done, he didn't get done. And because he didn't get those things done the first time around, going in with your hands tied behind your back the second time around is not going to make things better. It's going to make it worse.
We'll see. I know he may have said he was going to make Mexico pay for the wall, and that was probably foolish. It was foolish. But he did make an effort to put up a wall, build it, fund it, and get the construction started. And it's common knowledge now that all of that they reversed all of his policies. Now you have unchecked immigration, and it's already, let me finish. It's already common knowledge that some small areas in New York and other places are voting are making changes to the law to allow these undocumented immigrants to vote. Real simple, it's real clear. Votes were being brought in because the country was waking up and saying, we're done with the foolishness, the unchecked violence, the unchecked, this two-tier justice, all of it needed to stop. And they saw that the Republicans or the conservative base was waking up. And there was, and combined with that, the mass exodus of a great portion of the black vote, which was always been a given for the Democrats. They had to counter that somehow, and the only way they can do that is they're going to let people from all around the world now vote by this open border policy. So what you're going to have now is millions of people who weren't even citizens voting in your elections, and I'll be quiet and say no more.
Well, the way I wanted to word it a while ago was, and I'm glad you gave me this opportunity. I will respect everyone's boundaries, but I just want to say this with a heavy heart. Everything has an expiration date. It doesn't matter what is living, it's going to have an expiration date. It doesn't matter what mankind makes, it's going to be obsolete eventually. The United States started at 1776. And if you start with the greed and power that always repeats itself because humans never learn, a nation self-implodes or goes through a major war every 50 to 100 years. Then after that, a nation doesn't make it except for the Roman Empire past 300 years. So it's inevitable. We've got the president holds no weight.
Wait. Say that again. Wait. I'm so confused. You're saying nations don't make it past 300 years?
Nations that are birthed, the only one that made it past 300 years was the Roman Empire before Greece took them out.
Whatever. I can't agree with that.
Oh, okay.
That's factually, that's very factually incorrect. There's so many nations right now that exist right now that have existed longer than 300 years. So many.
I believe you were saying in a position of power, Casey. Having a position of power over
power, not the way you're talking about, Casey. I'm talking about in the position of power.
Okay.
World powers like superpowers, the United States of America is not going to be number one all the time of living. Let's put it that way.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Okay. So to finish, because I had to think clearly of how I'm going to say this to respect everyone's boundaries and not step on anyone's toes, and just to give a thesis, a metaphor, a cliche, and take it with a grain of salt. 2076 will be 300-year anniversary for the United States of America if we make it. Correct? The president we have now, the president don't hold as much weight as Congress does. What needs to change is our Congress seats. The president has the power to cease a war or cause a war and do vetoes and also executive orders.
The president doesn't have a power to go to war. D. Mello.
He can declare war is what I meant. And you got to catch my words. I'm saying them wrong. That's why I'm trying to slow down because I'm almost done. But what I'm trying to say is no matter what president we get in office, KC has a certain point. They have to reverse what has been done in order to change for the future. And if it's too bad, you only get 4 years, like Pirate was saying, or 8 if you're lucky. And they know this. So that's why the timeline is every 10 years we go through a major change, so to speak. And we're coming up on 2024. So do the math. When was the last time we had World War II? When did World War II start?
It would have been after 29, like 30, 20s, 30 something. I don't remember.
For who?
Sir?
Let's look it up.
Start for who? Different countries came in it at different points.
39 to 45.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, there you go. So in your own heads, do the math. We're at 2024. Since Biden administration and Congress and the changing of heads, we've had Russia and Ukraine. We've had Israel and Hamas. You know what I'm talking about. And possibility in the near future, China and Taiwan. It's all a way to control propaganda and make you look left while they're doing things right. Russia wants the Black Sea trade. China wants Taiwan. And the United States of America, I don't know what they want, but we're aiding everybody when we're self-imploding inside. We don't have the backing that we're giving everyone. And that's dangerous territory. And one more thing, and then I'm done. And I appreciate KC allowing the respect and the boundaries of letting me speak. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
They're trying to get rid of the middle class so then they can control the poor better. If you have people rebuking and rebucking, you can't form them into what you want them to do. So therefore, the propaganda is basically going all the way back to the pyramids. You have a poor class and you have a rich class. There's no in between. Eventually, they want total control. And that's why I stand on this with everyone that can hear my voice. Fight for the Bill of Rights. Fight for the constitutional rights that America was birthed on. The home of the free. I might be saying it backwards because I'm so compassionate on it, but our freedom.
Sound like Biden now. Land.
Yeah. Land of the free and home of the brave. We need to get back to our forefathers and our fundamentalities of the Bill of Rights, the constitutional rights, and quit trying to deviate from that, because that's how our nation was birthed. And that's all I got to say about that. I love America. I fought for our freedoms. I'm sure we've got many military in here. KC's mom and dad fought for our freedoms. Remember that, because they're always trying to take our freedoms. We've got to keep them. Thank you, KC.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. Yukon's got something he wants me to play for you guys. I don't know if this is going to be... I'm not going to post up the image here. It probably would be funnier if you saw the image, but it's like 31 seconds here. This is just to kind of change up the mood a little bit here. 1 second. Let me play it.
Now look, a picture was leaked on social media of me activating Jerome Powell's money printer as an expert on the mushroom tip and honestly, all forms of shrooms. Let's just say I was hopped up on that good shit from China. I look like a gosh darn toadstool. What do you expect? I was able to stroke Jerome into printing another pallet's worth of cash to ship to Ukraine, so it worked out. Now,
I played it on the live stream so everybody could hear it on the live stream there. Unfortunately, whenever I play anything, you have to go. If you hear me say I'm going to play something, you got to switch over to the live stream, otherwise you won't be able to hear it. But yeah, that was obviously a AI version of no, Robert was not real.
Janet Yellen, that was beautiful, man.
Yeah, it was Janet Yellen. It was all just fake.
Thanks, Yukon. That was funny shit right there, man. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. Good times, Janet Yellen. Speaking of Janet Yellen, where is Yucca this morning? I have not seen Yucca yet. I'm kind of wondering.
That would be great.
I'm wondering if Yucca's got himself a McDonald's or a Dunkin' Donuts kind of day to day.
I'm sorry, Casey, if I was out of line. I get passionate about that.
Hey, man, that's fine. No, there's no out of line. It was just you're just talking about how you feel. That's cool. We're all have the ability to be able to think the way that we want to think, and that's great, right? Those are the freedoms that we have, and especially the ability to be able to express those feelings or those thoughts is probably even more cool. I like that.
Yes.
Looks like we found a little bit of a bottom here at $6.59. At $6.59, that is a 42.3% drop in price from $11.43. I'm not saying that's a specific turnaround point, but when we hit $6.86, that was a 40% drop in price, and we are seeing additional amounts of volume today at 15 million shares so far. I wouldn't have expected to see this kind of volume today, so there's some activity here.
See?
Frank, by the way, I caught your comment earlier about the three of a kind. I wanted to comment on that earlier when you dropped that comment, and I don't remember if I moved into numbers or what it was exactly that got me off of it, but I caught it. I did see it. For those of you who are wondering, maybe you saw the comment earlier as well. Last night I was playing cards with these guys.
He screwed it all up. He forgot the punchline because we call it the Hunter. We gave that a nickname, but called the Hunter.
Yeah, the
anytime,
Hunter.
Anytime somebody's playing against KC and has a pair, and then they catch the third one, making it three of a kind on the last card. He does all the math about how it statistically should have never happened, and we saw firsthand how venomous he got towards his own son when. Not once, not twice, but three times Hunter used that move to take all of his money. So now if you catch three of a kind, if you catch the three of a kind on the river card, it is hereby called the Hunter in honor of how many times he played his dad.
Especially on the river. Especially on the river. That's the worst part about it. Yeah.
You can always recognize it by the following 30 minutes of conversation. Five hands will have transpired and passed by, and KC will still be going on and on and on about all of the mathematical reasons why it should have never happened. If it doesn't come with that speech afterwards, then wasn't truly a hunter. That would be known as a false hunter.
Yeah. I did see it though, Frank. Frank beat me in a hand last night in poker and wiped me out, and I was like, I'm done. So I walked away. Because after that point, you're just steaming.
You realize what the odds were of you catching that card? Do you know mathematically the chances are that if you take pi times square and divide that times the river card, and I can show you. Let me get my slide ruler out here for a minute. Here's a whiteboard. Let me show all you guys why that should have never happened. Meanwhile, they're just taking Casey's money. Yeah, that's like I said. If you get that whole, you really, in order for you to identify that as a hunter, what we call the hunter, You have to see the speech afterwards for confirmation. Otherwise, you can find yourself labeling it a false hunter.
So
Whatever.
numbers don't work on cards, Casey. Is that true?
Oh, they work great. They absolutely work. That's why there's so many people from MIT that like to play, that like to go to the casinos and play, because the numbers are actually really good for playing cards. You got a lot of really smart MIT guys out there who are making tons of money in poker.
Man, I wish I could read cards.
Well, for those of you, I'm sure this joke will fall flat for many, but if you're there to see it in real time, it's a thing of beauty, because you can just see that last card hit, and you can hear the air come right out of Casey's lungs, and then while his opponent is taking his money, you can just see him biting his tongue, and it's like the blood's boiling up in him. You're like, come on.
Actually,
come on.
You're really wrong.
There'll be this awkward silence. There'll be this awkward silence for a while, and then right as the cards are being dealt for the next hand, you'll get the old, that shouldn't have happened. And I'm like, here we go.
I actually really don't. The only time it gets me is when it's Hunter. Nobody else really gets me like that. I normally don't really care. I mean, especially when it's the only time it really, really bothers me the most, I think, is when it's for like real money. That's the worst part. Because then it's like actual real pain, right? Like when you're getting actual money taken away from you on a really bad beat, that's the rough time. But when it's just play money, I just like giving people out. I like razzing people for sucking out on bad hands.
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is Hunter has played you for real money.
No, he hasn't.
Has won.
No, he hasn't. I don't think Hunter and I have ever played for real money yet, and I don't think, I don't know. I don't think he ever would, to be honest. I don't think he would ever put up his own money to play against me.
Wow.
I think he knows. I think he knows his dad is really competitive when it comes to real money, and so I think he would probably avoid that.
All right, play for AMC shares, Casey. Put it on live. You and Hunter.
Yeah, I've always told my boys. I've always said, if you guys ever want to play for real money, I'm okay with that. But if you lose, you lose. There's no takes,
Mm-hmm.
no takes backs, no takey backies. Frank said, I got a lecture and I loved every minute of it. Let's see here.
I don't like that trigger price today. It's too close.
Where is the SPY right now? 452.61. It's coming back up a little bit. The lowest it got to is 451.96. It's kind of consolidating right now.
Yeah. But we're only, 20 cents away from that trigger price?
Right this second? Hold on a second. Nah, it's like a little over $1. 451.46 is what I was kind of saying. Like if it comes down and settles down at the end of the day anywhere really, probably like within 50 cents or so of that, like if it settles on like a 452 close, that would probably be pretty damaging going into tomorrow, I would imagine.
I'm sorry, I was talking about AMC.
Taking a look at the let me see here. I mean, it already fell past the level of support on the SPY that the trending levels, upwards trending level of support that the SPY had. It's already surpassed that and is kind of trading and consolidating below it. Although on the way down, it did trigger a TD9 on the 1 hour, which could mean that we might see that reversal happening, and it could start driving back up here. It could close up higher than where it's at right now.
True. Where's the volume sitting at?
19.42 million in volume, which is, let me see what kind of pace that is. Hold on a second.
40, probably.
Let's see here. 170 minus 30 minutes. So let's call it 141 minutes into the trading day. It's on pace for about 53 million shares traded today. So,
Wow. Okay.
that's really low volume.
Mm-hmm.
That's very low volume.
For a SPY, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Volume predicts price. You still got that those signals that you used to show on live that the market maker used to use?
Yeah, I still have this.
Yeah, you
this
put it
one
on there a long time ago for AMC, remember?
Yep. The list of market maker signals.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
They still use those.
Yeah, I mean, I think these numbers have been kind of like a long standing signal that they use to kind of identify which direction they're going to be moving or what they need. I don't think those signals ever change. I think they're pretty consistent.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I'm waiting for that 2100 to show up a lot.
Yale says, Casey, do you look at the Russell 2000 to gauge the overall market? I definitely look at it every single morning. So when I go through the numbers in the early morning portion of the day, you'll probably see me pull up this screen right here every morning. When we look at this, I'm looking at a lot of the future market quotes, and the NASDAQ or the Russell 2000 is definitely in there in the list of that, and that's definitely one of the ones that I'm looking at. It is down pretty heftily right now. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think a lot of the tech companies are going to be in that micro Russell 2000. If I'm not mistaken, I think. Is that right? Hold on a second. Let me look at the different stocks here. I always forget. Hold on. Let me check it out and see. I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. Yeah.
Okay.
There's going to be there are some tech stocks in that Russell 2000.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I look at it every single morning when I'm looking at the numbers. We have about 5 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers again. Twisty says, Casey, was the end of dilution announced? Could there have been more sold than just the other day? Could it still be open? I mean, until we get the filing that states that they've finished the share offering, then yes, there's still the possibility that shares are being sold. Anytime you do see large quantities of volume, that could certainly be a possibility. And right now, we are definitely seeing a rise in volume right now. But in regards to like why we're down in price for the day to day. I think that it's a market wide move down as well. So if there are shares that are being sold into the marketplace, it could be in conjunction with the overall market just being down. So I don't think it's just directly just one thing.
I think we got a hit piece on AMC. Came out 23 hours ago. You might already know about it. It says AMC stock could stay grounded, says Barrington. It's on tip ranks.
I'm putting in a poll here. Somebody requested a poll. I'm going to put in let's see here. Let's put in I'm not sure if there's other ways to do this, but I'm putting in a poll here. Are you making a Thanksgiving Day turkey? I'm giving you 3 choices for yes and 1 choice for no. Traditional oven baked, deep fried, smoked, or no. There may be other ways to make a Thanksgiving Day turkey, but I'm not sure what those might be. I'm sure everybody's probably gonna throw in deep fried. I always like talking about deep fried turkeys. If you're doing deep fried turkeys, please remember that there's 3 different ingredients to a fire: oxygen, a fuel source, and ignition or some kind of flame. If you're going to be making a deep fried turkey, guys, remember that if you can remove one of those sources for a fire, then what you really want to do is remove a source. So when you're going to dunk that turkey into the oil, make sure you turn off that flame that's underneath the burner, because if you get boil over on the oil, all you need is that flame to ignite it and start that fire. So it's really simple to just turn off the flame, and then you've reduced one of your your chances of having some kind of catastrophe happen are greatly reduced. And then of course, if there is any kind of oil boil over, which if you've done it correctly, you shouldn't have a whole lot or any, you can always wipe down the pot that you've got the oil in before you ignite it back up again and start it back up to heat. So it's really, really simple to do that. It's probably one of the most classic mistakes given is that people try to dunk their turkeys while they still got the flame going. Bad idea.
I'll be removing the oil. Would that
Yucca, good morning to you, sir. How are you doing today?
Yeah. How's everybody doing? How's everyone?
I'm doing good, man.
All right.
Better that you showed up. No.
Oh, thanks. I'll be removing the oil.
Yeah, that's that's not going to cook me anywhere very fast. That's a little bit of a problem.
Uh-oh. Bad idea then.
One thing I've never thought about before, and I'm sure it's something that could be done, but it would change your cook rates, I would imagine, is that you could I guess feasibly and I never thought about doing this, but you could feasibly put the turkey into the oil before it's heated up and then heat the oil. But the problem is it's going to severely alter your cook times, and I wouldn't even know where to begin on cooking it correctly if your cook times are thrown off like that. So to me, it just seems a lot easier to just turn off the flame and then dunk your turkey. wipe down any excess oil that may have spilled on the sides of the pot, and then light your flame back up, and you're good to go. Yes. Polito says also thaw out your turkey before frying it. Absolutely. You don't want to have water and boiling oil do not mix. Not very well anyways. I mean, they do mix, but just violently.
I have a question for Yucca. Is it okay, Casey?
You don't have to ask me.
Whoa, wait. No oil is needed with air fryers, so that would work.
Yeah, I guess. Do you have an air fryer big enough for a turkey?
We have multiple air fryers. We can chop up the
There you go.
turkey in 100 pieces.
Yeah.
There you go.
Why not?
I was gonna see, are you cooking yours with mushrooms or no, Yucca?
You know what? I'm not making any turkey. I'm not cooking a turkey.
Aww.
Sorry.
A ham?
No. Nothing.
Wow.
We'll figure it out. Maybe just drive through at the McDonald's. Who knows?
Mm.
You better not.
Yeah, we're not making anything. We'll see. No big deal. It's every year is like that.
Brian says you are a turkey. Wow, I'm surprised. No, 40% of you are saying no, that you're not cooking a turkey. I don't know why I'm that surprised. I mean, I figure most people go over to other people's homes to eat turkey. So, guys, we are definitely moving down towards 644, which is going to be where SSR's trip today. And I don't have my blue line set at the right spot here. Give me 1 second. Let me put it there. But 644 is where SSR trips today. And definitely looks like that's where they're wanting to take this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have another 8 page. There we go.
Low volume and price going down means what?
Well, we got high volume and price going down, so there's something going on here, right? There's somebody's selling, but we can see that based off of retail's orders right now, retail's buying the dip. So it's either institutions that are selling right now, or we have perhaps maybe there is some share dilution going on. One of the two. Not sure which.
Has anybody ever had a donkey meat?
No, sir.
like
No.
donkey burgers.
No.
No.
Deb's saying that wouldn't work with the oil and heating up the turkey. I would never even suggest trying it in the first place, but yeah, it's heating it up that way would probably not be a good idea.
I think Brian's having donkey burgers.
Donkey burgers?
Donkey, yes. Donkey,
Why,
you know.
why do you say he's having donkey burgers? Oh, because he called you a turkey?
No, because he owns a donkey, remember?
Okay.
I think it's prime. It's ready to go. It's ready to be cut. Don't mess with Nacho, he says. Well, I wouldn't be having any of that donkey because I know that Fu has been riding it naked, so keep me away from your donkey meat.
Gross.
Sounds like UPS delivery guy's got a joke here. He says, "How do you keep a turkey in suspense? I'll tell you later."
That's the joke right there.
Yeah, how do you keep a turkey in suspense?
That's a joke right there.
You are kidding me. Come on, Casey.
Huh?
Hello, guys, by the way.
Yeah, he just got. You just got, KC. That makes you the turkey because you're in suspense.
Yeah,
there we go. I'm the turkey. Wah, wah.
Unbelievable.
Content, where's your soundboard?
Wah, wah. That's it. I'm the turkey. I am what I eat.
Censor Content's trying to find a soundboard for you, Casey.
All right, I'll wait.
Give it a moment of.
I'll wait. I'll wait to do the numbers until after he plays the soundboard.
Hey, little girl, is your daddy home? Did he go and leave you all alone? I got a bad desire.
That's a creepy song.
Yeah, I
Hey,
don't.
little girl, are
get
you
the-
all alone? What
I don't get the reference on that one at all.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
like creepy.
Okay, moving on. Time for numbers.
Numbers.
Numbers time. How about that? Let's see here.
2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 6, 4, now, 4, now, 5, 5, now, 4, 4, 4, now, has 84.
All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Looks like we got about 54.62% going through off exchange, EDGX at 11.96. The EDGX is extremely high today. That's going to be our some of our options volume right there. That's 66.58 combined between the two, or about 2.58% more than it should be. I'm sorry, wait, that's not right. Yeah, that is right. Wait. No. I'm sorry, 4.58% more than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1,387, and for AMC, and then GME's CHX volume is 1,441. Both of those numbers are very low. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 422,000 shares having been returned. It's now 302,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to slightly rise to 9.05%. Cost to borrow min is at 0.95, average is 1.75, and max 6.91. Shares on loan for the day today is at 13.38 million shares. That's approximately 20,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that in regards to closed short interest that there was no change. So not enough shares were returned in order to estimate any kind of change on that number whatsoever. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $7 strike price. As of an hour ago, there was 5.8 thousand contracts at 7. There's now 7.3 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of put volume is at a $7 strike as well. We went from 4.2 thousand contracts an hour ago to 6.2. Market really is targeting a $7 close by the end of the day today, but we're not really looking like we're going to be closing at that price. It does seem like we'll be underneath 650, the rate we're going currently. MMRI for the day today is at 282.53. An hour ago, it's now 283.22, so it's going up a little bit. 22. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see here. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list, and AMC was on here earlier this morning and is still on here. We have an 83.4% buy to 16.6% sell ratio. Hands down, the largest buy-sell ratio out of any of the stocks on the top 30 list here. GME did not manage to make this list. SSR trigger price is at $6.44. Shares available to borrow is at 2.6 million shares. That has not changed in the last hour. In total for the day today, we've seen about 800,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 1%. NASDAQ is down 0.72, Dow Jones is down 0.21, S&P 500 is down 0.25. We have 3,852 decliners to 2,075 advancers. The market is more declining now than it was an hour ago. Not quite on fire again yet. Taking a look at some of the biggest bank movers, plus or minus 2.5% or greater. FRC is up 44%. Silvergate is up 3.33. And let's see, Zion Bank is down 3.07. That may be the end of all the ones that the biggest movers, plus or minus 2.5%. Ethereum Classic is down 1.3 and trending up. The US dollar is up 0.03 and trending up. Oil is down 2.21 and consolidating currently. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.2 to 0.21 and consolidating. And then ever since this big bump up here and then drop right back down, the VIX has been trending down ever since then. It's been gradually going on. Something happened right here. VBR is down 0.61 and consolidating. VB is down 0.68, consolidating. Tesla's up 2.62 and trending up. Looks like it's starting to move into a phase of consolidation after its trend up that it had. Amazon is down 2.19 and trending back up after its downtrend earlier this morning. Cinemark is down 2.08, trending down. Doge is down 1.58 and consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.41 and trending up. GME is down 4.02 and trending down. HYMC is down 3.24, trending down. NCMI is up 0.24 and trending up. Hood is down 1.23 and consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend. AMC is down 8.85 and trending towards that 644 SSR tripping point and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today. We have approximately about $2.9 million more inflow than outflow. 17.23 million shares traded so far for the day today, and that's after 200 and is that the right number yet? 170. No, it's 163 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 41.22 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We earlier this morning in the pre-market, it was signaling for less than a 5 to 25 million share traded day. The chances of us being underneath 25 million is pretty slim at this point because we only have about 2 more hours before our average pace ends up being pretty darn close to what we're going to see for the end of the day today. So if I had to guess, we'll definitely be somewhere between 30 and 40 million based off of our current volume numbers. I would suggest that that's probably a pretty good guesstimate between 30 and 40 million. But we should break below 40. But that's going to be significantly higher than what I was anticipating. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure. It's hard to say. Looks like more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 16.88, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 10.59, extremely low oversold signal. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 6.8. That is really, really, really super low on that. And we're also printing a TD9, as you can see here on the chart on this 30-minute interval, which means we should see a reversal incoming here pretty soon, at least within the next 30 minutes or thereabouts. And you can see we're also crawling all over this Bollinger Band on the way down, which usually means price is going to start heading back up towards that simple moving average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 17, which is signaling oversold. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the Big Tramp. Thank you, thank you. %41 of you are doing traditional oven baked. I would assume that if you're doing a bag cook or a bagger, what's the other one? If it's going in the oven and it's going in it with something else, it's still an oven bake. So yeah, Barbecue grill won't get hot enough. I feel like I have seen. Yeah, if you haven't done, by the way, if you haven't done an oven bag, I think ever since my wife started doing the oven bags, she hasn't gone back. So those oven bags are pretty good. We also don't do. We try to leave our oven open for baking other small goods for Thanksgiving. So we have a separate turkey cooker that we use, and it just sits on our kitchen countertop, and then in a bag and just cooks all day. And she's doing.
He was talking about.
She's doing the
cooking pizza on the barbecue grill.
Oh, okay.
He was talking about pizza, frozen pizza.
Yeah, I think I actually have seen turkeys cooked on grills before, and I guess that would be another method. It's not very often that I've seen that happen, but some people do it. Low and slow, and then just basically no smoke. Some people have barbecue grills that do smoke, but it's not really. It's not gonna be like, I wouldn't really consider it like the real smoking, but it's not bad. Papa Max says we're the first half of October FTDs announced. Let me check and see here. As far as I know, they have not been released yet. I'll check 2 different sources for that information for you. Give me 1 second while I look. Ortex is not listing them, but that doesn't mean that they weren't reported yet. Let me check one other location. Yeah, no. I don't see them. There is a specific file to go to that you can look it up to see if they've been listed or not. I'm not going there. I'd have to probably look up a little bit in some of my resources to find the exact page to go to, but on most of the reporting sites that I look at that do report that information, they're not showing it, so. Papa Max says AMC hits new 52-week low. Article just went out. Yeah, I mean, once we broke below 705, that would be the case. Cuban style turkey. Kevin says, how long do you expect this pain to last? It's always been the same answer, Kevin. Wait until you see either banks or hedge funds, doesn't really matter, or both, walking out with their stuff in boxes. The pain they will continuously short down the price nonstop, relentlessly, until they're out of business. Hey Casey, do you have any comparison of a company of similar revenue who also did around 1.7 billion in Q3, and what their valuation is versus AMC's valuation? Just curious what our valuation would/should be. I mean, that's a tall order to try and find something like that, JM. So I don't know. I'd have to do some searching. It would take me a bit to try and see if I could find something. I think the way I would go around doing that is probably looking for. I would probably try to start with maybe like the market cap and filtering down to market cap, and then seeing perhaps maybe like, I'm sure I could probably figure it out, but it would take me a while to figure out if there was anything exactly similar. I can't tell you this. We actually, I think we did look up market. Somebody had me looking up market cap and something else the other day. And I want to say that there was only like 9 or 10 other companies that had a similar market cap with short interest close to the same as what we had. Because I think that's what it was. We were looking at market cap and short interest, and I'm not suggesting that short interest would apply, but considering the idea that our market cap and our short interest only applies to like 9 other companies, 9 or 10, I think, other companies, probably means that the chances of me finding what it is that you're asking for is probably pretty close to non-existent. I don't know why you would say that they've already covered when 9.1% of the short interest is a short share interest of the free float. That doesn't even make sense. And of course, we all know that that's just the reported amount, right? There's going to obviously be more than that. Yeah, Papa Max says the article that just mentioned the 52-week low states short interest is 9%. Yeah. So this is the fallacy, and a lot of people suggesting that they could just lower the price to the point to where they could just close out all their short interest. I want you to think about for a second, what would closing out short interest mean? First off, closing out short interest would involve buying shares. If there was buying of shares, you would see price moving upwards, not downwards. So the buying of shares obviously has not been the case. There could be buying of shares into dilution, and in which case, and I think this has probably been some of the cases to what we've been seeing. There probably has been closing of some positions. Now, what you have to remember is that what's the point in shorting a company, especially if you're shorting it into bankruptcy? And the whole point behind shorting a company into bankruptcy is that you never end up having to pay a dime in taxes for your positions that you made money on. So why would you close them? Why would you close your positions if you felt you could win in a situation where you could bankrupt the company? And so this is the fallacy in the idea behind anybody who's trying to suggest that the short interest is closed out and that they're closing their positions. Well, then that means they've given up, right? And if they're giving up, that means price should be rising, but that's not the case. That means that they haven't given up. So what's the alternative to that? And the answer is that if price starts moving up, they're going to have to start borrowing tons of shares. And when they start borrowing tons of shares, you're going to start seeing short interest rise massively. So, it may look like it's low right now, but if price starts moving up exponentially, then you would start seeing that short interest numbers rise, as well as the borrowing of shares rising as well. And if there were no shares left to borrow, God forbid, if there were no shares left to borrow, then you would start seeing whatever could be borrowed, and then cost to borrow rates would start rising through the roof. And it would be a very out of control situation. %40 of you guys. I almost want to hold another poll and ask of the 47% of you that say no, are you planning on having Thanksgiving somewhere else? Or I'm kind of curious, like how many people that are actually watching are celebrating. Did I say Christmas? Thanksgiving. Sorry.
Well, Casey, I'm sure I won't be celebrating no Thanksgiving, so.
Yeah, pepperoni.
I'm the 1%.
There you go. Well, will you make a pizza in honor of all those of us who are celebrating?
I have to see if I can find some pineapple next by, but I'm sure I'll do it.
Now you'll have to find somebody to eat it too.
Well, I don't think I'll have a problem with that. I'll just freeze it and mail it to Pirate because he's the one that's killing me with the...
I'm sure he would appreciate that. That pineapple pizza would go really well with the ham that he's going to be cooking up for Thanksgiving. Funky Pizza says he's baking a ham. Ah, there we go. Okay, I gotcha. It's doing the same thing as Pirate. Maybe that's where that 40%, 47% of y'all maybe that's what you're doing instead. JM says there's been an effort lately on X to get people to sign a petition to enact a temporary ban on short selling. Seems to spring up every now and then, but never enough steam behind the movement. I did retweet that out. I think this weekend when I saw it to put it out there just so people would see it. I haven't signed up for it. I didn't sign on to it, but I think I will. I just haven't done it yet. Hey DW, that sounds awesome, man. Volunteering at a homeless shelter, not cooking for you for others this year. That is really, really awesome. The title for the live stream for the day-to-day was what are you thankful for? And man, I'll tell you what, giving to others is probably one of the coolest things you could possibly do on Thanksgiving. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Brian's doing a full-on brisket? Dang, Brian. I'm smoking two this year. If I had to vote, I probably would have done the smoked section. I normally do deep fried. This year, my wife and I were watching. What is the name of that YouTube channel? Something having to do with like religious meats or something. I can't remember what it is. I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, we were watching a local Texas guy who was doing smoked turkey breast. And I was like, I could do that. And then my wife was like, well, you're going to need all the rubs that he's got. And I was like, well, all right, if you buy them, I'll do it. So she bought this whole box full of different rubs and a brine that I've got to do and everything. So I'll be smoking turkey while you're doing brisket. I love the way that deep fried turkeys come out. The problem is that I always have a hard time figuring out what I'm going to do with the oil afterwards.
First thing you do is let it completely cool.
Oh,
You
yeah.
don't need to be in a big rush.
Yeah.
While it cools, all those hard cracklings will fall to the bottom. And if you're careful with it, you can put a filter on top of the can that it came out of and pour 80% of it right back into the jug and use it again.
So I tried that the first time that I ever did. No, actually, I think it may have been the second time that I ever did a deep fry. I used cheese because I went on the internet to try and figure out what's the best way to do it. So I used cheesecloth and coffee filters to filter it, which was a little much. It took a long time to do, but I finally got through it. It was kind of painful to get through, but the one problem that I had was that when you store that used oil, even though you filtered it out, you got to store it someplace where it's like a nice temperature year round.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I
that's
lived
true.
at the time I was living in Phoenix, Arizona, so I kept it in my garage, and that didn't turn out so well. So, but we're here where I live now in Texas. It might fare a little bit better. But you're right though. You should be able to filter it and reuse it, most of it, if you can keep it in a cool, dark place.
What Wow really said in the stream chat is true. If you take it to any Jiffy Lube or oil change place, they'll take it for free. So if you don't do nothing but just pour it all back into the can, nasty crap and all, take it to your Jiffy Lube, and it's gone forever, back into the recycle system.
Are you sure? Have you tried it? Because I think I went in and asked them one time, and they said that they wouldn't take cooking oil.
Well, I took oil out of a Bobcat, out of a machine, and it's the same oil. It's peanut oil.
Okay.
They took that, so I don't know why. And that's another thing too.
I don't
know if you're aware or not. There's a big difference between peanut oil and regular vegetable oil. Peanut oil has a much higher burn temperature. So I would encourage your listeners, your participants here, to pay up, and the cheapest source for that's usually Costco.
Yeah, it's
peanut oil is.
I can't imagine cooking in anything else.
Superior.
Yeah. That's the number one go-to is peanut oil.
I put two things in chat earlier. You were busy doing numbers, but one of which is a newbie mistake is people fill the oil bucket up when they boil it, and they forget that the turkey's going to displace oil. So when they dip that big turkey in there, it boils over. So what you have to do is you have to put your turkey in the pan, then fill it up with water, mark it where it is on the pan or make note of it, then pour it all out, and then you'll know exactly how much oil to put in there, and still be able to, when you put your turkey in there, the oil will come up around it.
Yeah.
Or regardless whether you use the water method, if nothing else, just leave plenty of breathing room at the top of that can, so that when you dip that 18-pound turkey in there, that oil, because I can't tell you how many times I've seen people who didn't know any better trying to dip the oil out, and the oil's already at 350 degrees, and it just turns into a little bit of a goat rope. So.
Yeah.
And the third thing I put in there that's probably the most important is people just leave that burner go and go and go. That temperature of that temperature needs to stay in a preferred range. I think it's 350 degrees. But once it starts getting higher than that, you get into what's called, the flash point. You science freaks know about the flash point, so people need to be real careful.
Funky Pizza says, "Flush it; it'll be fine." Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine how much of a. Yeah, do it. Make sure you do it on your. If you have 2-story house, do it from the second floor.
Right. Put it in the garage next to your newspaper collection, where you collect all your newspapers and comic books.
Oh man.
What we used to do was we would have our guests bring birds with them, because it's such a production to get that oil and all that set up. So we would cook the turkey for everyone to enjoy, and then we would cook 2 or 3 more for them to take home. So the oil was already hot, and it 3 minutes per pound, I think it was. If you were one of my guests, I'd happily cook your turkey for you, and then you just covered it with aluminum foil and took an entire bird home with you.
Yeah. I did one year after I got done.
You can cook 3 turkeys. You can cook 3 turkeys as easily as you can 1.
Yeah, 1 year after I got done with the turkey cook, I wanted to use the oil for something else, and so we made deep fried ice cream like they have. Have you ever been to El Chorritos?
No.
Okay, there's a restaurant chain out there. I'm sure there's probably multiple places that have it, but if you've ever had deep fried ice cream, it's really, really super good. And so I thought I'd give it a go to try deep fried ice cream, and it was okay. It turned out good, but it wasn't restaurant good. It wasn't. It's hard to do.
One of the things we did it many years in a row as a big deal, and one of the other things I learned I'd like to share is if you use the injectable marinades, the giant syringe, and you shove the butter and garlic subcutaneous into the bird, under the skin, if you will, that that does adulterate the oil. So I found that you couldn't reuse, if we used the injection method for marinade, that was it. The oil was junk after that. But if you just cook the bird, and maybe rendered a little bit of the poultry fat, then it seemed like it was readily, it was easier to store to use another time. So there is a distinction in there.
Well, that makes a lot of sense then, because maybe it wasn't the hot garage that I had a problem with them, because I use a turkey injection every year. So
yeah, done.
So
that's done.
then
Once
yeah.
that's done.
Well, God, I wish I would have known that then, because I wouldn't have never kept it. I wouldn't have gone through the pain of trying to filter.
I'm a big believer in the injection. The turkey injection thing was a big hit. It became a regular for us.
Oh yeah.
So we just figured it was one and done. That was why we thought if we're going to go to the expense of buying peanut oil and throwing it into garbage, I encouraged at least one other family to bring a raw bird over. And so there was one year I think we cooked as many as five or six. And
that's
you
good.
Feel like at least you use the oil, multiple times because
Did
a
you
few thoughts on the old?
Did you use the Cajun?
Deep fry.
Is that the one you normally use? The Cajun
Yes, I did.
bottle?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, Cajun.
Yeah. A couple of years I used the Cajun concoction that you just buy at the store, and then there was a couple of years where I actually made up my own concoction, and it's I don't know, it's sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But we always make
the other thing
I
would make. I know I'm usually the class clown, but we did this many years in a row, and I consider myself pretty much a pro at it. And even I managed to turn over an entire bucket one time. And when I say I meant I was the cook. But I made a mistake of trying to use some boards. We had the bottom line is I didn't have it set up on a proper surface, and I used a board to make it perfectly level.
Yeah.
Not thinking that it would turn into a fulcrum, and somebody walking by with a beer in their hand stepped on the other end of part of a board, and it upended the entire thing. Now this is after I'd already done this for many years, and it terrified us because if a child had stood there, I could have killed them. So the moral of the story is, if you got little toddlers that are running around, you really need to make a hard line about not them even being anywhere near. And I'm sure most people take care of their own children, do that by default. But that 3 or 4 gallons of 350-degree oil is not to be trifled with.
Yeah. Brian says, do you remember what happened last Thanksgiving for the stock? I remember, I think 2021 was the worst, if I remember correctly. 2021 was pretty nasty. I'll go back here and we'll look at it real fast. Let me get rid of some of these lines. So let's see here. We had, this is November of 2021. This was a bad drop right here. The beginning, or this is like mid-November right here. And then, the whole portion of end of November leading into December was nothing but just rough times. Then moving forward to last year, November. Let's see here. Middle of November is right around this time right here. Price was kind of stagnant for that period of time. Maybe a little bit of downwards momentum, and then followed by right after Thanksgiving, or December 1st, it did start to shoot up a little bit, followed by a pretty harsh retracement back down again. So that's what's happened the last couple times. There was something that occurred in November of 2021 that scared the crap out of me in regards to our short interest. And some of the reported numbers that were coming through for institutions in regards to their long versus short positions. Citadel started going long on AMC in November. I can't say specifically when it was, but the reported numbers that came through was that in third quarter of 2021, Citadel started going long on AMC, and then we saw short interest starting to fall, and that kind of concerned me a little bit, because it's like, oh crap, does this mean that they're closing out of their positions and that they're done, and that they think the AMC is going to run, and they're trying to hedge their bets against running long. But that was it was right around that time in December where I saw what was truly happening is that long institutions were gaining control of the market, and that hedge funds were really just along for the ride at that point. So, and it's been that same way ever since. It hasn't, as far as I can tell, it hasn't switched back. It just continues to remain that way. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to break. Let me put up my message in here. I will see you guys in the back of the big tramp here in a little bit. I gotta take breaks. All right, let me put up the message on the screen here. I gotta go eat something is what I gotta do. Let's see, I'll be back at 12. Let's make it 12:15. I'm leaving just a little bit late here. So I'll be back at 12:15. Need just a little bit, enough time to make some, cook up some food real quick, and I'll see you guys after break. See you in a bit. I'm back a little bit early. A lot of interesting news coming out right now that is kind of I want to talk about real quick here. I'm trying to open up the file. If I can't get it to open, I might just take somebody else's word for this. But I will show you. First off, the SEC did release the first half of October's data. It comes in a zip file, which I'm having a hard time opening as of right now. I'm trying to get it open. I'll see if I can figure it out here in the next few minutes. I do see that somebody else has posted this online and linked me to it, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yes, I'm not having any luck opening this. Let's try Notepad. Alright. I wonder if I could open this. I'm going to copy all of this. And paste it into an Excel spreadsheet. Let's see if this works. I'm trying to figure out exactly how they have this data compiled. It looks like yeah, okay, I see how I see how they've done it. It'll take me a little bit to format, so I'm gonna probably do this on my off time, maybe on my next break or something. But I will go through this and verify this information to verify that it's accurate. But I am gonna, for the time being, I'm just gonna report to you guys exactly what is being shown on Twitter. These are the failure to deliver. This is the failure to deliver data for the first half of October. You can see it's by day 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13. If we go back to October, let's just verify the dates for that time span. The first was a Sunday, so there would have been no trading, so 2 through 6 would make sense. 10 is the next trading day. I'm not sure if the 9th was a holiday or not. We'd have to go back and look at it and see if the 9th was a holiday, but it might have been. 10, 11, 12, 13 would have been the rest of the data for the month. So all the data does appear to be there, provided that that 9th was a holiday. I'm pretty sure it was. We have total amount of quantity of fails showing up here. The largest quantity in here is perhaps the 11th, where it was 225,000 shares in total for failure to delivers. If we were to take a look at the failure to delivers that are showing up on Ortex, in comparison, 225,000 shares. Would have made this look smaller, as this was only 177.812. So again, that day falling on the 11th, the failure to deliver is on the 11th, October 11th, being the end of almost the very last day. And then, of course, by the 12th, the amount of failure to delivers were much smaller. So there could have been actual real buying of shares to close out positions that were failing to deliver during this run. So this price run right here, it started on September 28th. The failure to delivers that started stacking showed up right around, I guess the large portions of them really kind of started by the 5th. October 5th is right here. And you can see from the 5th until the 11th, you can see price rising during the failure to delivers that occurred during that period of time. So that's where we basically moved up in price from, I guess from the 5th to the 11th, that's where we moved up. In the close on the 5th was $8.30. By the end of the 11th, we were up to $10.42. So a $2 increase for a total of about 225,000 shares that would have been needed to have been found, and obviously were found at some point or another, whether they be borrowed or not, as the very next day they came in at 124 shares in failure to deliver. So the delivers were much, much lower. Reported it was 124.36, and then moving straight into the 17th of October. So we're missing some data, it looks like, still here. 13. We're missing the 16th. There should have been data for the 16th. That's still missing. Data for the 2nd is right. And 29. We have data up to the 29th. So we're still missing one day of data here. I don't know if the person who did this accidentally left it out or not, but you can see that by the October 17th, the failure to delivers were back up to 51,000 shares. So they started increasing significantly from the 12th going forward, because at least by the 17th they were already back up to 51,000, which would have been, if you were to put 51,000 on this page here of the first half of the month, that would have been the third highest number on the page. So there definitely was failure to delivers occurring during that time. This is what's being reported to us currently, late reported to us. You can see price over here too as well, as the failure to delivers were increasing. You can see price moving upwards. So we got some data in. That's good. Not all of it though. We're still missing the I think, what is it, the 16th? I said. Yeah. We're missing the 16th. Let me go let Bruno in real quick. The other big piece of news that I'll let you guys know that came in through here just a little bit ago. Some late breaking news, which is kind of cool. The last time, perhaps maybe we or you guys remember when FTX blew up. Perhaps many of you probably recall that we started seeing really huge cost to borrow numbers starting to flow in, and we actually did get a pretty good price run at that time. Well, we're getting some news now, and I retweeted this out earlier. I'll retweet this post as well. But I retweeted out just a little bit ago. There was breaking news that the Binance CEO, CZ, pleads guilty to violating criminal anti-money laundering requirements. It sounds like he's stepping down as a CEO, and there's also rumors that are going around that there's going to be some actions announced against perhaps Binance by the end of the day today, which is apparently a very big deal. A lot of people are suggesting that if they have anything in Binance right now, that they GTFO as fast as they can, of course, which is going to cause tons of runs on Binance. I'm sure that's not going to look good for them. Let me throw up my headset real quick here. I gotta go let Bruno in real quick. Yeah, Hayden says, I thought CZ said he was legit. Yeah. You know, if they say they're legit, they must be legit. I'll say one thing to that. I'm legit. Too legit to quit. That's what it is. Yeah, you know I just hit you with a really old one right there. Let me see. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, especially the ones that relating to the fact that is so old. That was like the worst dad joke ever. Because I won't see them until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. And two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent... I had to go back and look. Attendees throwing in, stop, hammer time. Oh, man. Too legit to quit. That's what I am. All right. I've made it on several occasions, I've made it very, very clear that there's nothing special about me in regards to being any different than any of the rest of you. We are all equal in my mind. There's nothing special about me or the things that I do. It's all stuff you guys could do too. I guarantee it, or more. In fact, I know there are people who've learned quite a bit and are surpassing me in their knowledge of trading in the marketplace since this has all started, which is, in my opinion, a sign of growth, and I applaud anybody who would take time to further advance their knowledge in their market participation. We've had nearly, not quite yet, but nearly 3 years worth of time to where you would have had a chance or an opportunity to inform yourself or teach yourself more about how markets trade and you know, good signals, bad signals. And we've been going through a lot of this together, and I feel like you guys have learned a lot. So hopefully you guys are better off than you were 2.5, 2 3/4, almost 3 years than you are now. You're better off now than you were then. Starting with off exchange, let's see here. By this time of the day, what are we at? Noon? 60. I would expect about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 54.84% going through off exchange. EDGX at 11.71. The combined total on that 66.55%, or about 3.55% more than it should be. CHX volume is 1,987 shares. CHX volume for GME is at 1,441 shares. Nothing unusually large on either of those. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 302,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 243,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise just a fraction, a bit more, to 9.06%. Cost per min's at 0.95, average 1.64, max is at 6.91. Total amount of shares on loan right now is at 13.38 million shares. That's approximately 20,000 shares more on loan right now than there was yesterday. And Ortex, did I say more? Less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that there was no change because so few shares were returned, not really any estimated share change in short share interest day over day. So No change on that. Taking a look at call options, highest amount of call volume is at a $7 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 7.3 thousand contracts at 7, and it's now 8.7 thousand contracts. We do have the $7.50 contracts starting to pick up a little bit here on the calls. Highest amount of puts is at a $7 strike as well. We went from 6.2 thousand contracts to 6.7. The market is still suggesting a $7 close by the end of the day today, although we are much, much lower than that value. We'll see what happens. Taking a look at MMRI, an hour ago it was 283.22. We're starting to see a rise in that even further, 285.61. What I really want to do is see when I can find the first Binance article that came out and see how close it corresponds to that VIX spike that we saw all of a sudden. I think there might be, I am wagering that there's going to be some kind of tie between some of the Binance information being revealed or leaked to the markets seeing this like sudden change in heart of what's happening. But we'll see. Let's take a look here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was on this list for most of the day, or all of the day today. And here we are still on the list here. We have a great buy-sell ratio with 84.02% buy orders to 15.9% sell orders. Looking very, very strong on that buy-sell ratio. GME did not make the list. Do note as I scroll down this list that majority of these stocks that are on the most heavily traded stocks are all more sell-heavy than buy-heavy. Very few of these are buy-heavy. SSR trigger price is $6.44. We did not trip that as far as I know. Still says off. 2.6 million shares available to borrow. Has not changed in the last couple hours. No new shares borrowed so far for the day. We've seen about 800,000 shares borrowed so far for the day. Currently, the NASDAQ is down 0.82, Dow Jones is down 0.27, and the SP 500 is down 0.3. We have 3,935 decliners to 2,075 advancers. The market's slightly more declining than it was an hour ago because 2,058 advancers is what we're at right now, which is slightly less than what it was an hour ago at 2070 something. Biggest of the bank movers so far for the day today, based off of this news with Binance. Again, I'll be looking to see if there wasn't any kind of correlation. If I had to guess, if I had to go put a time on when we first started seeing Binance news articles starting to pop up, maybe it might be right around this point in time here, around maybe like noon 30, 12:25ish, right around that time frame maybe. Binance definitely taking a turn for the downside. But not within the 2.5% or greater of a move for me to give a shout out. FRC is up 44%. Let's see here. Do we have any 2.5? So Zion Bank is down 3.38. Everything else appears to be within that 2.5% change or less. A lot more red right now than green compared to what we were seeing earlier. Ethereum Classic is down 3.68 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.15 and trending up. Oil is down 3.59 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.01 to 0.02. That's a drastic change from an hour ago. And trending down. SPY is down 0.31 and starting a trend down after the trend up it was on. It looks like it hit as high as 453.59 again before dropping down to its 452.83 right now. And then VIX. VIX is down 0.89 and consolidating currently. VBR is down 0.68 consolidating. VB is down 0.83 and looks like it's trying to break the consolidation trend into a downtrend. Tesla is up 2.05 and starting to trend down. Amazon is down 2.17 and starting to consolidate after an uptrend. Cinemark is down 1.8 and consolidating. Doge is down 4.08 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.24 and trending down. This is gonna be that point right here. What is this? 12:21. Yep, I'll bet you. I almost guarantee you the news started breaking about Binance right around that time, like 12:21, 12:25, somewhere right around that time. Let's go back to the VIX and see when it had its little hiccup earlier this morning. Right here. It would have been at 10:38. Was there some kind of change that was seen prior to 12:20? VIX started consolidating at about 12:16, and by 12:25, the time that we were looking at, it's pretty much consolidated for the most part since. What was I on here? I don't remember what I was on. Bitcoin. GME is down 3.16 and consolidating. It's doing a lot of up-down motion right now. HYMC is down 0.93 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.48, consolidating. Hood is down 1.54 and starting a trend down after some consolidation. AMC is down 7.33, never quite tripping SSR yet for the day after getting to 652 for our low. 652, according to what I've got here, is a 43% move down from 27.7%. Taking a look at inflows versus outflows. What do we got going on here? $5.9 million more inflow than outflow. 20.54 million shares traded so far for the day today. We are seeing quite a bit of volume for the day today. After 241 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace for about 33.23 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's a pretty big drop off in volume. Yeah, that's a really big drop off in volume that we just saw there. But I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million. I'm really surprised that it dropped off this much, but we only have about a half hour left here before we're hitting like our average pace for the day. So it might stay above 30. I was saying an hour ago like 30 to 40 million for a close, but the drop off we had in this last hour, I don't know. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 17.94, signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 16.90, which is also signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 15.57, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.27, which is average. I don't see... Well, that's it. That's all I got for you guys. Let me take it back over to the back of the big tramp. And I yield the rest of my time there. Are you making a Thanksgiving Day turkey? 42% are going traditional oven baked. 44% saying no, which could mean either you're making ham or something else, and maybe visiting family members who are. Deep fried 8% and smoked 7%. Pirate, welcome back.
Yeah, man.
It's kind of crazy, this news on CZ.
Yeah, I'm ate up with it right now. I got a couple of screens going, and I can't read it all fast enough. But
I'm gonna pull up.
Very, very interesting.
What's the earliest recorded news data that you see? Is it around 12:25ish?
Well, yeah, and I don't focus as much on it as I probably should, but I just noticed like 3 to 4 minutes ago it was streaming on 2 major networks. It was on their crawler, and they did a short segment on it for CNBC. So it kind of, I know you can't really call them the most qualified sources, but if it's on the UP wire, the major networks, I think to believe there's probably some legs to the story. AP wire. I said UP wire.
This is really, should, I would imagine, help out Pirate Coin. I mean, being pegged to gold, you wouldn't have these kind of problems. This is why Pirate Coin is so important. Right. I'm looking. A DOJ settlement would show Binance is too big to fail. Is one article I'm seeing. That's most of these articles are saying about an hour ago. Here's one that says Binance to settle charges with DOJ. Sources says Wall Street Journal reports CEO to step down. That was by CoinDesk 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago would be my time would end up being 10:35. 10:35 would.
What I read was that they pled guilty. He pled guilty, I think, to at least one, maybe several charges. And then I don't know if the plea agreement had anything to do with him doing jail time. I'm almost certain that it didn't. But the big one that stuck out was the $4 billion. That's a big number. That's a $4 billion with a B. That's a big number.
So check this out. The article I'm looking at right now is 10:16 a.m. Binance to settle U.S. charges. Sources say Wall Street Journal reports CEO CZ to step down. That was approximately at 10:16 a.m. That VIX spike that I saw was at 10:38. Those are within 15 minutes of each other, ish. Well, more than that.
Yeah.
20 minutes? 22 minutes. 22 minutes after that article, that specific article, that spike on VIX occurred. So I'm gonna keep on searching and see if there's not like an earlier article that I can find than that one. Here we go. 3 hours ago, what's behind the Binance rumored $4 billion deal with the Justice Department? This one's 3 hours ago. It says 9:03 a.m.
I saw some chatter as well from people who are, and you get a lot of people who panic, but it's part of the story. They're saying that they're starting a run on people pulling redemptions, people asking for their money out of Binance because they're probably thinking that they can't withstand that kind of a penalty or whatever. For whatever reason, they feel like they need to get their money out, and that this is how things start sometimes. I might be reaching on that.
Yeah, I mean, here's an article here by The Block saying the Justice Department is set to announce settlement with Binance Bloomberg. This is 2 hours ago. And it was approximately at 11:29.
I'm sure you would agree that it would give people some sleepless nights.
Yeah.
Seeing their CEO plead guilty to a crime, then see them agree to a settlement that was in the billions. It doesn't exactly fill you with confidence having your money deposited there. I know I wouldn't, but
yeah,
just simple drunken pirate. So if Binance falls, who could they pull down with them? That's the logical question. The chess move is, okay, it's a done deal with Binance. What does that mean? And then I would think that it'd be interesting to see who they're in bed with, who their dance partner is, if you will.
I love that somebody said, at least Buzz and Buzzman said, at least the SEC will be able to afford coffee now.
Sure. Yeah. There's silver linings.
Attendees plus says gold's getting a bump. Let's see how HYMC is doing over here. It's starting to trend up a little bit. CPR says it'll pay for the Pornhub subscription. Yeah, CPE says it's interesting to me that all of a sudden Bitpanda comes out just before this news. Convenient, right?
Right. It's like one coupon expired, so they had to print another one real quick. This thing's going to get fun.
Bob was saying
gonna
Wall
get so
Street
very fun.
Millennial put out weeks ago that Binance was just as bad as FTX. Well, I know. My understanding is that at least at one point or another, Sam was trying to throw them under the bus and saying that everything that they were doing was no different than what Binance was doing. So and then Binance they were going back and forth at it for a while, and Binance was saying like we're solid. We're not doing that kind of stuff, and they were trying to convince everybody that that there was nothing wrong.
Well, I hope they've got their spiral notebook in order when their
QuickBooks.
When they're called
the QuickBooks.
Well, yeah, man.
Yeah.
I hope they get their if they're highfalutin.
Because I mean, you said spiral notebooks because that's what we have Pirate Coin on, but the problem is that
right.
that's
but
way more.
We aspire to at a certain.
That's more
right,
reliable.
We reach a certain level of success.
Yeah.
We reach a certain level of success. We're absolutely going to get into QuickBooks.
You can't get past
first upgrade. Yeah.
You can't get past spiral notebooks and crayons. I mean, that's basic as you can get. I mean, there's nothing better than that.
Yeah.
Especially when it's dug, 10 feet underground or whatever. Yeah. Pegged to the hilt.
Gotta do it. You gotta remember, it's important. I mean, at least on a Zoom call, when we have our annual quarterly meetings for the board on our Zoom call, you can just hold up your spiral notebook and share with the other board members. You don't have to get any more technical than that when it comes time for, like, Pepperoni has to reveal what the top and bottom line was. He can just hold up his spiral notebook and meets all the disclosure requirements. Call that a 13F. He just holds it up 13 inches from the camera to be our filing.
Alberto says, does CZ have a bad Team America World, I don't know what that last, porous accent? If he does, then he please Gertie.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's funny. It's pretty good.
It takes a special skill to make a stereotype joke making fun of someone's accent, their cultural accents, and then convert all that into written text. You got to be a special kind of fucked up, and I'm glad that Alberto Monto is in the crowd.
SBF must be throwing a fit learning the guy that put him in jail could just pay a fine. Well, at least I've heard, I don't know how true this is, but I've heard that in China, this kind of stuff doesn't go over very well with the leaders. It may not necessarily be all.
Set of rules.
Yeah, it may not be all roses and daffodils for this guy, or it may be roses and whatever else it is that they throw out there. But, anyways, this may not be good for him.
I wonder if
this
CZ gentleman, this chap, did he have time to get his mom and dad a multi-million-dollar house on the Binance nickel? I hope he followed the checklist closely. That's one of the requirements. Isn't that what happens when you finally reach the end of the Ponzi scheme? You gotta squirrel off some assets real quick. And
I feel like I heard he bought an island.
Sam Bankman-Fried did. There's a recipe here.
Let's see here.
Yeah, that's a prerequisite. Just before the whole thing goes tits up, you have to cut a check to your mom and dad, then pick up a nice piece of waterfront property somewhere that's way to insulate some of that money from a clawback. So hopefully he got the sheet music so that he's playing off the same music as Sam Bankman-Fried.
Jack Montes.
Got some little wordsmiths hard at work in their foundries today.
Brian Carpenter says end the poll. Why are we doing that? Oh, we got 225 votes. Is that why? Are we ending it because you just want there to be more no's than yeses? I mean, mathematically, the yeses beat out the no's right now because the top three are all yeses. It's just different types. So the no's are still technically losing.
Well, you're not going to be able to reveal the results for 2 or 3 days because you still have to tabulate the mail-in ballots. Isn't that how these things go?
So and I haven't even voted, right? So I don't even get a vote in here, but mine would be under probably, because what I'm doing is smoked. My wife's going to be doing a traditional oven bake, so we're doing a little bit of both. We always do. Have you made a trash can turkey? Never. Nope, I have not done that. Although I've seen some people do that before, not with turkey though. I think they did it with other meats. And I've seen some where they go lifting up that trash can and there ain't nothing but ashes underneath. So I probably would not be inclined to go there. I don't know, Tim. You think it can cook faster than 45 minutes? Because I get turkeys deep fried in 45. Sometimes a little bit less, depends on the size of the turkey.
3 minutes a pound. Yeah. Deep frying is the fastest way, hands down.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, what about 45? Yeah, that's like 15-pound turkey. So the problem with the deep fryers is that most of the standard deep fryers that you buy, because and what Pirate was talking about with that tip on making sure that you don't fill the oil up too high, most of the standardized ones don't really handle turkeys much bigger than 15 very well. They can, but you're running the risk of boiling over the top of the edge, and then that causes problems for potential fire and whatnot. So I typically try to stick to like 15-pound turkeys or less when I'm doing those, if possible, just because it just creates a lot less mess.
There's another trick, a pro tip too. If you get an oversized pot that holds far more oil than you need, when you put the bird in, you won't get the temperature drop. When you put that, even if it's room temperature, and you put that 22-pound bird in that oil, it's going to wick all of a great deal of the heat out of the oil, and then all that has to come right back up to your operating temperature for the cooking to be optimum. So if you have more oil, it's not reduced as dramatically when you put that rather cool bird in there. You know, if you have a pot that barely fits the bird and then just has just like a little ring of oil around it, you're going to be far more susceptible to seeing wild swings in your temperature than if you have an oversized pot with an abundance of oil. Size does matter.
Turkey sucks no matter how you cook it. I disagree.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Most of my life, I've been a white meat lover of the turkey until I started doing the deep frying. When I started doing the deep frying, the dark meat actually became one of my more favorites. It tastes so much better deep fried. I don't know why, but it comes out way better. Has more flavor. To me, it tastes different.
When you bake a turkey, the dark meat tends to dry out a little bit faster. When you deep fry it, it retains more. It retains much more of its moisture.
Yep.
It's
that's right. Simple. And the white meat on a deep fry is usually a little bit more like a little more dry than maybe perhaps like a traditional oven baked.
That's why it's important to use an injectable marinade, like you talked about the Cajun before, the butter and garlic. If you hit that breast with a few injections, and I always liked it too, because I always found the breast meat was a little bland. So with the injectable, it not only did help it retain moisture, but it added a little bit of extra spiciness for my palate.
A little something.
Yeah. We did a blind taste test one year, and it was unanimous that the injected turkeys were superior.
Oh yeah.
I don't think there was a single outlier when we did that little test that we did.
If you've never done brining, if you've never done a brined bird cooked in a bag, that believe it or not, I know this is almost sacrilege to say for somebody who's done deep fried cooked turkeys before, but it is really, really good. I mean, normally the reason I don't like traditional oven bake is because they're very dried out. The meat's always really dried out, and so it's just kind of blah. And that was the nice part about a deep fried turkey is that it you got like juicier meats and stuff. But with the brine, the 24-hour brine beforehand, and the cooking in a bag, it is so moist. I wager to say that I feel like I could probably, in a blind taste test, convince somebody that the deep fry is the loser.
Mrs. Pirate did the plastic bags for a while. I was amazed that the bag didn't melt, and it was very good. But as years went by, she just developed her own little process of using aluminum foil. I know it might cut down on some of our hat making activities, but she uses good old Reynolds wrap and just builds a tent over a roasting pan. But crimps it all around the edges so that it's similar to a bag and that it retains 100% of the moisture. And then when it comes time for her towards the end to go ahead and get that little bit of a browning to it, then she's able to just take the aluminum foil off for the last short period of time. But yeah, big believer in encapsulating the roasted turkey.
All right, I'll tell you what. We got 232 votes, and I'll end the poll, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to end the poll for one more vote because we haven't had a chance to talk about desserts yet, and we got the other half of the day to go here. So we got to get. I feel like there's probably only like 3 or 4 good Thanksgiving desserts. I shouldn't need to do multiple polls on this. So to the 8% of you out there who are doing the deep fried turkeys, if you have any questions whatsoever, I will be available to answer any questions that you have on Discord, Twitter. I don't care where it is. I want to see you guys be safe more than anything. So if you're going to do a deep fried turkey and you have questions and you're just not sure about something, give me a holler. I've been more than willing to give gentle advice that could potentially help you save things or make it turn out a great first experience.
I second the offer. If hit me up in the direct messages on Discord. I don't have a presence anywhere else, but in KC Shaw's Discord, if anyone wants to go down that path, I'd be more than happy to help you with
it. So let's Brian saying pecan pie. I will put that in there, Brian. That was definitely going to be one of the ones.
Well, that's my favorite, but number one has to be pumpkin. First choice needs to be pumpkin. But butter pecan, pecan is my favorite.
Dessert. Pumpkin pie. Pecan pie. Chocolate chip cookies.
Chocolate cream pie.
Oh, let's see. Pecan pie. Let's see here. Sweet potato pie. I've never heard of that one. Holy crap.
Lemon meringue.
Everybody's hitting me up with like tons of different pies here for their favorite. Ugh. I mean, pumpkin pie and pecan pie, I
Yeah.
feel like have to be the top. Apple pie has to be a third one because
You may have to do a runoff on this. We may have to have a primary. We have to have a pie primary, and then have the ultimate election. In similar fashion that you did with candy. There's just too many pies to do in one go round.
pineapple pie. I don't even eat pineapple on my pizza. It's like so funny. It's like I'm an advocate for it because I used to eat pineapple pizza, but not anymore. I'm more of a pepperoni and bacon fan now, but man.
Cheesecake, cherry cheesecake, or strawberry cheesecake.
Yeah,
lemon meringue.
I'm gonna put
with the whipped cream on top.
I'm gonna put cheesecake. Period. I'm just gonna put cheesecake. If whatever, I don't care what kind it is.
Yep. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, pumpkin pie, pecan pie, apple pie, cheesecake. I feel like those are like kind of the standards for the holiday season. If we really have to do another vote, we'll do another one here, and we'll put it and we'll do like a vote. If you guys want cheesecake, like I went to Costco and bought a pumpkin cheesecake, which is what my wife requested. So we usually have that. So I would probably vote for cheesecake, but
puddings, and you got bread puddings, and then there's a fig pudding, and then what was the other one? They had the ambrosia salad. But I think you've got a winner as far as pies are concerned. I think you've got your pie category pretty much. You've narrowed the field sufficiently.
Yeah. Pumpkin or sweet pea. Pumpkin makes me think of what's her face. I can't think of what her name is. I can never remember her name. Joker's girlfriend. I can't think of Harley Quinn. It always makes me think of Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn.
Yeah. When she says pumpkin.
See, I'm funny because pecan pie is my absolute favorite. But if I can only have one pie, I would want it to be pumpkin, for no other reason than that is the tradition. So as a consequence of that, I'll eat one slice of pumpkin pie, but then out of obligation. But then after that, I'm all about that pecan. But
my
traditions are
sister,
important. I think traditions matter.
My sister-in-law apparently makes an amazing apple pie, and unfortunately, I've never had an opportunity to get a chance to experience that apple pie. I'm kind of wishing that one of these days she'll come over and make it for us, but until that day, I hear so many good things from a lot of people in the family about it, and we haven't had it yet, so I'm waiting for that year. I don't know when it'll be, but I'm waiting. It'll be that year where it's like, okay, this is the best Thanksgiving dinner I've ever had because of the pie. I'll be like, I never want to go back to anything else other than the pie again. Yeah, see, Yukon saying vanilla ice cream over a warm, fresh, steaming apple pie. Yeah, that's some good stuff right there. I would actually kind of vote for that one over the rest of these if it was a good enough apple pie. And I'm talking about like
but I want vanilla ice cream on a brownie. I like the apple
that's
pie.
good too.
I'll take a little whipped cream. I'll take a little whipped cream on the apple pie. But as far as the ice cream or the a la mode, I'm gonna have to have that on a brownie.
Yeah, I like the vanilla. It depends on the ice cream too. There's some bad ice creams out there.
Somebody had mentioned a crumble crust or something, and I have to agree too. Some of the little like cherry crumbles, they have like a graham cracker crumbly type crust to them. They're it's a pie, but it's almost like a cobbler. Yeah, something like a cobbler, blueberry cobbler.
Oh, does it have oatmeal in it? Is there like oatmeal in the crumbly portion of it? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Some of them have it. Yeah, it's almost like a graham cracker trail mix crust type thing.
There's apple pie and a Dutch apple pie.
Yeah. You got your banana pudding with your Nilla wafers, the little Nilla wafer cookies on top. The banana pudding.
Tim's like, how y'all making me hungry and I just ate? Thanksgiving is right around the corner, and we all are waiting for it. We all can't wait. I know I'm thankful.
We're like a dog. We're like a dog with a bone, man. We get a subject, man. We'll squeeze every last inch of flavor out of it. We move on to the next one. Well, I guess that's not true. Sometimes we're a little ADD. We bounce all over the place. So I guess it's just dealer's luck.
Well, speaking of squeezing every ounce of it, let's take a look at these numbers, because it is numbers time. Take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I can answer this door.
Thank you. You too.
The FBI, the Department of Justice, Securities and Exchange Commission, his local tax collector, and the code enforcement officer. They're all there at one time to visiting.
I just got, I forgot to mention to you guys, I got Melissa's gift in the mail today from AMC. Let's see. I'd show it to you. I'd open it up, but I think I'd probably just take a picture of it later when it's on her. But I got that. I think I ordered that 2 weekends ago. I think. Came in the mail. Let's see here. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange right around 64% going through those through that and EDGX combined. We're at 54.9% going through off exchange EDGX at 11.49. The combined total, and that's 66.39%, or about 2.39% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1,987 shares going through that exchange. GME's CHX volume is 1,441, nothing unusually large. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 243,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 258,000 shares, so a few more shares haven't been borrowed in the last hour, but that's not really going to be enough to change anything. So the short share interest of the free float is going to remain at 9.06%. The min is at 0.95. Average is 1.64. Max 6.91. Shares on loan for the day today is at 13.38 million shares. That is 20,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated there was no change in short interest due to such a low quantities of shares being returned. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $7 strike. That might be changing this hour to a $7.50 strike. Nope, not quite. It didn't beat it out just yet. $7 strike an hour ago was 8.7 thousand contracts. It's now 9.1. Highest amount of puts is at a $7 strike as well. We went from 6.7 thousand contracts to 6.7, so no change. Market is still suggesting a $7 close-ish by the end of the day today. Of course, that's usually off by like plus or minus 50 cents or so, so it could be anywhere from like 650 to 750. MMRI for the day today is sitting at 285.06. It was 285.61 an hour ago, so it did drop back down just a little bit. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. AMC has been on this list all day long today. And look at this buy-sell ratio. 84.34% buys to 15.66% sell ratio. We look really, really good. GME is not on the list, likely due to low volume, which is what we should have had today, but we ended up seeing larger quantities of volume. Trigger price for SSR is at $6.44. Shares available to borrow is at 4.1 million shares available to borrow currently. I mean, these shares are showing up out of nowhere. One of the things that I would suggest why these shares are showing up like this is, one, either some put positions have been closed and it's been making shares available to be borrowed again, or there's one of two reasons, or institutions are buying shares right now and are making more shares available to borrow. It could be a combination of both. So I'm not really sure exactly why, but we're back up to 4.1 million shares available to be borrowed with a fee at 1%. Biggest of the bank movers. Brian, what's going on, man? You okay? Brian?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Brian's in the back of the big tramp. He's never in the back of the big tramp.
Yeah.
I just want to say happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, man. I heard you rustling around back there. I was kind of worried about you.
Sorry, I'm taking the clothes off the line.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I was closed.
What are you wearing?
I thought I muted it. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. That's okay. Don't worry about it, man. It's all good.
Yeah, not like he was doing numbers or anything.
No. Hey, I'm happy. I'm glad you came back here to say happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
I came on. I didn't know you were doing numbers, so.
Do you need a place to go for Thanksgiving, Brian? So you can avoid all those family members out there that you don't want to. Yeah, I probably could help you. You're not that far away.
I need help. Yeah, that'd be good. Get me away from my family. That'd be good.
You can come be with complete strangers that you don't know instead of being with family members.
Nice. I could be nice to people I don't know.
Yeah, it's easier. It's kind of the Texas way. Really, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man. Let me know.
Okay.
All right.
I'll let you know.
NASDAQ
Go
is
ahead
dead. What?
Go ahead with the numbers. Sorry to disrupt
okay.
you.
Will do. Thank you, sir.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Sorry.
No, you're all good, man. NASDAQ is down 0.63.
Brian should have to finish.
Yeah, you can. I'll let you finish them if you want to finish them. Go for it. It's all on the screen right there for you.
Brian. Bring us home. Take us on home, man.
I don't know it.
I'll just point at things and you can read them.
Okay. That'll do.
All right, man. Have a good Thanksgiving.
Good Thanksgiving. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye. NASDAQ is down 0.63%. Dow Jones is down 0.18. S&P 500 is down 0.18. We have 3,897 decliners to 2,107 advancers. The market's more advancing now than it was an hour ago, but just marginally. Not a whole lot here. It's back and forth, back and forth. Taking a look at some of the big bank movers as of right now, plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. FRC is up 12%. Silvergate is down 3.33. Let's see here. What other banks we have? Big movers. Zion is down 3.52. Zion's getting trashed on today. I'm not sure exactly why. Nobody else is down that much. Just Zion for whatever reason. Ethereum Classic is down 3.84 and starting to consolidate after its downtrend from earlier. The US dollar is up 0.19 and trending upwards quite nicely. Oil is down 3.31 and starting to consolidate a little bit after a downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.01 to 0.02 and trending. Looks like they're starting to consolidate after a downtrend, and SPY is down 0.27 and consolidating is what I'm going to go with. VIX is down 1.19 and trending down. VBR is down 0.67 and starting to trend down again. VB is down 0.84, trending down. Tesla is up 2.4% and starting to trend up. Amazon is down 1.9 and trending up. Cinemark is down 1.77 and consolidating. Doge is down 3.74 and consolidating. I don't know. It's hard to say on this one. I mean, it's like the overall trend is down, but I mean, on a more micro scale, like where is it going? It's kind of trending up currently. So I don't know. I kind of want to say it's trending down right now. Bitcoin is down 1.69. It's another one that I kind of want to say it's trending down right now. GME is down 2.7, trending up. HYMC is down 0.93, trending up. NCMI is down 0.48, consolidating. HUD is down 1.97, trending down, and AMC is down 8.66 and is attempting to try and drop back down to that 644 SSR tripping point. We have approximately $7.2 million more inflow than outflow. 21.66 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 280 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 30.16 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Usually by 1 o'clock p.m., this is about the pace we end up hitting by the end of the day. So it's a very good chance that maybe we'll be just over 30K or 30 million before the end of the day is over. I suggested in the pre-market we would see 5 to 25 million, so this is a little bit higher than I would have anticipated. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 16.8, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 14.86, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 12.83, signaling oversold. And in a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.95, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Thank you. I yield the time back to the back of the big tramp. It was nice of Brian to stop in to say Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I got rather excited. He's rare. He's like a little unicorn. You don't see him very often. I mean, he's ever present in chat and on Discord, but to hear him speak was quite the little treat there. Funny dude.
Yeah, Tim's saying I just got to unlock the basement door and let him come upstairs again, which is, partially true. So, yeah. Seems that way, anyways, based off of how he's so regularly the number one. Although today he was not number one on the first to put in something in the chat. Funky was. That was a shock to me, by the way. When I saw Funky be the first person to type something, I was like, how in the hell?
I gave up. I became frustrated so many times. I mean, it was just, I could barely. I always typed in L because it was the letter closest to the send button. I thought that would give me the edge I needed to be victorious. And I would have my hopes and dreams dashed over and over again by these guys. And not only would they beat me, but they'd have like a whole sentence. Good morning, looking forward to today.
Yeah.
Like, how in the hell?
Copy paste.
Come on.
Copy pasta.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I surrendered to the flag and abandoned the battlefield with.
I think some days Brian just he either oversleeps or I catch him off guard, and he's not expecting. Like sometimes I've been starting a little late.
I became obsessed. So. I became obsessed. I tried like different techniques. I altered my patterns. I tactically come at it from different angles. I would refuse to read Twitter or anything else. I would just have the whole thing set up. I tried being present on YouTube, not even waiting for the prompt to come up. I went about it several different fashions, and I couldn't beat those guys. So I said, to hell with them. They can have it. I'll show up later in the day.
I thought you were just putting L in there because you're trying to say you lost or you're the loser.
Loser. I knew. Yeah. I thought that would be the assumption. It's like everybody thinks I'm putting it in there knowing that I'll be L for the loser, but no. On my iPad, it's just the first number. It's real close to where I can hit, and I have to put something in. So
yeah.
It's sad. That's a sad commentary on my life that becomes such an important thing for my morning. So
Brian
pathetic,
says,
really.
Brian, you didn't mess up this show. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Go back to the basement, damn it. Stop coming upstairs.
We were just talking about how it was a highlight of our afternoon. That was the best part of the whole afternoon. And he's all like, "Oh, sorry, dude, my bad." Get the fuck out of here.
I think it's more.
Tell us about your donkey, man.
I think it was more about the idea that he just
has more fans.
He just wanted to type in "show." That's all. That's all it came down to. He just wanted to say "show."
Yeah,
see what you started?
Rub your nose in it a little bit.
Do you see what you started? You started this.
See, we could have a. That's how you can separate the long-standing participants from the newbies. Is you need to have a trivia day where they have to name pets. Everybody knows who Yucca is, but do you know what the name of his pet is? And you'll find out real quick then who's carrying the vast knowledge.
Of
this little Noah's Ark you've got going here.
He has a pet?
I don't think he does, but that's case in point. We don't know. And if he does, that's a failure of ours. But I'm just saying there are many pets on here. We got, like I said, Brian's donkey is far more popular than he is. There's times I don't think he would ever anybody would read any of his jokes were it not for the donkey. So you have of course Bruno. We know that he accounts for probably no less than 20% of your viewers.
You guys even know who the stray cat is on the street.
Yeah, the stray cat. Nana has her Tuffy.
Yeah.
So T-Mac had a little ankle biter. I'm sure I'm going to leave somebody out. I think it would make a good trivia question one day. Interesting to find out if we are dog people or cat people, neither or both.
Yeah, but what is her name?
Oh my gosh, I'm so bad. I knew, you know what, Tammy? What sucks is I knew that was coming.
That's why it's a good.
No,
it's a good question.
I
and
knew.
If there's a person who can put the name,
I knew it was coming.
It's up for chat right now. Don't answer. Don't answer, Tammy. Don't. Who knows the answer, and they'll get. There you go. That's an impromptu trivia. Who says we don't do trivia anymore?
Well, you want a hint?
I'm reaching.
Well, you might have to let them cook for a few minutes, Tammy, and then, like KC does on the movie trivia, then if they can't get it for the double points, then you might want to reduce their pointing awardage to 1 point by a hint. Pro Jeweler says Bella. Pro Jeweler.
Oh, that
it's related to a movie, but not that one. We'll put it this way: my husband named her, so if that helps.
Man, I'm trying to remember.
Tabitha Garfield. Foo Dog. Chris put Foo Dog. I don't know, Tammy. Give us a hint, dear.
Give a hint. She was named after something in Cool Hand Luke.
Oh, I love that movie too. Shaking it, boss. Shaking it.
Car wash scene.
Mercedes.
I'm so.
I don't think even Cool Hand Luke had a Mercedes.
Somebody said Scarlet. They're getting Scarlet Rose, W. Mello's baby, mixed up with somebody else's pet.
Yeah.
I guess they get a half a point for that.
For mixing it up.
I think you stumped them, Tammy. They
were calling that lady by the name that was washing the car in front of the convicts. Come on, nobody's saying Cool Hand. There you go. Who said that?
Chris, PB Thor, Point Break Thor gets the points. I read off his answer. Chris, Lucy.
That's it.
There you go.
I call her Lucy, but yeah, that was it.
Oh, that's right.
See there? We can turn anything into trivia around here.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you have any cats?
I'm bad. Me?
Are you a cat lady as well, or just Lucy?
I had a cat. Y'all would never guess her name, but she's not with us anymore. It was my daughter's cat. She went to college, and then military with her husband, and I inherited the cat. 16 years old. So, but yeah. Any sci-fi fans out there from in the early 2000s, I guess, that knew Stargate? My daughter named her Skara.
Can you
I
play
know
that?
nobody would have ever guessed that one.
Can I play that scene?
What scene?
From the movie?
Oh, Pro Jewelers. Yeah, he's talking about this scene from Cool Hand Luke, where all the inmates are in the yard, and the warden's daughter is washing. Warden's daughter or wife is washing the car. I think that's what they're talking about.
Pro Jeweler wants me to be his source of eye candy, since he can't control, like, oh, I was just watching a YouTube video.
Right.
I can't help what they put through there.
It's not my fault. Yeah, for those of you who haven't seen the movie, if there is such an abomination that walks among us, you need to watch Cool Hand Luke. It was a classic before Shawshank Redemption was even thought about. Top-notch comedy.
I like
Drama.
Shawshank Redemption better, though.
Yeah, that was one of my top 5 favorite movies, Shawshank Redemption.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's number 3. I don't know.
Are you looking up that clip to play?
No, I'm not.
Oh, I came and turned my television back on so I could see the stream on TV.
He can go turn on his own clip of some lady washing a car.
Have you not seen it? Casey, have you not seen it?
I don't think so.
The best line in that, I don't think it was Ernest Borgnine. I forget who the guy was that said it, but he said, "Oh, she knows exactly what she's doing." Yeah.
No.
One of the other inmates says, "I can't believe she's doing that," or she doesn't know what she's doing to us. And the other guy said, "Oh, she knows exactly what she's doing."
Casey, it's she has clothes on.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure she does.
Loose fitting, and covered with soap suds and a little water splash in all the right places. Yeah.
Next thing I know, Pro Jules will be like, "Can you play that Wild Things scene where the 2 girls are washing the Jeep
in the swimming pool?"
Yeah. Like, yeah, sure.
The big reveal, the big twist. That was a twist in the movie.
Every day, somebody's gonna come in asking for like a new scene from like, hey, you remember that scene, Christmas Vacation, when the girl's coming out of the pool and he's like dreaming about the pool and everything. It's like whatever.
Yeah, Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Oh man.
Coming out of the pool.
It's not that bad though.
Yep. The Point Break
remember,
called it was Kennedy.
You remember that
Kennedy was the actor who said she knows what she's doing.
You remember that scene in Starship Troopers while everybody was taking a shower? Can you play that scene?
Yep.
Oh man.
Well, yeah, it's not like we're asking you to run a clip from Porky's or something.
You remember that scene where Harley Quinn was changing into her uniform in front of all the guys? Remember that scene?
Casey, are you even old enough to know what Porky's is?
Oh yes, I do remember. Yeah, I don't. If you sat me down and said like, okay, tell me the plot of one of the movies, there's no way in hell I could do that. I remember bits and pieces from the movies that I saw, and that's about it.
Well, they were just going to a whorehouse. That's all. And they're teenagers, so.
You guys remember Meatballs?
Here it goes.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, now, okay, here's your trivia for today. Porno films.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Tammy.
Well, Porky's ain't really a porno film, but, it'd be that genre of movies.
Tammy, my goodness.
She just gave
Way
every
unexpected.
Presbyterian member of the little old ladies club that surrounds a 100-mile radius of her a heart attack. She'll be all the talk this weekend around the bridge clubs. Did you hear what she said?
You think they're watching Casey's stream?
Yeah, there's a
Cool.
bunch of ladies
If they're
knitting.
cool, they are.
There's a bunch of ladies knitting right now
Exactly, the knitting circle.
who just
Gather
all
around,
gasped
girls.
at the same
Gather
time and
around, girls. KC's about to start.
emptied out the air in the room as you said that. They all went at the same time. Oh my.
That's funny.
They're asking Tammy, did you
Remember
ever
that-
see The Adventure of Big Bad Mama Jama?
No.
I don't remember that one either.
Remember that scene with Margot Robbie and the Wolf of Wall Street where they had the baby cam bear on the wall? Remember that scene?
Yukon says they just sit
That's
around
funny.
and knit up a storm and analyze the stream.
Well,
Brian
they take
Carpenter.
turns getting offended. Take
Yeah.
turns getting offended. Each one of them gets offended in order. They go in a clockwise motion.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen, well, this one's kind of stupid, but it's not a porn or anything, but Deuce Bigelow?
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah, that
I
was
know.
a very funny show.
Yeah.
Brian says he's knitting right now. He's not the old lady,
Here's
but he
some,
is knitting.
Impromptu trivia for you, loosely movie related. Name a porno star that made the crossover into mainstream movie making. Go. For extra points, name a movie that she or he played in. Should be easy for anybody.
Academy
even,
4.
even like the little. Yeah, you don't have to
Ginger
name any for Ginger Lynn. I don't.
Voice Academy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Damn. We can tell who all our porno lovers are. They're going to be spitting these answers out left and right. You see how fast Censor did that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. And there's Tracy Lords. She's
Tracy,
leaded
yeah.
to lots of things.
I thought for sure that Tracy Lords would be the first one to pop up. She was really popular there for being underage. I think she was 17 or something.
Crow Jeweler said Ron
Big dust
Jeremy.
up over that, and then she went on to make. She started in movies with
Ron
Johnny. I
Jeremy.
think she played with Johnny Depp in a movie as well.
What movie? I'm trying to think of. I can't think of the movie, but Benny and June, maybe.
Amber Heard.
Oh, that was funny. Amber Heard.
The movie with Johnny Depp was talking about.
I guess we could have broadened the poll too, because I think there were some of them who went into the music industry. I think there was one or two little porn stars that crossed over into, had one-hit wonders, had a little song or something during the MTV heydays, the halcyon days of music television.
Back when, in the day when comedy and stuff on TV, like Saturday Night Live, was actually good.
Funny, back when it was funny.
Yeah. I think the church lady was probably one of my favorite characters.
Very funny. Very funny. Dana Carvey.
Yes. And of course, now
talented.
Chris Farley. Chris Farley was always funny. Tragic loss there.
Barry Electronics, 2 weeks.
Oh, I thought it was so funny when they asked Adam Aaron a question during that live thing, and he said 2 weeks.
Yeah, every
I don't
time.
remember what it was, but he said 2 weeks on something.
Yeah, I know. I hear him do that quite often, and it just it tickles me a little bit to hear him say that. But yeah, the best part I think is when he says 2 weeks and then he pauses and almost it's like he knows that it means something to us, and it's just kind of one of those things where I go like, all right, it means something. We can tell you paused right after you said it, got it, but. The only right answer is apple pie. Apple pie didn't. Cheesecake made a comeback from behind here, really picking up on the votes. I'm kind of surprised. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just interesting. I wasn't winning. Now all of a sudden it's moving up there.
Old school porn game.
Well, it's time for me to take a break. Let's see here.
Yeah, my daughter sent me a message and said they're headed out from Texas, headed this way.
How long of a drive is that for him?
I think it's about 12 and a half to 14, depending on how many dog potty stops they got to make.
Well, that's not too bad. I mean, if they're in Texas and it's only taking them 12 hours to get anywhere, that's not bad at all. They must. I mean, let me think about this for a second. I think the closest border that I could travel to and get out of the state would probably take me about 7 to 8 hours, I think. And that's north, I'm pretty sure.
Well, when they were in upstate New York, it was about 18 hours. So that was a hard drive. Because they were almost on the Canadian border at where the St. Lawrence River is.
Yeah. How did they like that up there?
What? Did you say you have been up there?
No, how did they like it up there?
Oh, they actually loved it because there was so much outdoor stuff to do in the mountains. People think New York City, but that's like just a little dot.
Yeah.
But upstate New York, they were like in the mountains and on the Canadian border. They were not too awful far from Niagara Falls. We actually got to go there. So don't know where they're going to be going next because he'll be deployed for about a year first, and then we got to see the Grand Canyon and we got to see Niagara Falls, so maybe they'll go towards Yellowstone or something.
Yeah. Somebody asked earlier what
Beautiful
my
stuff.
price prediction was for the day today. It was 555 to 855. I forgot who had asked that, but I remember somebody briefly asking what it was. Well, I hope tell them safe travels from me, and I would assume probably most everybody here.
All right.
Hopefully they have safe travels over to see you. Don't drive at those rough hours of the night.
Unfortunately, they will be driving in through some of the night because he had to work on military stuff this morning. So
yeah.
But they were determined they were leaving out anyway. But they split driving. They're not like me. That's why I sleep.
Stockwiz, are you talking about in one shot, or are you talking about like what's the farthest distance I've ever traveled? I've gone cross country from Virginia to California twice in my lifetime. So I've made it across the whole country twice. In one shot, I actually drove from, by myself, I drove from Phoenix, Arizona to here in Austin, Texas, all by myself in one shot. That was about 16 hours. The other one shotter that I did was it was assisted. My wife and I traded back and forth. We drove from Austin, Texas to San Diego, California, which is half the country, and we did that in one shot. And we went back and forth. There's no way, I can't even imagine. We actually drove it one shot, both directions, and we only had about 3 days to recoup between those. I will never do that again. I will never, ever do one shots again.
Are you aware of the like an underground or occult race group, the real life cannonball run,
Yeah.
where they literally time themselves. Pretty cool stuff. If you, it's interesting if you're into motorsports or racing. But for those who haven't heard of it, there's a group who literally runs from coast to coast, and there's a unofficial record, and it's pretty interesting. They post some videos on that kind of stuff.
So I was looking at the map. It's 12 and a half hours, 808 miles for her to get home.
Middle of Texas to San Diego, California is a rough drive, man. It is not easy. I think.
Yeah, Texas is very big.
If I had to guess, I'm pretty sure that's close to a 20-hour drive. And I don't ever want to do it again. What's
you know
that?
where Sierra Vista is? Sierra Vista. Arizona.
Yeah. It sounds very familiar. I'm not sure exactly, but I've heard it
It's
before.
on the Mexican border, practically on the Mexican border. When we drove from there to the Grand Canyon, which is on the other border of the state, that was a long drive too,
Yeah, that sounds rough.
with nothing but rocks and boulders to look at, but it was still pretty.
Yeah.
Then when we got closer to the area where we were going to stay, the Joshua trees started popping up everywhere, and they're pretty amazing looking and strange too.
All right.
I drove from Pensacola, Florida to Janesville, Wisconsin in one shot. No stops other than fuel, and it snowed for the last 3 hours.
That's rough. That's rough.
Yeah. That's a monster one. Look at it on a map. I'm proud of that one.
Just talking about snow and stuff like that. Casey, I'm sorry I'm interrupting again. So, when my son went out there to stay with them and visit the Grand Canyon, he did not go prepared. Well, neither did my son-in-law. But it snowed a lot.
Oh.
Where they were staying in the desert area up there in the upper part, near the canyon, and they were almost stuck. It was on an Indian reservation, actually, I believe, where the Airbnb was. So the guy had to come out and just plow the little area so they could even get out. So they were supposed to stay another night, but nobody had. My daughter had, but the men did not have prepared clothes, shoes, a heavy coat. So they just decided to go to Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
But
It's a good stopping point.
People don't realize that it actually gets like super cold and snows in the desert.
Yeah, people don't think about that. They think desert and they just think hot. That's all they think about. But yeah, it gets, the temperature swings are pretty big. Yeah. Hey, there's Yucca again. Always coming when I'm going.
Oh, what?
Yeah, what's the name of your pets? Do you have any pets?
Yeah, I have 3.
You have 3 pets?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, okay, I'm gonna bite. What are their names?
One of them is Figaro. The other one is Zelda.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one is Cleopatra.
The 2 of those are cats.
3 of them.
Okay, I wasn't sure about the third one, but I could tell 2 of those by the name that they were cats.
They're all cats.
Yeah, Figaro was
I had
kind of
Figaro.
was iffy. Could
Figaro
have
is
been.
like, obviously.
I don't know. I was
from the Disney figure.
Yeah, I was thinking Zelda and what was the other one? Zelda and
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra
Cleo.
it seemed like pretty obvious cat names to me, but Figaro I wasn't really sure about.
Yeah.
So do you call it
Cleopatra,
Cleo for short?
No, we actually don't even call Cleo. We just call her Nena. Not like Nana. Nena. Not Nana, Nena.
No, I heard it right the first time, I think. That's cool. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
I won't
Casey,
remember,
I think you
but
said something about a break or something.
I got to go to break. I'll see you guys in a bit. I did want to mention.
Another one?
Yeah, I know, right? I do want to mention that I think Hayden's in the back here because he wants to rub in the fact that he has probably traveled way further than any of us have in one setting, only because he's a pilot. I think he's gonna He's like,
I just did it
That's a
today.
cheat.
Well,
yeah.
Casey, but he keeps going around in a circle.
I know, I
like,
know, right?
it
Circles
doesn't,
all over
it
the
doesn't go
place.
straight across. So what is the
It
point
only
of that?
Yeah.
it only counts when rubber meets the road, man.
It only counts when you go beyond the ice walls.
Yeah. Yeah, that's.
You could do your trip on autopilot. What are you saying?
Oh no, she just called you out for autopiloting your trip.
Ooh.
That's rough.
The paycheck doesn't say if the autopilot's on or off. It just doesn't say anything.
All right. Well, you as far as speed and distance, I'm sure you have us all beat. I'm positive of that.
So how fast do you have to fly before you get a speeding ticket?
That happens real quick. You don't get to talk your way out of those in aviation.
Wait,
Does that
You
really
get
happen?
shut down.
is there limits on how fast you can fly?
There's speed limits.
There is. Okay, I didn't know this.
Air
didn't know
Air
it
Force
either.
will be like,
Yeah, we can only go 250 below 10,000 feet, and even then, it's a couple places you go slower in certain airspace. Up high, you can go as fast as you want.
Do you know what the reason
I was
for that
making
is?
a joke. I didn't realize it was a thing.
Yeah, and then just for flow control into some airports, they'll slow you down. Like I'm in DC right now, and they slowed us down coming in here.
Is there?
Can you rig the airplane?
Rig it?
Yeah.
There's no bypass.
No,
Yeah.
it's all the plane talks to the ground and says how fast we're going.
It's all set up already?
Yeah, we can't change anything.
So
Hey,
you
I
can't
got a
say,
nickname
hey,
for him. Casey, he's got a nickname now.
What's that?
Sully.
Sully.
so wait, so you can't just ask them, hey, can I borrow it for like the weekend and then rig it and then bring it back?
No.
It's not like one of those, oh man, come pick us up.
Oh yeah, no borrowing of the. Oh,
called theft.
yeah, borrowing of the airplane. Yeah, just let them know you'll give it back to them in 24 hours. Not a problem. Should be okay.
Yeah, just say, I'm gonna pick up a couple of ladies.
I think until MOAS, we couldn't afford to put the gas in one.
I mean, just tell them. Just say like, look, if it's gonna be sitting on the ground anyways, could I just loan it out for 24 hours?
You'd be surprised how long these things fly during the day. If it's obviously it's a 24-hour day. Some of the planes I'm on, they might fly 15, 16 hours a day.
Yeah.
You know what is really amazing is to pull up one of the flights that are in the air at one time. It's mind blowing. You know what I'm talking about? Like, not flight plans, but you can just pull up a map and it shows how many flights are planes.
It's flight aware.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
we use it to look on the ground sometimes.
All right, I'm
I guess
heading
I
out.
just want to realize that there's that many planes up there because I look up and I don't see them. So.
Yeah, you'd be surprised the traffic going into some of the big airports. I mean, Atlanta, they're landing every 30 seconds or so.
You fly into Birmingham? Mate?
I have.
You'd be
Alabama.
surprised how many breaks Casey takes a day.
He has been taking a lot of breaks. He
Yeah.
came back early and he's taking a break. It's been a lot of breaks.
That bong's
Okay.
not going to smoke itself.
Whoa.
All right,
Okay,
guys.
well, I got to run a vacuum cleaner, so y'all enjoy.
I'll see you guys later. Man, these guys are tough. All right, see you guys in a bit.
have primary control of critical vehicle functions. First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. I noticed that Tech We Love says start time 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Justice Department and partners to announce significant cryptocurrency enforcement actions November 21st, 2023. It'll be interesting to see what ends up happening there. I can't begin to tell you guys how long it is that I've been predicting that one day the government would step up and just simply say at one point in time or another that they will no longer allow foreign entities or allow American monies to be exchanged, funds to be exchanged into cryptocurrencies, and that one day people will just wake up to the inability to be able to transfer into crypto whatsoever. A lot of people have always said that there's no way that'll ever happen. I'm not saying that's going to happen today. In fact, I don't think that's going to happen today. I think that's going to be down the road. And I still do think that that's going to happen in the future. But, it'll be interesting to see what it is that they have to say with all the fraud that we've been seeing happening in these cryptocurrency markets. Eventually, at one point or another, I have a feeling that will become the case. And we will see those get shut down. So it'll be interesting to see what it is. I would love to watch that, except for that's right at the time when the market closes down. So what I'll probably do is shut down the live stream on normal time, and I'll probably head straight to the back of the Big Tramp and listen with everybody back there in the back of the Big Tramp and see what's said. So, having said that, let's take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll go through the numbers one last time here for the day-to-day before the market closes. Two-factor authentication. Actually, don't forget, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange at about 66% going through there. With that and the EDGX combined, we have 55.2% going through off exchange. EDGX at 11.27%. The total on that 66.47% or 0.47% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. It's very, very close. CHX volume is 1,989 shares. Nothing unusually large there. GME CHX volume for the day is at 1,441 shares. Again, nothing unusually large going on. Taking a look at Ortex, there was 258,000 shares having been returned as of an hour ago. It's now being reported at 258,000 shares, so no change in the last hour. That's going to leave that estimated short share interest of the free float at 9.06%. Cost to borrow min is at 0.95, average 1.64, and max 6.91. Shares on loan for the day today is at 13.38 million shares. That's 20,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating that zero in short interest was closed out. Options, highest amount of call volume for the day today, ending the day at a strike price of I didn't log into my account. I thought I did. I didn't finish that whole spiel about two-factor authentication before I started doing these numbers here. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do set that up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea to utilize that. All right, let's try this again one more time on the options. Highest amount of volume right now at a $7 strike. An hour ago, we had 9.1 thousand contracts at a $7 strike. It's now 11.4. And on a puts, highest amount of volume at a $7 strike went from 6.7 thousand contracts to 6.9. Market's still indicating a closing price somewhere around $7. That could be plus or minus 50 cents. So anywhere between $6.50 and $7.50 would be a closing price for the day today. MMRI is sitting at 283.96. That's down from 285.06 an hour ago. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. AMC is on the list here. We have a 84.23% buy to 15.77% sell ratio. Looking very, very strong. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $6.44. Shares available to borrow at 4.1 million shares. Fees are at 1%. That has not changed in the last hour. Mainly just returned shares for the day today. And we saw about 800,000 shares being borrowed, and that's about it. Not very much today. NASDAQ is down 0.53. Dow Jones is down 0.19. The S&P 500 is down 0.17. We have 3,885 decliners to 2,148 advancers. The market's more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. Not by much. Biggest of the bank movers. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater will get a shout out. We've got first FRC is up 12%. Silvergate up 3.33. The only other one that was really close was, or meeting that expectation, is Zion Bank is down 4.05. Everything else was inside that 2.5% or greater change. Ethereum Classic is down 2.73 and trending up. US dollar is up 0.14 and currently consolidating. Oil is down 4.42, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down, or up rather, anywhere from 0.21 to 0.23 and trending up. And SPY is down 0.22 and kind of consolidating right now. I'd say like the overall trend is, well, that's not true. It's still trending up overall for the day today. So VIX is down 1.64 and trending down. VBR is down 0.71 and trending down. VB is down 0.76 and consolidating. Tesla is up 2.37, consolidating. Amazon is down 1.63 and starting a trend back up again. Cinemark is down 1.31 and trending up. Doge is down 2.82 and trending up. Bitcoin is down 1.06 at 37K a coin and trending very slightly up. GME is down 2.42 and starting to trend down. Boy, it really it was consolidating here for a little bit, and now it's starting to take a downtrend. Man, that the Bollinger Bands went down to pretty much like next to nothing. HYMC is down 1.85 and consolidating. NCMI is breaking even for the day, but trending up currently. HUD is down 1.53 and starting to trend back up, and AMC is down 8.03 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we had approximately $7.3 million more inflow than outflow. 23.22 million shares traded so far for the day today. Wow. Will we hit 25 million shares traded before the end of the day today? I mean, it's low volume. After 354 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for 25.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 to 25 million in the pre-market. There was no way in hell I would have suggested that 25 would have been a chance based on volume movement throughout the day, but sure enough, it is panning to be very close to being around 25 million, surprisingly. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 17.35, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 15.82, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 16.9, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.53, which is below average, slightly below average. Getting that end of the day barcoding here. All right. With that, I yield the rest of the time back to the back of the big tramp. We got Hayden and Parrot back here. The battling duo of military branches. Brian says, usually Casey would be drinking a beer at this time in the old days. Yeah.
That was kind of harsh. Is he calling you soft now?
Well, Brian Carpenter penned a new piratism. I guess it's not a piratism. I guess it's a carpenterism. It's called pumping a dry goose. The jury's still out yet on what it represents, but it's officially become part of our regular vernacular going forward.
And what does it mean?
I'm uncomfortable already.
Up for debate. They're still working on that. It's a work in progress, but they've settled on pumping a dry goose.
Is that anything
like whatever?
Screwing a dead horse?
Right.
Dead
cat bounce. I'm not sure. So, but anyhow, it's called pumping a dry goose, and
I guess I should
It sounds like
beating a dead horse.
a football.
Legal department, the KC Shaw legal department's working on it right now. So we'll let you know as the situation develops.
What was yours? A monkey doing what? Screwing up a football game? Is that what you're saying?
No, a monkey effing a football.
Oh.
Pirate knows that one.
Yeah. Commonly used in the military to describe people who are actively engaged in something at a furious pace, but not really getting anywhere. So.
Earlier, you were giving me hell about how far I've traveled. I was walking next to a guy that was on the plane leaving D.C. He had a diamond medallion, and I said, you must be going a long ways this year if you kept one of those. He goes, yeah, I'm up to 3 million miles this year. I said, Mom, I said, dude, you outfly me every year.
There was a
3
movie
million miles.
with George Clooney, and I can't remember
up in the air.
Is that what it was called? Where he had
he was
so many frequent flyer miles.
Basically a reflection on how he lived his life in an airport or an airplane. Yeah.
Where is this the same one where he meets a woman and she's kind of like she's like the female version of him?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But they went to great lengths to show how when you travel at their level that there's very precise things you do, and it's like he almost liked it like it was a skill set.
Yeah. I thought that was a very. The movie was very interesting. It made me upset at the end, but I don't want to ruin it for anybody who hasn't seen it before.
I don't think I watched it to its end. I think I became so bored with it I changed the channel.
Those are the guys that basically keep the airlines running.
A steady flow of money. There's that captured part of the market that you can rely on to cover the bulk of your cost.
As they say, the front of the airplane pays the cost. Everything in the back is gravy.
Exactly. Cracking the nut.
Those guys are usually, they buy their tickets last, the last possible chance, which is always the most expensive. Yeah, it's crazy.
Pirate, have you ever flown first class?
No, unfortunately. I was fortunate. The vast majority of the hours that I have weren't even pressurized. So the gunships in the Air Force, it for the longest period of time were essentially, they were just unpressurized aircraft. But no, I haven't flown a great deal commercial. I've flown a few times coach. So I never had the opportunity to travel a whole lot through commercial airlines.
Hayden, being a pilot, I would imagine that you've flown first class before, but that's probably on the dime of the company, or no?
No, I usually, that picture with Hayden and I on the Discord, that was the first time we ever did it. That was going to the game in Vegas. And then the last time we flew into LA to watch Chargers and the Raiders, we did, because I used all for the whole year my AMX points.
Is it worth it?
No, Delta doesn't put us in the front.
Is it worth?
I mean, that's when you think about it, for people who are actually paying money.
Is it worth it?
If you're a frequent flyer, obviously, the bigger seat is obviously a plus. Getting on early so you can get your bag on, a plus. I mean, it's those, like you said in that movie, it's the little things. When you're flying over 1 million miles, that's the one thing you count on is getting a call. Well, it's those little things that can just, because you're used to your routine, that this flying thing is a, you've done it so much, it's going to be this way. So if it changes, that can rattle your whole day, as one of these multi-million flyers. I mean, they expect a certain thing because it's a routine, and this is the one thing they count on. You know what I mean? That's why you hear about people getting all upset about they couldn't get in the front. Well, yeah, because this is the one thing they look forward to. You know what I mean? That's why there's so much care taken with people that are sitting in the front, because it's a lot of money. And so, like, with my airline, that's why they made the internet free and put so many things in the for the entertainment system. It's because it's the one thing people hope to count on if they're there. When they say first class, it's like, yes, I'm getting something that I usually don't get, or this is what I expect to get because I fly so much. And that's why my airline concentrates so much on it. It's a big deal.
You can travel 8 hours in a pickup truck, or then ride 8 hours in a Mercedes Benz, and you'll feel distinctly different at the end of that trip.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes it
I
really
know.
is.
I know.
Although I'm oversimplifying it. But Hayden's aircraft is one aircraft. He's not changing aircrafts, but I think my point is well made. That sometimes it's about comfort and.
It's like the plane I'm on, the bigger Airbus. I believe some of our new ones that are coming online, I haven't seen one yet, but we're going to be flying those from New York or Boston to LA, because that's a big run for us. And they're actually going to put lay flats on those runs specifically for people that, are doing those business runs, and they want to sleep on the way, wherever they're going. It's a big deal for them. As opposed to like an 8-hour or a 10-hour ocean crossing. These guys, they've requested, they want something like that on a transcon.
And they'll pay for it. If it's the price of 8 seats, they don't care.
Nope.
They'll pay for it.
Do not care.
And it's all relative.
Yeah, it's a big deal for people in the front. It's like I said, there's many reasons of why people expect a certain thing, whether it's, they feel they've earned it, they've worked for it, no matter what their feeling is, the airlines make a big deal of being there. It's a huge deal.
Well, they don't call them the finer things in life.
Yeah,
For no other reason than they're finer. There's a reason things are finer.
I mean, imagine the next step is, going corporate, doing a small corporate plane. I would think that's a pretty big jump from us, just because it's private. But at the same time, there's all sorts of things that my airline does to, if you want some extra, like special entrances, vehicles to pick you up and take you to the plane. People pay for that. I remember having a couple NASCAR guys on the plane, and they pulled them up to the jetway. They got on and they got off. I didn't even know they were on the plane.
Wow.
Because they paid for that kind of service. That's what the airlines do for people that they've got to get somewhere and they want to be as luxurious as it can be.
So, have you ever had to transport back remains from a fallen military person?
All the time.
My husband was on a plane one time when they actually had they were transporting back from somewhere, and they actually held the people on the plane until they got the remains off. But everybody was like paying big respects for that. That's an awesome thing.
Yeah, at Delta we actually have at the different airports special parts that are labeled with different armed forces flags, and they will take the remains in the casket to wherever they need to go. But yeah, it's a big deal. There's people on the ground that doing the saluting and putting on the special cart. And
Hey guys, I'm gonna stop you real quick here. The Justice Department's talking right now, so let's get this live. Let's get this live and going here.
Yeah.
Only states that threaten public safety and our national security. The Justice Department is requiring Binance to pay $4.3 billion in penalties and forfeitures. This is one of the largest penalties we have ever obtained from a corporate defendant in a criminal matter. The Justice Department is also imposing a monitorship as well as reporting requirements on Binance as part of today's resolution. Moving forward, Binance must file the suspicious activity reports that were required by law. The company is required to review past transactions and report suspicious activity to federal authorities. This will advance our criminal investigations into malicious cyber activity and terrorism fundraising, including the use of cryptocurrency exchanges to support groups such as Hamas. While this historic plea is an important measure of accountability, we know that corporations only act through the individuals who run them. That is why we have also filed a felony charge against and secured a guilty plea from Changpeng Zhao for willfully violating the Bank Secrecy Act. As CEO of Binance, Zhao willfully violated federal law that requires financial institutions to guard against money laundering and terrorist financing. Zhao, who resides outside of the United States, entered his plea in person in the United States District Court for the Western District of Washington earlier today. In August 2017, Zhao founded Binance as a platform where users could trade in cryptocurrency. But from the very beginning, Zhao and other Binance executives engaged in a deliberate and calculated effort to profit from the U.S. market without implementing the controls that are required by U.S. law. Zhao and Binance attracted and built a substantial U.S. customer base. Almost 2 years after Binance's founding, Zhao told senior management that the U.S. market represented 20 to 30% of the company's potential revenue. Serving these U.S. customers meant that Binance was a U.S. financial institution. U.S. financial institutions must comply with U.S. law. Zhao and other senior management at Binance understood this. They understood that the company was required by U.S. law to register with the Treasury Department as a money services business. and they understood that they were required by U.S. law to implement an effective anti-money laundering program. They failed to do either. Instead, they concluded that complying with U.S. law would stifle their efforts to grow Binance's profits, market share, and trading volume. So, rather than comply, Binance facilitated billions of dollars of unregulated cryptocurrency transactions. It willfully enabled hundreds of millions of dollars in transactions between American users and users subject to U.S. sanctions. And its platform accommodated criminals across the world who used Binance to move their stolen funds and other criminal proceeds. Binance prioritized its profits over the safety of the American people. In part because of the crimes it committed, Binance became the largest cryptocurrency exchange in the world. Now, Binance is paying one of the largest corporate penalties in U.S. history. Binance employees knew and discussed that the company was serving thousands of users in sanctioned countries, and they knew that facilitating transactions between U.S. users and users in sanctioned countries would be in violation of U.S. law. But they did it anyway. Binance enabled nearly $900 million in transactions between U.S. and Iranian users, and it facilitated millions of dollars in transactions between U.S. users and users in Syria and in the Russian-occupied Ukrainian regions of Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk. Binance's own compliance personnel also knew that the company's anti-money laundering procedures were inadequate and would attract criminals to the platform. In a February 2019 chat, one compliance employee wrote that they needed a banner that said, quote, "Is washing drug money too hard these days? Come to Binance. We got cake for you." By failing to comply with U.S. law, Binance made it easy for criminals to move their stolen funds and illicit proceeds on its exchanges. For example, between August 2017 and April 2022, there were direct transfers of approximately $106 million in Bitcoin to Binance.com wallets from Hydra. Hydra was a popular Russian darknet marketplace, frequently utilized by criminals, that facilitated the sale of illegal goods and services. Binance only stopped processing Hydra transactions in April of 2022, when the Justice Department and our criminal law enforcement partners seized control of the Hydra marketplace and shut it down. From February 2018 to May 2019, Binance processed more than $275 million in deposits and $273 million in withdrawals from Best Mixer. Best Mixer was one of the largest cryptocurrency anonymizing services in the world before it was shut down for money laundering. Binance also did more than just fail to comply with federal law. It pretended to comply. In June 2019, Binance publicly announced that it would block U.S. users from Binance.com and launch a separate U.S. exchange. That exchange, Binance.us, would register with the Treasury Department and serve the U.S. market. Binance blocked some U.S. users on Binance.com and redirected them to the U.S. exchange. At the same time, however, Binance continued to allow some of its most important high-volume U.S. users to remain on the unregistered Binance.com exchange. At the direction of Zhao and other senior leaders at Binance, employees encouraged their high-volume U.S. users to conceal their U.S. connections, including by creating new accounts that obscured their locations. As Zhao himself said in a September 2019 chat, quote, "If we blocked U.S. users from day one, Binance will not be as big as we are today. We would also not have had any U.S. revenue we had for the last 2 years." He then added, quote, "Better to ask for forgiveness than permission," close quote. Over a year after Binance publicly announced that it was blocking U.S. users, an internal monthly company report attributed 16% of its total registered user base to the United States. That was more than any other country on the unregulated Binance.com platform. In the next monthly report, Binance removed the United States label and recategorized U.S. users with the label UNKWN, short for unknown. In October 2020, users labeled as UNKWN represented approximately 17% of Binance's registered user base. Binance and Zao profited significantly from their violations of federal law. That they are facing accountability for their crimes is due to the extraordinary hard work of the extraordinary public servants at the Department of Justice. I want to thank the Criminal Division's Money Laundering and Asset Recovery Section, the National Security Division's Counterintelligence and Export Control Section, and the United States Attorney's Office for the Western District of Washington for their excellent work. I also want to thank Secretary Yellen and her team at the Treasury Department, including IRS Criminal Investigation, as well as CFTC Chairman Benham and his team for their extraordinary partnership in this matter. In just the past month, the Justice Department has successfully prosecuted the CEOs of two of the world's largest cryptocurrency exchanges in two separate criminal cases. The message here should be clear. Using new technology to break the law does not make you a disruptor. It makes you a criminal. This Justice Department has no tolerance for crimes that threaten our economic institutions and undermine public trust in the fairness of those institutions. And we will hold accountable the individuals who commit and profit from them. I'm now pleased to turn the podium over to Secretary Yellen.
Good afternoon. I'm very glad to join Attorney General Garland, Deputy Attorney General Monaco, and CFTC Chairman Benham on such an important occasion. We're here today to announce the Treasury Department's historic action, the largest enforcement action in Treasury's history against Binance, the world's largest virtual currency exchange, for its consistent and egregious violations of U.S. anti-money laundering and sanctions law. Protecting the U.S. financial system, and through that, the global financial system, is core to the Treasury Department's mission. And ever since Binance launched its convertible virtual currency platform, it has knowingly evaded the U.S. laws designed to protect these systems. Over more than 3 years, FinCEN, OFAC, and IRS criminal investigation thoroughly investigated key aspects of Binance's activities. Our work revealed that Binance claimed to have exited the U.S. market years ago, but actually did not, retaining U.S. users and other significant ties with the United States. It also had critical gaps in its anti-money laundering program and practices, from a lack of risk-based procedures for various offerings to instructing staff to withhold information from law enforcement. It deliberately undermined its own sanctions monitoring controls, and it failed to report suspicious transactions. This meant Binance was allowing illicit actors to transact freely, supporting activities from child sexual abuse to illegal narcotics to terrorism across more than 100,000 transactions. That includes transactions associated with terrorist groups like Hamas's Al-Qassam brigades, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS. Binance processed these transactions, but it never filed a single suspicious activity report, and it also allowed over 1.5 million virtual currency trades that violated U.S. sanctions. So, we have taken the largest enforcement action in Treasury's history. FinCEN's settlement agreement assesses a penalty of $3.4 billion. OFAC's settlement agreement assesses a penalty of nearly $1 billion. Binance is also required to report the suspicious transactions it has failed to report to date and to establish an effective anti-money laundering program to support the global AML-CFT regime. And the settlement agreements subject Binance to increased scrutiny for 5 years through a third-party monitor overseen by FinCEN, who will ensure Binance's complete exit from the United States. The monitor will be able to access Binance's systems, transactions, and accounts, and will review and report on all actions included in the settlement agreements. Failure to live up to these obligations could expose Binance to substantial additional penalties. The result of these agreements will be an end to company behavior that has posed risks to the U.S. financial system, U.S. citizens, and our country's national security for too long. And let me be clear, we're also sending a message to the virtual currency industry more broadly, today and for the future. If virtual currency exchanges and financial technology firms wish to realize the tremendous benefits of being part of the U.S. financial system and serving U.S. customers, they must play by the rules. And if they do not, the U.S. government will take action. Today's announcement shows the Treasury is prepared to use all of its tools to carry out its crucial mandate of combating illicit finance and protecting the U.S. financial system, and this will make all of us safer. I want to end by thanking FinCEN, OFAC, and IRS criminal investigation employees who play a central role in protecting our national security. Adequate resourcing was critical to carrying out this work. Thank you also to the partner agencies here today for such effective collaboration. And with that, I'll turn the floor over to Deputy Attorney General Monaco.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and good afternoon. Today is a watershed moment. The Department of Justice and its partners are holding accountable the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange and the CEO who ran it for their criminal conduct. Binance vaulted to the top of the crypto market in part through the scheme exposed today by pursuing growth, market share, and profits at the expense of compliance with U.S. law. Today's charges and guilty pleas, combined with a more than $4 billion financial penalty, demonstrate the Justice Department's commitment to corporate accountability. And they send an unmistakable message to crypto and DeFi companies: if you serve U.S. customers, you must obey U.S. law. A corporate strategy that puts profits over compliance isn't a path to riches, it's a path to federal prosecution. As detailed in the Statement of Facts, Changpeng Zhao was warned by his own compliance team that Binance lacked basic safeguards to prevent users from evading U.S. sanctions. He was warned of the high risk associated with some customers on their exchange. He was even warned that the CFO of another company had been arrested for sanctions violations and that the same thing could happen at Binance. But rather than implement the basic anti-money laundering safeguards that his team recommended, safeguards required by U.S. law, Binance and its founder operated as though the rules didn't apply, as though they were beyond our reach. Crypto assets may be advertised as borderless in nature, but the Department of Justice will enforce U.S. law across and throughout crypto markets, even in their darkest corners. Some say the key to success in the tech sector is to move fast and break things. Today's actions show that if what you break is the law, there will be consequences. Over 5 years, while building its business with U.S. customers, Binance enabled nearly $1 billion in illegal payments involving sanctioned countries and individuals. These actions put our collective security at risk. Today, companies are increasingly operating on the front lines of the geopolitical and national security challenges that mark today's global environment. That's why the Justice Department is focused on the intersection of corporate crime and national security. Today, corporate crime undermines not only our markets and investors, but also our national security. The laws we are enforcing today were designed to protect the security of our financial markets and to protect our financial institutions from exploitation by terrorists and money launderers. Today's actions show that those rules apply equally to traditional financial institutions and those powered by decentralized and cutting-edge technologies. Today's resolutions are the result of and a credit to the combined energy and expertise of prosecutors and law enforcement agents from across the government. And in particular, I'd like to thank Nicole Argentieri, the Acting Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division, who's here today, Matt Olson, the Assistant Attorney General for National Security, who's also here on stage, and Tessa Gorman, U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Washington. They each lead teams who have worked tirelessly on this case. The partnership between the Criminal Division's money laundering and asset recovery experts and the National Security Division's export control and counterintelligence experts is a response to the growing convergence of white-collar and national security investigations. So we're combining our deep expertise from across the department to combat these new and evolving threats. Together with our partners, the Justice Department will hold accountable those who occupy the C-suite and the boardroom if they exploit technologies in violation of our laws. With that, I'll turn it over to Chairman Benham.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Attorney General Garland, Treasury Secretary Yellen, Deputy Attorney General Monaco,
All right.
and all of our law enforcement counterparts.
I'm going to step in here, guys, and make a few comments here because I want to point out some interesting things here. I've highlighted FTX's crash, and I know we're getting really close to the end of the live stream here, but I got to point this out really fast to you guys. FTX collapse, according to what I could pull on the internet, was the 11th. There obviously was something going on slightly beforehand, and I remember that somewhere around there, I feel like there was a close that was really, really close to $6.66. I'm gonna go back in history and see if there's some validity to that or not, because I have the data somewhere compiled that would show me what date or what prices closed around that time frame. Of course, they're all altered now because of our conversion and reverse split, but I think there was a period of time in 2022 where we were in November trading around 666. So I'm going to go look and see if there was a day in there that we closed around the same price point as where we're about to close for today. But very, very interesting things that are going on here. And you can see that obviously price started moving up and cost to borrow numbers were all starting to go get out of control when that happened with FTX. So we're at 665 right now, getting ready to close the day, very, very close to 666. Unfortunately, it is that time of the day, and so let me go ahead and close out the day here for you guys. It'll be an interesting day. We'll talk about stuff. For those of you who are at the back of the Big Tramp, I'll head over there after the outro for the day today. But as usual, guys, close 666 right on the dot. You guys, all good things must eventually come to an end. And that's even included for the hedgies, because I'm sure they thought it was good at one point or another. But unfortunately, as usual, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy an orb. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. When mountains crumble to the sea, there will still be you and me. Kind of woman, I give you my of rain, whisper of the pain, tears of love lost in the days gone by. My love is strong, here there is no wrong. Together we shall go until we die. My inspiration's what you are to me. So today my world, it smiles. Your hand in mine, we walk the miles. Thanks to you, it will be done. For you to me are the only one. All I say, happiness, no more be sad. Happiness, I'm glad. If the sun refused to shine, I would still be loving you. Mountains crumble to the sea.